Moana Pacifica. Carlo,
Yeah.
Moana Pacifica.
Well done. Well done, Carlo. You got the buzzer in there in the end. Luckily, there's no other co-host because you said the answer before the buzzer and I wouldn't have given it to you. But you're the only one, so you got it. 1 from 2. Here we go. What sport do the PNG Barramundis team play?
Carlo,
Yes?
cricket.
Oh, Carlo! Congratulations, you are the winner of Fresh Off the Dome. Carlo, well done. How does it feel to have won that game?
Amazing.
You did so well, Carlo.
You
Not
can
only
send me my trophy after this.
Yes, of course, we will. We'll just get that engraved and then we'll send that to Nuku'alofa. Oh, that does bring us to the end of the show for this week. A big thank you to my co-host, Malo Opito Kalo Manu Molly.
Thank you once again, Bobby, for having me on Fresh Off the Field. It's always fun and it's always exciting to be on the show.
And you've absolutely nailed it today as being, well, not only the winner of Fresh Off the Dome, but a wonderful co-host alongside me. So thank you. Thank you to the OFC for the extra audio used in this episode, to our producer, Declan Byrne, and of course to you for listening to Fresh Off the Field, the sporting pulse of the Pacific on ABC Radio Australia. I'll be back next week with 1 or 2 co-hosts, hopefully 2, from across the Pacific, talking all things sport in our region. This episode was produced on the lands of the Kaurna people and the Gadigal people.
This program has been funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Oh, morning.
Will Anderson, you've been targeted.
It's too early for advertising. Skip.
The adverts are in your home.
Spam on my fridge? No. Unsubscribe.
You're being influenced.
I don't want any of this. Are you listening to me?
When the whole world's gone ad,
Oh, we're listening.
thank goodness there's Gruen. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and always free, always entertaining on ABC iView. ABC News, good evening. I'm Yvette Gray. Agriculture Victoria says bird flu has been detected at a second Victorian poultry farm. The property is located in the Terang region in Victoria's southwest, and authorities say it's linked to an egg farm near Meredith, where the H7N3 strain of avian influenza has resulted in numerous poultry deaths. Control orders are now in place restricting the movement of poultry products, equipment and vehicles around the 2 infected properties. Agriculture Victoria says eggs and poultry products from supermarkets are safe to consume. A man has been arrested following a hit-and-run collision in Melbourne's east this morning, which left a police officer seriously injured. Kieran Byatt reports.
The 27-year-old police officer was allegedly struck by a stolen car in a hotel car park at Nunawading shortly after 2:30 this morning. Police say the senior constable was attempting to stop the vehicle from leaving the car park and was hit as he was setting up a tyre deflation device. The officer was taken to hospital with serious upper body injuries. Late this afternoon, police arrested the alleged driver, a 20-year-old Ringwood East man who is currently in custody. Police have also arrested a 32-year-old Preston man who has been charged with theft of a motor vehicle and theft of petrol.
A forensic specialist has explained how bone fragments were linked to 2 campers allegedly murdered in Victoria's high country 4 years ago. Jesse Thompson reports.
Former Jetstar pilot Greg Glynn has pleaded not guilty to murdering campers Russell Hill and Carol Clay in March 2020. Forensic expert Dadna Hartman today gave evidence about DNA analysis undertaken on bone fragments recovered from burnt remains in November 2021. She explained DNA could only be analysed from one fragment because exposure to heat and the elements can make extraction difficult, but it matched Russell Hill's DNA. DNA from other fragments collected at the pair's campsite was found to match Carol Clay's. The trial continues.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says about 100 Australians remain trapped in riot-stricken New Caledonia. The Australian and French Defence Forces have been coordinating repatriation flights after violent protests erupted last week. Mr Albanese says the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is working to get all Australians home.
DFAT will be working very hard for every Australian. That's what we do. The airport there was shut. We got planes in as soon as we could. to evacuate Australians. There were 300 people registered. What I do know is that Foreign Affairs and Trade have been working 24 hours around the clock.
Energy experts say the Australian energy market operator is working hard to guarantee the nation's energy supplies heading into summer. It comes as the National Energy Regulator releases new benchmark prices, lowering them in states like New South Wales and South Australia. Whilst the regulator locks in prices that bring minor relief to consumers, adequate supply is also on the list of concerns. Tony Wood from the Grattan Institute says the market operator may be underprepared for the impeding green energy transition.
What they're worried about is if things go nasty and we're pretty close to the edge, what they want to do is make sure there's a few things they can call upon if necessary. It's things like large customers who can reduce their demand if things get really nasty. There's a couple of gas generators that may very well be offline. Maybe they'll enter into a contract to pay those guys to make sure those plants are available if necessary.
The AFL is mourning the death of Essendon and North Melbourne great Barry Davis, who has died at the age of 80. The Hall of Fame inductee won 2 flags with Essendon before moving to North Melbourne and captaining the Kangaroos to their first premiership in 1975. The 5-time best and fairest winner played 289 games across his playing career. Brisbane coach Chris Fagan says he expects a strong showing from Hawthorn in Melbourne this weekend. The Hawks have won the past 4 meetings between the AFL teams. The Lions will be without suspended forward Eric Hipwood on Sunday, but will regain half-forward Zach Bailey, who's missed the past 5 matches with an ankle injury. Fagan says Bailey is a valuable addition.
If he gets through training today, there's more than likely we'll select him. His goal scoring and goal creating ability, his speed and agility. He's a 100-plus game player. He helps us in the midfield and he helps us up forward. If we select him, if he's available, he makes our team better.
To the weather, mostly dry across the state. For Melbourne, cloudy tomorrow, a top of 15 after an overnight low of 6. Saturday, partly cloudy 17. Sunday, mostly sunny 17. Monday, sunny 18. It's currently 10 degrees. ABC News.
Oh, mornings.
Will Anderson, you've been targeted.
It's too early for advertising. Skip.
The adverts are in your home.
Spam on my fridge now? No. Unsubscribe.
You're being influenced.
I don't want any of this. Are you listening to me?
When the whole world's gone ad.
Oh, we're listening.
Thank goodness there's Gruen. Back Wednesday, May 15 on ABC TV and always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls Round. Sir Doug Nicholls learned to play football in bare feet in the paddocks of Cummeragunja.
I was captain of the school team.
When he left Cummeragunja, he went to play in the Golden Valley League for Tongala and then on to Melbourne, firstly to Carlton, then for Northcote in the VFA, playing in Northcote's 1929 Premiership team, and then Fitzroy in the VFL.
I always want to be in top. Same with football. I went for the ball. I want to be on top. I was good. I want to be good. Dominating my mind that I was their equal.
Sir Doug Nicholls was a runner, boxer, footballer, a champion in everything. He once told his grandson Gary Murray, to get a tune out of a piano, you can play the white notes and you can play the black notes. But to get harmony, you've got to play both. One of the first references to reconciliation.
Never conscious of me colour, I felt that I was their equal. And this helped me too.
Sir Doug went on to be Father of the Year, King of Moomba. He was knighted by Queen Elizabeth II. He had an audience with the Pope, became Governor of South Australia, and his great-grandson, Nathan Lovett Murray, played for Essendon Football Club.
One of the good things, I made a lot of friends to sport, which has no barrier.
Heads out to Mansell. He marks it half forward. Bolton's on in the pocket. Got it. Shaybolt marks left forward pocket of the punt right end. Bolton from the pocket. Showtime. Shay. 2-on-2. Rankin's trying to create. Rankin kicks the goal.
Got us feeling like we out of this world.
Cozzy Pickett swims onto it, kicks it end over end and bounces through the goal. As only Cozzy can.
Go hard, never lay back, lay back.
Hand pass set to Parfit. Set it up this time right to the goal square. It might go through. It'll go all the way.
You got stage fright? No problem. You got neck brace? No problem. You got 2 left feet, can't catch that beat. Take a deep breath, cause I got this, yo.
Able to gather on the bounce is Cameron. Zigs and zags.
I got the mid again.
Snaps on goal. And kills it through.
I got the mid again.
Spins around and bounces through. He's kicked 2 amazing goals, Willie Rioli.
The mid again.
Tyson Stengel from the right forward pocket. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Got moves, got stuff to make you shake. Stomp the ground so hard, I make an earthquake.
Kicks the pies to the top of the goal square. 2 Swans more, they cover. Bobby Hill, away to it at the drop. Bangs it through. Kicks it back to Bolton, who started all of that. Drills it.
I got the mid again.
Bolton puts Richmond in front.
I got the mid again.
Charges into the open goal square. Rioli has 2. Back to Stengel. Snaps and goals. Handballs it to Walters. Tries again. He delivers.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio
Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Just look for the AFL button.
I got the mid again.
The hottest team in the AFL in 2024, Sydney make their way to Melbourne to face the Western Bulldogs, who have won their last 2 matches and determined to get their season back on track. Good evening and welcome to Thursday Night Footy. It's week 2 of Sir Doug Nicholls round, celebrating the contribution of First Nation and Tiwi Island players. Round 11, the Western Bulldogs and the Sydney Swans under the roof of Docklands. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Can the Bulldogs take it up to the 2024 benchmark? What would a win do? Would it make you rethink where you think the Bulldogs might finish at season's end, or will Sydney reassert themselves as the benchmark of the competition? There is a late change tonight, so Riley Sanders comes in. He replaces James O'Donnell, and Sanders will be the sub with Matt Roberts the sub for the Sydney Swans tonight. So full game for Caleb Daniel. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome to you, Benny.
Hello, Clinchy. Great to be here. We've got 2 teams who are in the premiership window, and let me explain that playing tonight. So 16 of the last 18 premiers in the AFL have been top 6 for both defence and attack. That is points scored, and in the bottom 6 for points conceded. Both of these teams are in the top 6 for both as it stands at the moment. So Sydney have scored more points than any other team and have conceded the fewest. The Western Bulldogs have scored the 3rd most and conceded the 5th least. So they are the only 2 teams in the top 6 for both. They've also got the best 2 percentages in the game at the moment. So in spite of the fact that the Western Bulldogs are even money at 5-5, perhaps they are going a little bit better than that, and we'll see tonight whether they can take it right up to Sydney.
A 300-game superstar, former Carlton captain Mark Murphy is back with you for a Thursday night. Great to see you, Murph.
Good to see you, Clinchy and Benny and Lee. It's good to be here on a Thursday night when, talk about the Bulldogs and that differential there, Benny. You'd think they'd be going a bit better than what they are, but you've got to beat the side that you play against, don't you? And they haven't done that quite enough as what they would have liked, but the last 2 weeks have certainly been encouraging. Obviously one against Richmond, which you'd expect them to win, but to go up to the Giants last week and win up there was a really big win, so they get another opportunity to test themselves against a premiership hopeful in Sydney.
And alongside Murph, the triple premiership cat, the Mayor of Geelong, Cameron Ling, has made the trip up the highway. Welcome to you, Lingy.
Thank you, Clinchy. Great to see all of you, and good evening to everyone out there. Yeah, hopefully we get a good game of footy. It's funny, when you go through those rankings, Benny, the Dogs are the surprise. Sydney's not at 1 and 1, top of the 2, and right now the best team in the competition. And you look at perhaps their... they don't necessarily start in the centre bounce directly, but their top 4 mids, one of them needing to be a ruckman, Grundy, Heaney, Warner, Goulden, best in the comp right now. I mean, Port Adelaide have got a decent say on mids, maybe not quite the same with the ruckman. A couple of other teams would want to be putting their hand up and saying, hey, don't forget about us. But I think for sheer quality and A-plus grade, that 4... is the very best in the competition, and we know games are more often than not won in the midfield. So I find it hard to go past the Swans tonight.
How much do they complement each other as well? The likes of, Warner, we're seeing Isaac Heaney and also Rowbottom. How much do they complement each other?
Well, Rowbottom's the one too, so I didn't chuck him in that that four,
Yeah.
but Rowbottom's the one who really complements the others. He does a power
His
of
hardness,
work.
isn't he?
Yeah. Big tackles, battering ram. I mean, Taylor Adams plays that type of role as well. Luke Parker probably was going to play that type of role if he came back into the team. Now going to miss a chunk of footy 6 weeks, depending on the appeal. But those sorts of complements to allow Warner, Heaney and Goulden to just fly through the middle of the ball, both in their ball use flying and their leg speed.
Yeah, well, they're a dynamic midfield, aren't they? And you talk about Rowbottom, and he's a tackling machine. He's their ball. He's their defensive mid. And the other guys, they go both ways, but they've just got such burst going, attacking way. And the left footer of Goulden and the other mob in Warner and Heaney's that one who can play inside and then drift forward and kick multiple goals. But they all get forward and kick goals, which is why they're so dangerous.
It's quite incredible when you look at it. James Rowbottom leading the comp for tackles this year. You look at Errol Goulden. He's saying that he wants to play 100% game time. So wants to get out onto a wing and just stay out there, something we have seen with Ed Langdon. How difficult would that be to just run the tram lines for the entirety of the match?
He could do that, no worries at all. Whether it's the best thing for him come the long run of the season and September, I think John Longmire and the conditioning staff at Sydney will say, hey, I love your enthusiasm with this one, but we're going to manage you properly.
It's an interesting call because he comes across to me as a really powerful runner, and a lot of really powerful runners need to have that ability to get off the ground and get that 2 or 3 minute break and then come back on and do it again. So anyway, he knows what he's talking about. He's the one who knows how he feels when he's out there playing. If he can do that, he can give other guys an opportunity to get off a couple of more times a half or whatever it is, for whether that's a Warner, who's a very dynamic player and relies heavily across his burst and his speed. So if he's got the ability to do it, then good luck to him. But as you said, Lingy, the ability to do it week in, week out for the long period of what the season is and finals, that's the telling point.
I think he overtrained himself a little bit in the pre-season and entered a flat spot and had a few issues with his health because he trained too hard. So you might be right, Lingy. They might need to just say, look, Errol, love your enthusiasm, but just cool your jets a little bit.
Again, a good trait. Yeah. A very good trait. Often it's the other way, Benny. You got to just fire him up a little bit.
It's a bit pointed there, Lingy. What are you suggesting?
Oh, not you, Benny. Not you. No. I could see you doing the hard yards over summer, in between your trips to America and watching college football and drinking beer by the gallon. Clinchy, like he likes to do.
Yes. You might have heard a bit of the Indigenous ceremony as the Western Bulldogs made their way out onto Docklands and the Swans have just burst out through their banner. We know what we're kind of getting with Sydney. They've been the front runners. They're a game and a half clear on top of the AFL ladder. So for me, all the curiosity tonight is around the Western Bulldogs. They're 5-5. Can they be the team that they desperately want to be, that Luke Beveridge is craving for them to be? And it might be the team that could save him his job. There's been a lot of conversations around whether he has the aptitude to sort of lead this group through the challenging times to have another crack at a premiership, or will tonight show there's a class gap between the two sides, do you think?
It feels like they've turned a little bit of a corner in the last couple of weeks, but Murph's point's a great one. They've really only beaten the Giants, which was a great win, which I thought was a really terrific win. Richmond, unfortunately, given the phase they're in right now with their injuries and key players out, that was a bit of a training run for the Dogs. But the win over the Giants was high quality in its defensive effort, in its balance between attack and defence, and winning a different way, which I really liked. So that's got me...
That's the good sign from them.
Yeah.
To keep a side under 50 points. I know the conditions probably didn't help, but notoriously they're a side who will just want to kick a bigger score than their opposition. The defence is a part of their game, but it's not a big part of their game. Tonight they're going to have to be red hot against Sydney.
Ed Richards' move into the middle of the ground, we've focused on that a little bit over the last couple of weeks. It's been a real positive for them because of his run, dynamic legs through the middle, and coming up against the Sydney midfield that we've just touched on, how dynamic they are. But still so much has to fall onto Marcus Bontempelli. If he doesn't play one completely out of the box, which almost doesn't feel like out of the box for him, there's sort of no chance. I wouldn't have thought. There's not that other person I look at and think where if Warner's a little quiet, Goulden and Heaney can still stand up and have huge games. If Bontempelli's quiet, I really worry about the Dogs.
Yeah, I think a lot of their possession too needs to be in a real attacking manner too. That they get a lot of possession, the Bulldogs players, but they need to get it in the right part of the ground, getting it inside 50. I think sometimes they can get too deep and get a lot of junk ball behind the footy. But they've got a star in Jamara Ugle-Hagan.
Yeah.
So he's got the ability to kick a big bag.
Well, that's where maybe the advantage is.
Yeah. Especially out of the centre square bounce too.
Ugle-Hagan, Norton, Darcy, that high, if they can get some sort of midfield break even and get it forward and they're marking it, then some of those Sydney Swans defenders, all of a sudden look a little short and a little shaky in the air.
So in their 5 wins, the Western Bulldogs have restricted their opposition to just 49 points, and they restricted the Giants to just 76 marks last week. So that's the good part of the Western Bulldogs. James Jordan's been the defensive stopper. We saw last week he went to Sam Walsh, kept him to just, I think there was 6 disposals at one stage during the 44 minutes he was on him. He's done the job on Jordan Clark of the Dockers and Lockie Whitfield for GWS. If that's the way the matchup's going, do the Bulldogs have enough strength in their midfield to say, righto, let's take him forward, let's try and expose the matchup?
Yeah, that's what you can try and do, absolutely. And it's a weapon of one of the key players, if they're getting run with, to use that. But also it risks taking that really good player out of where their absolute strongest part of their game and their team's game, and you're removing him purely because you're a little bit worried about a player playing a defensive role in him. I know at times if a really good player used to try and take me forward, sometimes I'd be nervous, sometimes I'd be worried and think, oh, hang on. But then other times I'd be really happy because, oh, no, they're out of the way. They're way out of the play. I'm happy just to stand here and sit on them for a little bit. And Murph, you could speak to this better than me. A really good player like you were, who just wants to get after the footy, wants to impact the play, idea of helping the team is, I want to get the footy. If you're stuck out of the play for 7 or 8 minutes, you start feeling the anxiety. Let me in there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I reckon you almost get a win if the opposition takes their best player away from where they're naturally their best.
Yep.
So Carlton persisted last week with Sam Walsh, and so they should, because Walsh is an absolute star. I sort of look at who he's going to go to tonight. I don't think he can go with Bontempelli. He's too big. He's too high around the contest. I think that's where Bontempelli is really strong, and if he does go to him, he'll just run. He'll play the stoppage and work his way forward and be really dangerous going forward, because Bontempelli's at his best when he plays that way.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's going to be interesting or not to see whether they actually want to go with a hard tag on any one of those Bulldogs players.
Do you two have a theory as to why it's such a roller coaster ride with the Western Bulldogs? Why they lose games that we expect them to win, like the one they lost to Hawthorn, and why they then go and win against GWS when we don't expect them to?
My theory, and I love your opinion on this one, Murph, I think so much of their game has been built on all-out effort around the contest, or huge numbers around the ball, chase and scrap and fight and win a contested ball, those quick hands, win another contested ball. It's labour intensive at times, which means if you drop off that at all, regardless of the opposition, you're exposing yourself. That's what I feel. I don't know if that's maybe changed a little. They've got a bit more efficiency with their boys. It's less effort required to still be good across the ground.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think when they were at their best, they had like the handball game, the handball side, where they were just flicking it around, and it was almost impossible to stop because they were just so in tune with one another. They get that going for parts, but they find it hard to keep that going for 3.5 quarters within games. Teams always get an opportunity to score against them in a rush. I'm not sure their defensive side of their game's been as consistent as well, especially through the midfield. Yep, I think they've got some really good ball winners, and there's probably not that one that would be that defensive mid, I feel. So that's probably the one thing where I think they could probably get better, is having, doesn't need to be designated someone, but I reckon if you've got 3 players playing midfield, one of them needs to have more of a defensive slant.
Lingy, was Murph one of the players you were worried when he took you forward, or you were happy to have him out of the way?
No, it's funny. So, and it can depend on the way, the flow of the game is. So I was taller and bigger than Murph. So if it was coming in high and it was just me one-on-one, I was quite comfortable in that. But the moment Murph got me moving, and there was the ability to crumb and the forward stoppage goals, that's when I felt like I just feel lost against him because he'd used that. So it would depends what scenario. Sorry to embarrass you, but if Murph took me into a scenario where I was really uncomfortable and I'm like, geez, where's he gone? I'd hate that. Versus if we just stood deep in the goal square and it was just me and him and it was going to be a long high ball, I'd think,
been a bit of trouble.
At the worst, I can just make a spoil and punch it over the line. It should be okay. So whoever the good player, the player getting tagged is, needs to be in a scenario where the tagger has to feel really uncomfortable and really out of his comfort zone to make it a worthwhile move by pushing them forward.
Were you guys on each other often, Lingy? Did you tag Murph regularly?
It was probably more on Juddy. I think it's probably a better matchup for Juddy, being the taller mid. But
he did kick a few goals at me, though.
I might have got him at the G once. It stands out in memory. But I had a taller blitzer. I was tagging him quite a bit, and he was a hard one because I thought I'd usually get him on the run, but he's incredibly fit. So that was always a tough challenge.
Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling with you, your experts on ABC Sport. If you want to join us tonight, the SMS line 0437 774 774. If you've got a question or comment, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary tonight. There has been one change for the Bulldogs with Sanders coming in for O'Donnell, and Sanders and Roberts are the subs for the two sides tonight. We can take you down. We're going to have the traditional welcome and the ceremony to take place down in the middle of Docklands.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome once again to Marvel Stadium. As part of the AFL's Sir Doug Nicholls round, we celebrate the contribution of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to our great game. It is my pleasure to now welcome Wurundjeri Elder Uncle Bill Nicholson for a welcome to country.
Thank you. Wiminjika, Gabamalamangil, Balambunyalambul, Wurundjeri Balak. That is the language of the land that the great game of AFL football, or what we call Marngrook, is being played on tonight. I welcome you for a purpose, to celebrate Indigenous culture, Indigenous people, and to celebrate the great game that is played on our land all over the country, but like I said, in particularly here tonight. I greet you and good day from the Wurundjeri people. My name is Uncle Bill Nicholson. I stand here extremely proud representing both myself and my immediate family and community, but very importantly to me, my ancestors. It is a great sign of respect to incorporate a welcome to country when people gather on our sacred land. And I thank the Western Bulldogs Football Club for inviting me here, and I also thank the Sydney Swans Football Club for being here tonight as well. For thousands of years, when people have gathered on this land, there has been a formal ceremonial process to allow people to feel culturally safe to conduct their business. And that business that I speak about is really very much what people do every day, interaction with everybody else for the different reasons. I would like to acknowledge my elders past because, to be honest with you, we wouldn't be here today in the community of Melbourne on our traditional lands. Their strength, their wisdom and their resilience allow Wurundjeri people to be here today. People like Simon Wonga, our first land rights advocate, William Barrack, our first human rights advocate, and not an immediate family member to me, but a great inspiration, Uncle Doug Nicholls, a great community leader of the modern era. And if you've never heard of these particular names before or studied their stories, I really very much encourage you to learn their stories, because I really believe, even for non-Indigenous people, it can help you connect to this land on a greater level. Our country goes to a place called Werribee Yaluk, now known as the Werribee River, right out to the sacred mountain of Bawbaw, right up to Taraweet and Nanyalong and Willamee-Moring, up towards Mount Macedon up that way, and down towards the great wetlands of Mordialloc, of Karam and Cooey-Rup. I would like to extend my acknowledgement to community leaders here today. Community leaders from a cultural perspective convey the wants and needs of their community. That is what cultural leadership is all about, and that is what got us here to this day. Environmental leaders, let's all try and care for this land as best we can, because our culture says the health of the land relates to the health of the people of the land and for future generations. And cultural leaders, we've pretty much got the whole world represented on Wurundjeri country these days, generally known as multiculturalism. I encourage you to get out and share your story. Feel culturally safe to share your story, your identity and what's important to you. because I truly believe that the more stories that are told, the more listening occurs, and the more listening builds mutual respect. And we've got a very special word in our culture, Jindi Warrabak Balak, which builds unity in the community. Now, we were a very fit and healthy culture for thousands of years, and it just happened to be that the English noted it like this. They drop the possum skin ball to the instep of their foot and kick it, and men would fly through the air up to 5 feet into the air. No doubt very much reminds you of the great game of Australian rules football today. But the game of Marngrook was played here for generations as well. So I really, truly believe it is the inspiration, or part of the inspiration, of the game that we very much all enjoy here on Wurundjeri country. Just a message from the past. Let's learn from past mistakes. There was a lot of terrible attitudes concerning the treatment of Aboriginal people in the past. If we consider ourselves a mature, civilised society today, my challenge to everyone is let's eradicate that racial discrimination that was very much part of the Australian identity back in the past. I don't believe that's who we are today. And like I said, let's tell our stories so we can build respect and unity amongst all of the many cultures that now reside on Wurundjeri land. To feel truly welcome to this land, respect the people, country and culture as part of our law. Our law was never ceded, and like I said earlier, I feel that respect from both the AFL, the Western Bulldogs, the Sydney Swans, and everyone allowed me to be here tonight. So I'd like to say on behalf of myself and my ancestors, Weminjika Wurundjeri Bik, welcome Wurundjeri country, and to both clubs, have a great game. Nungudjin, thank you.
Thank you, Uncle Bill, for that special welcome and that incredible special message.
So-
Doggies fans, make sure you get ready for the first bounce because it is only...
So the players in readiness, and we're not too far away from week 2 of Sir Doug Nicholls round 11 of the AFL getting underway. It's the Western Bulldogs and Sydney under the roof of Docklands. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling are your experts. Sitting in the front row of the grandstand for us tonight is Tim Hodges. Welcome to you, Hodgie.
Hello, Matt. Nice to be with you. It's 12 degrees in Melbourne. They've just had the air conditioning on to make it just a little cooler, just to try and clear the smoke from the smoking ceremony. I'm not sure that was the greatest idea in a stadium which has a roof. Thankfully, the roof is closed tonight. The ground, I must say, is in the best nick of the season to look at. It's the biggest weekend of the year for the Docklands tonight, the first of 3 AFL games, plus 2 soccer friendlies tomorrow night. As I said, a cool Melbourne evening, 12 at the moment, a low of 8. Crowd, it's going to be a talking point, this crowd. The Dogs hoping for between 27 and 28,000. It's very light on at the moment. I reckon there wouldn't even be 20 in at the moment, so hopefully that builds over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Just repeating the one late change, Riley Sanders replaces the ill James O'Donnell. He is the Dog sub. Matt Roberts, the Swan sub. As I'm just watching and waiting for the toss of the coin, Dane Rampy, the acting Swans captain, with Marcus Bontempelli, Liam Jones and Riley Sanders. The toss of the coin will take place. So I'm going to stick here with you, Clinchy.
Keep going. You're going well. As the young fella has his moment in the middle of Docklands.
And Dane Rampy wins the toss. He will kick to the right of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. So let's hope it's a great game. I hope the Bulldogs take it right up to the ladder leaders.
Tim Hodges on the boundary for us tonight for ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Cameron Ling, can you see the Bulldogs taking it up to Sydney tonight? What are you expecting? What's your tip?
I can see them taking it up to them. I think ultimately, Murphy, the Swans, I see them breaking it open eventually, and I'll certainly be tipping them to win the game. But I think the Dogs have just found something a little different. Just something they've been working on, something slowly coming together, maybe contributions from a couple of the players through that middle of the ground. There's got to be a chance, but can they sustain it is the big one.
Yeah, I think they're a big chance, but I still think Sydney are the best team in the competition. The way in which they've been playing last week was just incredible after that first 25 minutes from Carlton. But the Bulldogs, they can get their season really back on track tonight because they've got a pretty high percentage, as Ben discussed earlier, but they played the Giants last week, play Sydney tonight. If they can take it right up to the Sydney Swans and get a win, their season's well and truly back on track.
If they went Giants-Sydney scalps back-to-back, that would fill them with so much belief heading into the back half of the year. It would be massive for their season. A-grade midfield here lining up. Richards, Bontempelli, Treloar. versus a couple of superstars for the Swans, Warner, Heaney and James Rowbottom, who's been terrific. This will be a great contest. Looking forward to it.
Round 11 of the AFL with a win tonight. The Bulldogs could jump in the 8 and silence their critics. Sydney looking to maintain the rage out in front, the ladder leaders. Here's Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Underway, Grundy and English. They lock up. Grundy lays it down straight to Treloar. The two former Pies combining. Dribbles a kick forward, picked up by Bontempelli to the dash of Richards. He'll kick the Dogs to full forward. Darcy juggles it down at full forward. 20 out, slight angle to the right. The Dogs at their best out of the middle.
Yeah, that's what you want from the Dogs. It was Richards on the move. Really dynamic, flew past to the handball. And that's when the Dogs forward line can look tall and look really dangerous, when it's coming in that quick, isolated one-on-one. And Sam Darcy can use that amazing reach and ability to take a good contested mark.
Looking for the perfect start. He comes in and slams it through. Slam and Sam gets the Dogs going. 1 straight 6. Sydney yet to score through the opening 45 seconds. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Mark Murphy.
Well, that's where it's going to be a huge part tonight, is the centre square bounce clearances, because as we spoke about prior to the game, the amount of height they've got down there in class, the Bulldogs, it's going to cause a few issues if they're able to get that 6v6 opportunity. And Ed Richards, as you spoke about prior to the game, Lingy, he's the one who's been going through the middle of the ground, who's just got that bit of pace, who took an extra few yards there and then clears the first initial 40 to 50 metres, that he can get it over the back. And that's where Sam Darcy and Hugo Hagen at the moment have positioned themselves out, just probably about 25 metres out from goal in those pockets, ready for those ones coming out at centre square bounce.
Just 4 disposals for the opening goal of the match. What a statement to make on Thursday night footy. Back in the middle. Grundy wins down the tab against English. Treloar's onto it. Tackled by Warner. Squeeze the kick out to the wing. Rowbottom up with the flight. It's spoiled away from him. Bontempelli trying to gather in front of Grundy. The Bulldog skipper gets a hand pass away to Treloar. Inside 50 once more. A chaos ball which Westover ran it. Darcy's hand pass picked off by Rowbottom. Kick smothered by Darcy. Spills back to Daniel. High kick inside 50. Norton back with the flight. Can't hang on. It spills out to Blakey. A chance for Goulden. His hand pass back to Cunningham. Up against the left behind post. He jags a long kick out of defence. It's over the head of Jordan. And Bontempelli's back onto it.
Back feeds a handball all the way back to Jones on the wing. Plenty of time. He'll kick it long inside 50 for the Dogs. Blakey goes up, takes a defensive mark. 40 out from goal for the Swans. Wants to bring it out towards the dockside. Half-back flank mark taken by Papley. So the Bulldogs doing the early attacking. Only score of the game, a goal to Darcy. Papley goes short. McInerney leads up and marks. Still on a half-back flank. Kicks on the 45. Warner low down. Sliding into mark.
I love that kick. Didn't quite work then. The kick wasn't quite perfect, but that 45-degree kick into the corridor, that's how they want to get their game going, the Swans.
Chad Warner looks out to the wing, puts it out towards McInerney, works Treloar underneath him and is able to take the mark legally. Justin McInerney in front of the two benches, with the Bulldogs having kicked the opening goal through Sam Darcy on ABC Sport. He comes inboard to Heaney, just gathers before it hits the turf in front of Daniel. Veers out to the left, kicks a high ball inside 50. Big fly from Liam Jones. He spoils it down. Keith races after it, and Marty after him. Works it back to Williams in the back pocket. Kicks around his body. Up towards Goulden, who tried to make the spoil. Norton just slaps it forward for the Dogs. Charging in. Cunningham one direction, Scott the other. The ball spills out. It's a chance for Sydney though. Taylor Adams couldn't gather. Ed Richards can, as Scott's still down. Richards around the far side wing. Looks up for Ugelhagen. He can't take it on the half volley. Francis comes in. Tries to make a battle for it at ground level. Spills out to Harms, and eventually it goes out of play. Tim Hodges on the boundary, some real concern there.
Yeah, Scott's still down. The doctor's on his way out to him, and they're going to have to call for the stretcher pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, Hodgie, you're right. So the umpire down the field where this ball was about to be thrown in has stopped the play now, just because of the risk of the play immediately coming back into that area. We've just seen the replay. It was a head clash, so I would imagine both Cunningham and Scott will need some form of head injury assessment after this one. Obviously, Scott, the much more serious one right now, down on the ground, but I think you'd want to take a little look at Cunningham as well.
Is that the protocol now, where if you get a head hit, you have to be assessed by the doctors? Is that right?
It still feels like a work in progress, but that type of thing, I think post the Jeremy Cameron one, the Sydney doctors would be busily looking at that footage and probably needing to have a chat with Cunningham.
The good news is Anthony Scott has got to his feet with a doctor alongside him and he wants to walk from the field, but play will be just halted, and Harry Cunningham, you imagine, will be inspected by the Swans doctor at some stage for the head-on collision. But Hodgie on the boundary playing just his first game of the season. Anthony Scott pretty unlucky in the clash of heads.
It's horrible, and I mean, if you're a betting man, you're saying he's done. He tried to get, you could actually see he tried to get up off the ground and just couldn't, and then had to be helped up by the doctor. So one doctor is walking with him, almost holding his back. The other doctor has been watching the vision, so they'll take him straight down to the rooms for a HIA, but I think it's inevitable that he's going to be out of this game, and Riley Sanders will come in.
Yeah, keep your eyes on it down there, Hodgie. I do think as well, Harry Cunningham, just watch out for him, whether the doctors from Sydney do get to him. Bailey Dale with it on the wing here for the Dogs, kicking for English. Marks high half forward. That's a little shove from Grundy as well.
Kick this one to Darcy as often as you can with the Francis matchup. Francis is worried about his height. He's grabbing at him. We draw a free kick.
Wide out on the City wing. He goes short to Bailey Dale again. Tim Hodges down on the boundary.
Yeah, the sub has been made already, so this is, I mean, they know Scott's in a dreadful, not a dreadful, that's a bad thing, so just not in the right way, so he's not coming back on the ground. Sanders is into this game.
Kick goes into the pocket, unable to mark Grundy. It hits the deck and a ball up to come. So early changes in this game. 1 straight 6, the Dogs. Sydney yet to score. 6 minutes played opening term.
Tossed up. Grundy doing the rucker against Darcy. He's able to take it out of the ruck. Kicks it straight to Richards, though, end over end. Turns onto his left-hand side. It's across the face of goal. And Milliken going back with the flight. Takes the mark in the right back pocket in front of Norton. Looks up towards the wing. Goes for McInerney. Vandermeer in from the side. McInerney couldn't complete the mark. Daniel gathers. He might have been over the line. He was as the boundary umpire makes the call. Despite Norton having taken the mark.
Dogs fans are not going to like this one. Just informing Aaron Norton right now that was out of bounds.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, it's really hard to watch Anthony Scott. Yeah, so he just has walked past me down to the rooms, quite emotional, and he's got a really nasty gash on his left ear as well, so he'll go and have that patched up. He'll have a very, very early shower and put the civvies on, and what a shame that is for his return game for the Doggies.
English and Grundy, ball in half forward for the Dogs, spills out to McRae, handball to Richards, bundled off it, a whistle somewhere on the play. Come back English, and he got a little tummy tap from Grundy, a 50-metre penalty, and English will be marched to the goal square and surely pop it through.
And we can see the vision of John Longmire on our screens in here. He's not particularly happy with Brodie Grundy's ill-discipline.
He looks a bit fired up. He gave English a push on that far wing too when he took the mark earlier, so he's certainly up for the fight, but giving away silly for a kick.
English comes in and whacks it through. A dream start for the Dogs. 2 goals before Sydney have really attacked. It's 2 straight 12. Sydney, zip, nada, no score through the opening 8 minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I know Caleb Daniel had the ball. It was called out of bounds, but looking back to the 3 tools that they've got down there, I was looking against the 3 defenders and the height differential. It was Milliken on Norton, and Norton's obviously got him covered pretty easily in terms of the jump as well. Darcy's, I think he's got Francis at the moment, and then we look across the other matchup, which is Ugle Hagen, who's got Rampy. So it's going to be pretty dangerous if the Bulldogs can get the ball with some pace going inside their 50. And that's why the importance of the centre square bounce is going to come to fruition. If they can get their hands on the ball early here, the Dogs can get it forward.
Carlton great 300 gamer. Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport as Grundy wins down the tap, but it's Bontempelli. Hand pass to Richards. Here go the Dogs again. 5 clearances to 1. Treloar inside 50 on the lead. They're just a little wide for Norton, and gathering it, he gets a shot from Milliken. And the kick goes into the second level, out of bounds on the full. And a free kick for the Swans in the right back pocket.
There's almost one too many handballs. I thought Richards could have taken grass again and used his leg rather than giving another handball over to Treloar.
Dogs by 12 points with a perfect start to the match. Cunningham with a long kick up towards Grundy, close to the boundary line. Off the hands of he and Ugle Hagen, and a play for a boundary throw in. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Cameron Lang, your experts on ABC Sport.
Harry Cunningham still hasn't come to the bench to get checked out after that head nog. Gee, I'm surprised about that.
Yeah, there's meant to be spotters in the arc as well, so I wonder whether the message will come, Lingy. McLean wins the tap down. Treloar picks it up. Another inside 50 here for the Dogs. Mopping up that man, Harry Cunningham. Gives it off to Rampy. Kicks across the defensive 50 and sliding in Will Hayward able to mark for the Swans inside the defensive arc. He'll stab it short. Good kick for a leading Papley. Just beyond their defensive 50. 2 straight 12 plays, no score. Bulldogs lead early in this one.
Bulldogs are defending the ground pretty well. Here's a little half chance for the Swans to get the corridor open.
Out wide to Campbell, who comes into Cunningham, and now to Aaron Francis at the back edge of the centre square. It's his opportunity, of course, to know Tom McCartan. Both teams have players missing through concussion. Tom Liberatore still out for the Western Bulldogs. McInerney out to the broadcast side. Lloyd takes the mark. Hand pass over the top to Florent between wing and half forward, and Marty comes down on the lead. Cannoning into him was English from the side. McInerney, good gather, better tackle, brought down by Treloar. Holding the ball, a free kick for the Bulldogs at half back.
Yeah, important tackle there from Treloar. It's a really important ball user for them, McInerney of Sydney. Really good turnover.
He goes back towards fullback, and Alex Keith, one of the original cricket football converts, and played first-class cricket as well as AFL. Will Parker will join that group here today. A poor turnover. Fraser turns it over. Bontempelli knocks it out of the hands of Amati, and a 50-metre penalty. So either side will be gifted a goal. Amati will be marched right to the goal square and should pop it through for Sydney's first.
Well, the kick was horrible for starters, and then Marcus Bontempelli knew as soon as he'd done it.
You just can't touch the opposition, can you? When you're not in the contest, you just can't lay a hand on the opposition. And it's an easy call for the umpire to make.
So Amati marches into the goal square and pops through Sydney's first. They'll be hoping it's a heart starter. A little late arriving, the Swans. 2 straight 12, the Dogs. Sydney 1 straight 6, 12 minutes gone. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy.
It's a good point you make, Benny, about the fact the Swans, they're being well held up at the moment. Even the way they took that ball down wasn't that... They weren't flowing yet. They didn't have much fluidity to their game. They pretty much got that goal due to a poor skill error and then a 50-metre penalty. So the Dogs should be thinking, forget about that goal. Yep, that was a mistake, bad kick. Let's lock back onto how we're still playing, and we're slowing them up really well. Swans are desperate for that corridor and the faster ball movement. They can't find it yet.
Riley Sanders onto the field. Anthony Scott has been subbed out, so he's onto the wing. Matt Roberts, the sub for the Sydney Swans tonight. Darcy's having a run in the ruck, one down the tap, but McLean roved it for Sydney. Hand pass back to Goulden. Swings onto his left, got away from Gallagher. Drives a kick inside 50. Bulldogs are well set, and Bramble takes a strong mark. Played on, was looking corridor side, swings back out to the boundary side, and then finds the right option as Milt Williams marks at right half back. The Dogs 2 straight 12 to Sydney 1 straight 6. 13 minutes gone, opening quarter on ABC Sport. As Bailey Williams looks long up the wing. The Tall Timbers set themselves. Ugelhagen over the top. Can't complete the mark. Breaking out the hand pass came to Sanders. Gets it back to Ugelhagen. Kick is smothered. Milliken lays the tackle to lock the ball up with his support of Campbell. Gallagher has it locked to his chest, centre wing.
Ball up coming. City side of the ground. Going up early, McLean. It spills down towards Heaney. Tracking the footy close to the line. He's tackled out. And taken high, free kick. I did read in the lead up to round 1, Isaac Heaney had his first full pre-season in 10 years. So unsurprising that he's having the year he is as he kicks to Rowbottom on the logo. Mongrel punt inside 50, bouncing ball. Jones there for the Dogs. Shanks his kick back towards the wing, bouncing ball. Heaney and Bontempelli. Bontempelli keeps it in. Does really well, keeps paddling it, and McRae gets it for the Dogs.
Needs support, gives the hand pass back to Gallagher, stripped of it by Goulden, who dives on the footy, trying to knock it out for Sydney. Papley gathers, hand pass to Heaney, kick is smothered by Richards. Much to the delight of the Bulldogs fans on the far wing, it goes out of play for a throw-in.
It's incredible to think that Isaac Heaney's had his first pre-season in 10 years. Maybe that's because the pre-seasons go for about 6 weeks now, Benny. They used to go for about 14.
Correct, Murph. Great call. Great call.
Not a sense of bitterness in your voice.
No, not at all.
Just under a career best. 27 disposals for Isaac Heaney as Florent bursts out of the stoppage, gets it to Papley, kicks for Amati, can't take the mark. Jones makes the spoil. Haywood, his firing shot on goal, misses everything out to the right.
Free kick here, Clinchy. The arm was pulled down. I reckon it's Amati's ball. In that marking contest you called. The high kick went up. Let's check the replay. Oh, wow. Defenders cannot do much these days.
So we're looking as to whether Liam Jones just dragged down the
goodness.
right arm,
Just
but not a lot in it must be said, as Samadi will line up directly in front, 25 metres out. Looking for back-to-back goals for him and the Swans to restore things to all square as Joel Amati comes in and puts through his and Sydney's second. 2 straight 12 apiece through 15 minutes under the roof of Docklands. So Doug Nicholls, round 11 of the AFL. You're Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy.
The bloke whose name used to be up one end of this ground, Tony Lockett, would have kicked 4,000 goals if those free kicks were paid back in the day.
It was just a grazing of the arm, wasn't it? And it was only really after he dropped the ball that it looked like he almost took a bit of the elbow. But geez, it's pretty soft when you look at that contest, and you can't be paying that.
No.
And it just undoes a lot of the good work that the Bulldogs have been doing. They obviously give away an easy one first up and then another free kick as a result, and the game's even on the scoreboard. But up until that point, the Bulldogs have been really strong around the clearances. They've been dominating the inside 50s as well, so they have to get back on track here.
7th year at the club for Joel Amati, his 49th goal in AFL footy. Closing in on number 50, Sanders in the middle, fighting after it, injected into the game. English goes down on all fours to try and win the footy, but can't do so. A ball upcoming. Outer edge of the bullseye in the middle of Docklands. Umpire puts it aloft. Grundy slaps it down. Adams can't get it on his boot. Heaney goes in. Sanders piles on top. Umpire circles, holding the ball. So free kick going the way of Riley Sanders, who was able to pin it to Adams. Gives it off to Fraser from the middle of Docklands. Long ball inside 50 for the Dogs. Harm spoils it down. Blakey's there, gives it off to Melican. Under pressure, clear and kick out towards halfback.
Gordon got it out to Logan McDonald. He marks it left half back and looks up the wing. McInerney running into space. Clever one-handed mark. Hand passes away to Campbell. They didn't break stride. Fraser offers chase. The kick up towards McLean. It clears him and a great mark. Taken by Wicks just inside the 50. He wants to centre it because McLean is on. And he marks in the corridor 35 metres out from goal, slightly right of centre.
Well, that was a slingshot that we've seen Sydney do on numerous occasions throughout this season. And it was all on the back of, I think it was a Nick Blakey win off the half-back line. Then it was just an outlet that wasn't quite covered. I think it was Keith off Hayward, who just wasn't quite on the back of the Sydney Swans player, and that allowed the overlap run. And McInerney is such a really important cog, being out in the wing, gets involved again, and that quick ball movement is very hard to stop.
11 goals of the season for Hayden McLean as he starts his approach, comes in for 3 on the trot for the Sydney Swans. And they take the lead for the first time tonight after being jumped by the Dogs early. 3 straight 18 to the Western Bulldogs, 2 straight 12. 18 minutes gone, opening quarter on ABC Sport. You're with Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling.
And that clip there, if you package that one up, and that's what we're talking about when we talk about every player understanding exactly what you want to do as a team in moving the ball. So the moment Blakey won the ball, he just gave it, knowing that someone would get to the backside of the contest, he'd have an outlet, and then I think, was it Melican perhaps who kicked it?
I think it was Melican who kicked it out towards Hayward.
He didn't even hesitate with his kick because he knew that Hayward was going to be breaking to that side, so he was going to have an outlet, and from there it was exactly like they would have practiced at training.
Work rate to get there.
Work rate, get the handball received, the overlap run that you're talking about. That is all the drills they do at training, working in a game.
Bulldogs kick the first 2, Sydney with the last 3, both rucks with hands on it in the middle. English bends over, picks it up. Grundy tackles him, takes him to ground. No love lost between that pair to start the game. Grundy and English. They lock up again. Grundy hooks it down to the back, trying to get onto it. Heaney does so eventually, out to Warner. Tries to break a tackle, almost dacked in it. Ball spits free on towards the wing, picked up by Garcia. Running backwards for the Dogs, past the logo. He'll kick forward of it and try and find Harms.
Spoiled away from him by Blakey. Daniel kept it alive. Garcia couldn't do so. He was the wrong side of the boundary line. And a throw in.
I'm casting my mind back, Benny. Was it Brodie Grundy towed up English a couple of times right at the start of English's career, didn't he? When he was playing for Collingwood. Really just took him to the cleaners. You'd never forget things like that. If you're Tim English, you just want to always get a scalp. Someone who got you when you were young.
Grundy takes front position, knocks it down. McInerney got it beautifully forward to Heaney, who looks up towards McDonald. Might have been a throw, got away with one, and Keith takes the mark for the Western Bulldogs across half-back.
We got you early, Lingy.
Oh, plenty. bloke named Shane Crawford made me think my career was over at one stage.
They got you early, Murph.
Oh, Deadling, I reckon probably got me. It's big body. I was only new. Doesn't fit enough.
Got to get them when they're young.
Flip that one out, Jonesy. Keith kicks it out to Richards at half-back. Sends it up towards Norton. Can't take the mark. Onto it, Garcia. Beautiful little chip kick. And finds Vandermeer pretty much directly in front. 45 metres out from goal. Didn't blaze away. Decided to wait for the right option. And Latham Vandermeer had all the space in front of him.
That's right. That's a really clever kick because the Swans defenders, they want to work as a unit. They'll close in on the big high ball together because of being a bit undersized, but that's the perfect kick. Late hit-up lead.
6-3 for Latham Vandermeer, looking to return the Dogs to level. It's out to the right. And a minor score. Sydney by 5 points. 20 minutes gone. Opening quarter. It's Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Florent in the back pocket. Rooster kick up in the Grundy direction in front of them. Darcy comes in from the side, drops it down. Grundy's there. Handball to Rowbottom. Kicks Sydney around the edge of the square. Go down, a good mark. Driving in, Dr. Ray. Able to claim it close to the turf. A dual premiership hawk. Now at the Dogs. Kicks back towards half forward. Pack forms coming in from the side. English. Strong mark. Gives it off to Richards. Running by. Cuts a swathe through them. Onto the left. Short to the pocket for Norton. And that's exactly what Ed Richards brings to this Bulldogs midfield.
I love seeing Tim English take that big, strong grab in a contested situation and then reward your best ball user running past you. And Ed Richards just makes it up. Wherever he goes, he's just one of those players who just doesn't rush himself.
Norton on the right in the pocket. Curls it home beautifully. The Dogs are showing us their best selves. They're back in front, 3-1-19. Sydney 3 straight 18, 21 and a half gone. Opening term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And Mev, sometimes I wonder why don't teams give that handball like English just gave more often? Every time, mate, you take that sort of mark, and if you can give to a runner flying past, he can make the decision as he's running. It doesn't need to be perfectly set before you give that one.
And I think if you'd ask any tall forward or any forward who loves the ball in the lead, they want pace. They want the ball to be used quickly because it gets the defender on the hop, because the defender's looking to try and see where the space is, try and get some touch. When the ball moves quick, they can't do that necessarily. So the forward gets first opportunity to try and lap up that space.
If you believe the reports, before he signed the long-term deal, Aaron Norton, Sydney were one of the buyers for his signature.
Second lead change of the match. Taylor Adams gets the clearance out of the middle of the ground, kicks long towards McLean, spoiled away from him. Bramble for the Dogs, off balance, kicks a high ball up towards half-back. McInerney underneath it, Sanders back with a flight. Chalor's hand pass miss Richards, but he does gather against Rowbottom, switches across the half-back line, great vision, spots up Harms. Hand pass set Fraser a bit of a challenge, it was behind him. He gathers back onto his right-hand side, had to kick around the umpire as Keith takes the mark. Back to Fraser. He drives a long kick up to Sanders. What a kick. He marks between wing and half forward. He has Treloar short. Looks into the pocket. He wants to drive a kick in the direction of Darcy. Charging in. Riley West takes the mark. The Flying Dog came charging through. And he marks in the right forward pocket.
Well done, Riley Sanders. Not for the inside 50 ball use, but it was a contest out here in the D50 where there was two Sydney Swans players who were in probably a better position to mark the football, but he just threw himself at the contest and got a spillage, and that was where the Bulldogs were able to win possession of the football and get this play going forward. And then he worked hard from that contest, so really good signs from a young player.
So Riley West now looking to complete the good work up the field. Out to the right, 30 metres out, comes in to extend the Bulldogs' lead. He does so, but by just one. It's a 2-point advantage at the 24-minute mark of the opening quarter on ABC Sport.
There's definitely a change in the Dogs that they're not giving that extra handball. Because Adam Treloar was on from Sanders to give a handball. Instead, he kicked it in there. They're going more direct, which I love.
Florent with the kick in for Sydney, up towards the wing. Bailey Williams off his hands, down in front of the pack it falls. Lots of players jump on it. All up to come between the logo and half forward for the Dogs. Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport. Round 11 begins at Docklands. Grundy palming down the tap. Onto it, Richards gets it on the boot. High kick towards half forward. Bouncing ball, Florent there. Run down. Caught by West. Holding the ball. Just a little lax, and West came flying in again. Dogs with it, left half forward.
And letting him know about it. There's a bit of mongrel in the Dogs tonight as it kicks to Ugelhagen on the lead. Can't take the mark. Spills down to Gordon. Switches to the left back pocket. Beautiful pass to McInerney. Looks up to Amati on the wing. Going back with the flight. Keith couldn't get a hand onto it. And Amati marks, but he doesn't have a lot across half forward. So he needs to just buy his time here. Call to play on. So Keith comes running at him. Returns it back to Cunningham, who's going to go back inside the defensive 50. On the bounce to Melican. Looks up to right half back, and Lloyd takes the mark.
Lloyd wants to bring it to the logo. Florin accepts it. He'll come infield to the edge of the square, and Campbell. He'll send a low left foot kick inside 50. Like a tracer bullet to McLean, who marks and goes down sore.
He does, doesn't he?
Clutching at his groin. Not a good sign here for the Swans. And we'll wait for the physio to run out. He gets up limping. He'll go back 30 out, a 45-degree angle.
Well, it was a well-executed style of play, wasn't it? It was just hard work rate from the Sydney Swans, who there was one player who was working to the outer side, and there was the next one popping into space. So working really hard for one another on the spread.
Hayden McLean already got one, looking for his second. And he starts it right and can't bring it back enough. Just slides it through for a minor score.
Now you show a little bit more soreness.
Yeah.
That makes sure you're okay to take the kick.
Yeah. Does halve the Bulldogs' lead back to a solitary point. 26 minutes played here in this first term. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Inside 50s, 12-8 the way of the Dogs. There's a long kick from Dale down the middle. Spoiled down. Gordon, centering ball, finds Warner. Dale took a long time with the kick in. The Sydney fans behind the goals are letting him know about it. In the end, it came straight back.
Yeah, and was it Harry Cunningham who got to that spoil?
Yep.
He came from the back line, just read the kick out. It looked like it was going to be a beauty from Dale to hit Jones. He made the spoil, turnover. That's why they're having a shot at goal.
So Warner, who comes in from just inside 50 and steers it through. Showing the AFL competition his absolute best, Chad Warner. And the Swans lead by 5 points. 3 lead changes so far in the opening quarter. With a few minutes to go, 27 minutes gone. 4-1-25 the Swans to the Western Bulldogs, 3-2-20. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, they've certainly been red hot, the Swans, here in the last 10 minutes. They've upped their game. The way in which they're transitioning the football has been very strong. Whether that's quick or methodical, they've had really good balance, but they've also defending really well. And there was another occasion there where we talked about Harry Cunningham. He was probably the deepest in that defensive unit too, who just read the cue and saw that it was going straight up the guts to Liam Jones. And Chad Warner gets a goal on the back of a really smart defensive play.
We'd have to check with Hodgie, but I don't know if he's come to the bench and been checked. Harry Cunningham?
I haven't seen him, no.
Must admit, it feels like he should have been in the wake of that incident to begin the game, as from the restart, coming out of the middle. Tim Hodges.
Yeah, you're right, Ben. He hasn't come to the bench, and for an incident where his head made contact with another player's head and that player was subbed immediately out of the game, it is a head scratcher that Harry Cunningham hasn't even come to the bench to be checked by the doctors on the sidelines. It was only a very brief discussion out in the middle.
Third ball up from the restart. Eventually the Dogs get it moving forward. Campbell overruns it. Harms tries to beeline it. Papley gets involved. Spits out towards McRae. Lakey goes and picks it up. Swans on halfback. Papley, handball to himself. Handball to Heaney in the middle of the ground. Has a little fumble. Sweeps a handball away to Cunningham.
He looks up, out wide to the wing. Haywood's on a long lead. It bounces in front of him and DeRay. DeRay uses his body well. Clear to space. Got the footy. Hand pass to Keith. Works it back to Treloar. Corralled by Amati. Swings back on his right. Kicks up towards Vandermeer, who takes the mark. In front of Florent. He has options at half forward, one of which is West. He takes the mark, plays on immediately, kicks a worm burner into the pocket. Ugelhagen overruns the footy, as did Rampy, and it goes out in the right forward pocket for the Western Bulldogs. Sydney by 5 points, 29 minutes gone, opening quarter on ABC Sport.
Umpire hurls it back in. Darcy and Grundy, both with hands on it, comes down for McRae. He's quickly tackled, spits out a handball towards a teammate in Treloar, who's wrapped up by a couple of Swans. Another ball up, right half forward here for the Dogs. Grundy lays the tap down. McRae wins it off to Sanders, to Treloar. Kick smothered. Ricochets away. Fraser to Bontempelli. Left foot kick is perfect. And West hugs it to his chest, 47 metres out. Slight angle to the left.
Gee, Riley West has learned his forward craft so well. I think ultimately when he was drafted, he probably thought, I want to be a midfielder. Probably played all his junior footy as a midfielder, I'm sure like his dad, but had to learn the craft, and he has learned it so well. High pressure, smart with his late little leads, doing really well.
Looking to take back the lead. His set shot is out to the left. Minor score back to 4 points Sydney's advantage. 30 minutes and change into this first term here on ABC Sport for your Thursday night, round 11 at Docklands.
Keep your thoughts coming through on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Put them to Murph and Lee in just a moment. Florent with a long kick in, up towards McLean. Had a good piece of it, tried to juggle it on the third bite, not paid. Wicks tries to knock it on. Stuck underneath Rowbottom in the tangle. He and Bailey Dale, and the umpire will ball it up. Stan from Victoria says, hi team, enjoying the call. Seriously guys, Swans will maul the Dogs tonight. And Chris wants to know whether we could see Sam Darcy one day play as a full-time ruckling.
Possibly. He'd have the ability, the size, the reading the play, but I think he's so dangerous up forward. He'll always work between the two, I feel.
He's on cue here, competing against Grundy, but the ball spills out to Caleb Daniel. Hand pass to Richards between wing and half forward. Cuts back on his right, up towards Riley West. Can't take the mark. Spills to Rampy. Hand pass to Francis. Back inboard to Florent. He's caught. Swung a full 360 by Riley West. No free kick. Hand pass comes from McRae. Looking for Bontempelli. Ricochets back to McRae. Got it away to Richards. He kicks inside 50. Ugelhagen in front takes the mark. Got good support from Tim English, who didn't fly in the end. And Ugelhagen in the left forward pocket, a chance to give the Dogs back the lead.
Dogs just have to realise, I'm sure they'll talk about this at quarter time, every single time they can get the ball to the matchup that involves Aaron Francis, they have to do it. Darcy early on looked so dangerous. Now it was Ugelhagen in that contest there. Francis ended up on him instead of Rampy. Quite an easy mark.
In the left forward pocket for Jamara Ugelhagen as he comes in. And pumps his fist to celebrate as he turns to Riley West. A tug of the Western Bulldogs jumper. It was a couple of years ago he spoke about being a boy just trying to play some footy. Well, he is leading the way for four of the Indigenous superstars in Sir Doug Nicholls' round, and a goal for the Bulldogs to return them to the front. 4-3-27 to Sydney 4-1-25. Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, it was really just a good scrap there by the Bulldogs. It was good forward pressure, forced a turnover, then just a few errant handballs, but they kept on getting at the contest. And then we've spoken about this bloke before, Ed Richards, who just keeps on being that little bit of class at the moment, who didn't use his legs then, but he just put it into a really good spot for Jamara just to take a double leg jump at it. And that's the matchup, and that's why I think Luke Beveridge would have talked about isolating as much as they possibly can some of these tools in their forward half. It looks pretty dangerous when the ball's in the air at the moment.
Fourth lead change of the opening term. Grundy wins the tap from the restart. Hayward gathers it, gives it off to Heaney. Bursting by, kicks into the pocket for Sydney. Bouncing ball from McLean. Jones slaps it out. And the umpire says a little shove. So free kick going to Liam Jones on the half-back flank. Your experts here on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy, Cameron Ling.
Contested possessions right now, plus 15 to the Bulldogs. No wonder they're well and truly in this contest, leading by 2 points. Great start.
Yeah, the thoughts of Roll Tide Cameron Ling in his Alabama shirt tonight, but we did say it would be a midfield battle tonight, didn't we, Lingy? And
we did.
We were saying that early, the Dogs on top, so 4-3-27 plays 4-1-25. The goal kickers for Sydney, there are three of them, Amati with a couple, McLean and Warner, while for the Bulldogs, Darcy, English, Norton and Ugelhagen.
The Swans have won 30 quarters in the 10 rounds of footy in which they've played. They've only lost 10 so far this season. The most has been the first quarter, where they've lost 4. So the Bulldogs at least are able to stake some claims here that they're up for the fight, but they have just a narrow 2-point advantage. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and streaming via the ABC Listen app.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team. set, bingo! 100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Picked up by Bontempelli to the dash of Richards. He'll kick the Dogs to full forward. Darcy juggles it down at full forward. 20 out, slight angle to the right. He comes in and slams it through. Slam and Sam gets the Dogs going.
Yeah, the sub has been made already, so this is, I mean, they know Scott's not in the right way, so he's not coming back on the ground. Sanders is into this game.
Ball turnover, Frazier turns it over. Bontempelli knocks it out of the hands of Amati, and a 50-metre penalty. So Amati marches into the goal square and pops through Sydney's first.
11 goals of the season for Hayden McLean as he starts his approach, comes in for 3 on the trot for the Sydney Swans. And they take the lead for the first time tonight after being jumped by the Dogs early.
Kicks back towards half forward. Pack forms coming in from the side. English, strong mark, gives it off to Richards. Running by, cuts a swathe through them. Onto the left, short to the pocket for Norton. Norton on the right in the pocket. Curls it home beautifully. The Dogs are showing us their best selves. They're back in front.
So Warner, who comes in from just inside 50 and steers it through, showing the AFL competition his absolute best, Chad Warner. And the Swans lead by 5 points. Outpass comes from McRae, looking for Bontempelli. Ricochets back to McRae. Shot it away to Richards. He kicks inside 50. Ugle-Hagan in front takes the mark. In the left forward pocket for Jamari Ugle-Hagan as he comes in. And pumps his fist to celebrate as he turns to Riley West. The target of the Western Bulldogs jumper.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time from Docklands, round 11 of the AFL, and it's the Western Bulldogs who lead by 2 points over the Sydney Swans. 4-3-27 to the Swans, 4-1-25. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. In a moment, the thoughts of Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling. But down to the boundary with Tim Hodges.
Clinchy just recapping the big moment from that first term. It was a head clash on the outer wing between Anthony Scott and Harry Cunningham. Anthony Scott had to be helped to his feet. He had to be helped off the ground. Interestingly, the Dogs had made the sub before he even reached the boundary line. They knew he was in a bad way. I guess the head scratcher that we've spoken a couple of times about in that first term is that Harry Cunningham never once came to the bench for a HIA inspection or just to be checked by the doctors on the boundary line, which is a rule that was tightened just a couple of weeks ago after the Jeremy Cameron incident down in Geelong. So, yeah, that will be an interesting one to follow, and whether the AFL intervenes or asks for a please explain of why Cunningham wasn't brought to the bench to be spoken to by doctors, or at least have a HIA on the boundary line, which, I mean, 2 weeks ago the AFL demanded that every head knock a player has to come to the bench, which Cunningham clearly didn't do in that first term.
Hodgie, what do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting. If the AFL have actually stipulated that you need to come to the bench after a big head knock like we saw, I understand when you're in the play and there's a head knock, it's a contest, but when it was so blatant that was such a genuine head clash, it probably goes against what the AFL really wanted out of that.
Yeah. I think in that situation, it was such an obvious one that with the head clash, bring him to the bench, have the necessary couple of minute conversation, establish, hopefully, that he's completely fine, and then can re-enter the play. I think just, unfortunately, post the Jeremy Cameron incident, we're having this discussion saying, well, hang on, how do we know that he is completely okay without a quick 10-second chat on the field is not the best way to assess that player there. But hopefully Harry Cunningham's okay and no ill effects from that one. Murph, the Bulldogs, got to give them big pump-ups. We said pre-game that if they could get enough of the midfield ball but also take it forward and get the ball into that forward line, their tall forwards then come into play and they could perhaps expose a little bit of that lack of height with the Sydney defenders.
Yeah, look, they were really strong around the ball there. You spoke about them being 15 up in contested possession, but the 12-7 clearances too, and I think quite a few of them are really important out of that centre square bounce. We've talked on numerous occasions so far about the height differential up forward for the Bulldogs and trying to capitalise that. I would have definitely thought that Luke Beveridge's discussion prior to the game to his charges would be about getting the ball quickly inside 50, and we've seen a lot of guys just roll and go and try and get it in there and utilise those isolated matchups, and they're doing that quite well at the moment. But certainly their work around the contest and their work rate from it's been really strong. Sydney had moments in that first quarter, no doubt as well. They were really good, but they got handed a couple of easy goals from the Bulldogs' errors or poor decisions that resulted in goals. But I think that Luke Beveridge would be very happy by the way in which they started the Bulldogs.
Bulldogs lead by 2 points as we're ready to get the second quarter underway. Grundy and English to resume their battle. Grundy wins down the tap. Heaney trying to race after it. Papley comes charging in. He's locked up by Richards and English and holding the ball.
How is that holding the ball? Where's the prior opportunity exist?
Richards had 11 disposals in the first quarter. He has a 12th with a hand pass to Dale, who kicks out towards Ugelhagen. Spoiled away by Blakey. Florent punches it towards the boundary line. A chance to keep it alive for Gallagher. Hand pass to Bramble. At right half forward. Kicks inside 50. Over the head of Ugelhagen. Spoiled away by Rampy. He knocks it away from Milliken, who knocked it on. A chance for the Bond. Gathers. Heaney lays the tackle. Bontempelli gets a hand pass out. Norton tackled. Couldn't get a boot to it. Milliken a good tackle. Warner spinning out of traffic. Hand pass to Cunningham. Great kick. Found Hayward at left half back. I'm not sure how much he intended that, but made it look so good.
Hayward gives it off to the run of Rampy. Left foot kick for a leading Logan McDonald.
Is that Aaron Norton behind play down?
Oh, his kick is a shocker. Turns it over. Richards comes up with it. He turns it over. Gives it back to the Swans at half forward. Rowbottom kicks towards Amati at full forward. Can't take the mark. Down at ground level. Follows up in the pocket. Gives the handball away towards Adams. Run down by Bontempelli. A goal-saving tackle perhaps. In the back left pocket. He's got it for the Dogs.
Big story down in the forward 50 for the Dogs. Tim Hodges.
Yeah, I mean, you can only take your cues on the amount of pain the player is in, and Aaron Norton is in an enormous amount of pain. He's been carried off by the doctor and the physio. It's a right leg injury. You really cross your fingers and hope this is okay, because just the urgency the doctors went out there to him and the pain he is in. So that is going to be a serious watch. It's a right leg injury and he is in all sorts of pain.
Thanks, Hodgie. The umpire stopping play as Norton is trying to make his way from the field with support of a doctor and a trainer on either side.
Oh, yeah, we just saw the replay. Under the tackle of Malikan was brought down and twisted, and that leg got caught under there. Oh, that's not good.
The Dogs have already made their sub as Bramble turns it over straight to Jordan, who marks for Sydney at right half forward after a lengthy delay. James Jordan drives them along in the direction of Amati. Jones gets back, gets a hand to it. Bramble gathers in the defensive goal square. Hand pass to Keith for the Dogs. Looks up towards the wing. Not a lot of options. So gives the hand pass away to Harms. Works it around Taylor Adams. Kicks towards Bontempelli. Spoils it down against Florent. Running onto it, McRae. Kicks a worm burner around the boundary line. Ugelhagen tangles with Blakey. Gave away the free kick with a tug of the jumper. And Nick Blakey will take it centre wing for the Swans.
Didn't need to give that away either.
And the Lizard just slinks away with it. Kicks from the wing inside, attacking 50. Bailey Dale back there, defensive mark for the Dogs. Ball to play on now. Bites off a kick into the middle. Or into the corridor anyway. Marked by Treloar at centre half back. Gives it off towards Keith. Nowhere to go. He does a U-turn. And will kick back out towards the wing.
That's what happens when a key defender goes running through the midfield.
Little rush of blood for Alex Keith.
I think John Longmire's seen enough of Ed Richards getting enough of the ball. James Jordan is marking him at the moment.
Fraser has it at half back. The young Bulldog kicks up towards Ugelhagen in English in the middle. Grundy couldn't take the mark. Ugelhagen's over the footy. Florent now as it's locked up underneath the two. And the umpire will ball it up. So Anthony Scott out of the match in the opening quarter. A clash of heads with Harry Cunningham. And now, unfortunately, Aaron Norton coming in the bench with a leg injury as reported by Tim Hodges. McInerney trying to get the clearance for the Swans. Locking onto him, Bontempelli. And the umpire will ball it up at 65 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal. Tim Hodges?
Yeah, he was carried straight down the race. I mean, he was in so much pain, guys. They had to stop halfway down the race on the way to the Dogs' rooms just to let him gather his thoughts. Yeah, that's hard to see him returning back on the field tonight, Aaron Norton. That looked really bad.
Fingers crossed for Aaron Norton. Melican marks in the back pocket for the Swans. Kicks long out to the City wing in the Amati direction. Fraser there punches it away. Jones with him too, and
And
a throw in to come on the City wing.
And the replay was one of those ones that looks so nasty. You don't know if it's ankle, leg, or knee.
Yep.
They were kind of all involved in the.
It looked like the whole part of his bottom part of his leg just went in a way that shouldn't go.
Bulldogs leading by a couple of points. Throw in, Grundy taking it out of the ruck. Richards pinches it. Handball forward. Coming through strongly, Garcia. Held up and a ball up. Half forward here for the Dogs.
I like a bit of what Ed Richards is doing here. He's going to Chad Warner at the stoppages, creating a bit of a 2-for-1 wherever he can. It's always important to do that when you're getting a tag.
Thrown up, Grundy and English in a tangle. Grundy trying to throw his arms back, wanting the free kick. Thought he was held. The umpire agreed. Brody Grundy will take it at right half back for the Swans.
Penny's gone forward for the Swans for a little go.
Pokes a kick over the top, asking a lot of Jordan. The intercepting mark is taken by Richards. The hot hand kicks inside 50. Ugle-Hagan against 2. And he takes the mark with Blakey trying to get back to try and help Melican. And Jamara marks in the left forward pocket with the Bulldogs a chance to extend their lead.
You know something that used to make me a little grumpy, Murph?
Yeah, what's that, Lee?
Was when another teammate kicked the ball directly to your teammate who you're trying to stop. And Ed Richards gets the intercept and nice mark by Jamara.
Yes, we saw why Alex Keith decided to turn back. As Jamara Ugle-Hagan in the left forward pocket, looking for his second. He comes in. It's a good kick, but just left all the way. And a minor score. The Bulldogs by 3 points. 5 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Florent with the kick in. Short to Goulden. Closed down by Bontempelli. Vandermeer Rose. Off to Gallagher. Puts the Jets on. Finishes on the left. No. Hits the post. Very nearly from Harvey Gallagher. Bulldogs lead it by 4 points. 6 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Dogs have been impressive so far as Blakey brings Sydney back into play. Straight down the middle. Heaney's the target. Richards back with the flight. Couldn't mark. The Swans are away. Warner centre field. Hand pass to McDonald. Chips inside 50 and Papley marks right on the paint. He wants to go short to Amati. It's all one way as they chip it from the middle of the ground inside 50, and now the footy in the hands of Joel Amati for the set shot. That was slick.
Yeah, well, it looks like there's another training drill. Yeah. It's almost, you don't want to say that because the Bulldogs, they're actually working hard trying to force the error and defending really strongly, but they're just so well drilled, and they were getting a lot of players up the ground. They had 2 Sydney players deep, so they just created a lot of space out the back of that contest, and with their speed and run through the midfield, it's very dangerous.
Joel Amati's looking for his third tonight. He comes in, leans back on it and hits the post himself. To the left goal post, so goal number 50 will have to wait. The Bulldogs fans hang on to the lead at the moment. It's a 3-point lead under the roof.
Bailey-Dale trying to wait his kick for Bramble. Spots him up. Half-back flank for the Dogs. Wearing Mitch Hannon and Tory Dixon's old number 29. He'll come towards centre half-back. Jones claims it. Switches on, brings it towards the dockside wing. Good kick for Williams. He'll take off with the footy. Now kick forward of the logo, turn it over. Francis marks for Sydney. Feeds Goulden the handball. Goulden kicks towards Papley. Left half forward, gets back off the mark. Around his man. Driving ball to the goal square. Jones is back there, hands to it. Spills down to Bailey-Dale, back pocket for the Dogs.
Looks up, McRae's the target. Cunningham into him is Cunningham. Spills down. Hand pass comes from Lloyd to Heaney. High contact, it's coming back. A Sydney free kick.
Cunningham saw from that contest too. How good was Liam Jones to read that kick from Papley? He probably would have thought, do I stay with my forward? Instead came off, read the eyes of the kicker. Superb defensive work.
Jake Lloyd at right half forward. And it's allowed the Bulldogs to get a lot of numbers back. English sets himself and Marty makes the spoil. McDonald, it spills down to Papley, who finishes from the goal line. A nice little volley from a couple of metres out as he was able to jam it down on his boot. And that is Tom Papley at his best. Just making sure of it and returning Sydney to the lead. The Swans 5-2-32 to the Bulldogs 4-5-29. 8 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport. Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling, your experts.
Well, we know he's got some tricks. Papley doesn't need much of an opportunity to kick a goal, and off the right side of his boot, almost about to hit the point post, and just a little Jackie Chan through the middle of the air. Papley finds himself on the back of it, but I think looking back to the contest, it was the soft drop, wasn't it, that sort of resulted in the ball just bobbling out the back. And as a Bulldogs defender, you really need to kill that ball and get it out wide, get it to boundary, get it away from the area.
Tim Hodges.
Plenty of action down here, Ben. We know Aaron Norton is in the Bulldogs rooms. Harry Cunningham just limped off. Looked like soft tissue, some sort of soft tissue damage. He grabbed the doctor and he's gone straight down to the room. So I'll keep you posted on Cunningham down in the Swans rooms, and we know Norton doesn't look good in the Bulldogs rooms.
Has had some groin issues, Harry Cunningham. Hodgie, keep an eye on all of that. Out of the middle of the Dogs, Treloar to Bontempelli to Caleb Daniel. Out on the wing, goes really short. Leaning up, the mark taken by Garcia. Between the wing and half forward. De Veer's out to the right, driving border full forward. Swans have the numbers. Rampy in the back pocket takes an uncontested mark. Tim Hodges.
This isn't good news. We appreciate the Bulldogs who have been so good media-wise with us. Unfortunately, they fear it's a knee. Aaron Norton will not return for the rest of the game. We'll have scans, but they fear the worst, unfortunately. So breaking news, and it's horrible news for the Bulldogs, but Aaron Norton out of this game, and it's with a knee injury.
And that is really concerning. Kick for the Dogs goes back inside 50. Ugle-Hagan there. Harms trying to get involved. Rowbottom dumps it on the boot. Clear and kick out towards the wing.
And Liam Jones as well underneath it and takes the mark, hugging it to his chest in front of Amadi. So the Dogs had already made their sub with Anthony Scott. Now the worst news coming through for Aaron Norton, a knee injury as Dale plays on. Swings to his left and then back to his right. Drives a kick inside 50. English spoils from the back of the pack. Spills to Vandermeer. Half pass to Treloar. Spinning through traffic. Gallagher kicks to the goal mouth. Not dealt with by Rampy. West is onto it. Jams it onto his boot. Gets it through. Creative. Making something out of nothing. Riley West. And a little time to gather and react and just steer it through for a goal for the Dogs. The Bulldogs back in front by 3 points. 5-5-35. To the Swans 5-2-32. 11 minutes gone, second quarter on ABC Sport.
Well, it was a better entry from the Bulldogs, and the fact that their forwards were actually standing next to their men. I think the previous two, Blakey was allowed to just stand there by himself. I think it was Harms that was matched up to him, but he was trying to create some space for his teammates, but he was just holding too wide, and it just allowed Blakey to come off and intercept. But that last passage of play was good pressure, but they actually tried to make sure that each defender had a man. So there was always going to be in a contest if it fell through. And at the end of the day, they get a goal as a result of all playing their role.
And that's probably what they're going to have to do more of, aren't they? Now that Aaron Norton's out of the game, is you're not going to be quite as dangerous in the air. Still got a couple of tools down there, but maybe some messy footy inside 50.
Sixth lead changer of the evening already. And the last 6 goals have been goal for goal in this match. Free kick to Grundy from the restart. Gave it a mighty spike forward, but umpire wanted to bring it back. Grundy takes on Darcy on the mark, gets around him. Driving kick to full forward for the Swans. McDonald goes up one-handed out the back. Hayward gathers, tackled by Dale, lost the footy. Ball at full forward here for Sydney. Picking it up, Wicks. He runs straight into a tackle. Ball up to come, 3 metres out from the goal line. Here for the Sydney Swans. Bulldogs lead by 3 points.
Thrown up, Grundy went down the tap against Darcy. Trying to hurry on the behind line was McInerney. He rushes it through in the end through the pressure, and Bramble will take the kick-in duties. The Dogs lead by 2 points. As Lockie Bramble looks up to right half-back. Spots Williams all on his own, and he can play on. Kicks long up the wing. Ugle-Hagan in a wrestle with Melican. Worked him underneath it, takes a great mark, Jamara. He wants to come into the corridor. He wants to get it to Darcy. It was over the fingertips of Adams, but couldn't hang on to the mark, Darcy. Adams knocks it back in the middle. Bontempelli fends off one, fends off two. Kicks out wide towards Garcia. He gathers on the bounce. Hand pass over his shoulder to Ugle-Hagan. He's brought down by Melican. Umpire waves play on as Riley West has it. Somehow he's able to jam a kick forward despite being tackled by Blakey. Goulden inside the defensive 50. Hand pass to Florent. Drives a kick out of defence, but Williams was waiting for it. He marks for the Bulldogs between wing and half forward.
They lead it by a couple of points. Chips it over the top to Jure. High half forward here for the Dogs. Looks inside a congested 50. A left foot kick. A set up border full forward. Big pack forms off the hands of the pack towards the boundary line. Out of play, trying to come.
But again, as Murph just described before, the Bulldogs forwards then making sure it was a contest, not an easy intercept mark. So now just an opportunity to trap the ball in the forward line, maybe get a little ground ball here, little handball, and perhaps a shot at goal can be generated.
The thoughts of Cameron Ling. English wins the tap down onto it. Rowbottom quickly, wrapped up immediately. And a ball up to come. 25 out from the attacking goal for the Dogs.
Thrown up, English and Grundy spills down to Bontempelli. Hand pass to Sanders, hand pass to Harms. Sidesteps Warner, sidesteps Rowbottom. Hand pass into the pocket. Gallagher taken high. Goulden, no free kick. He did lose his footing, Gallagher, and in the eyes of the umpire, maybe that's how he viewed it.
Yeah, good decision.
Yeah, he dropped the knees.
Yep, looking for the whistle. So good discipline by the umpire there. Spills out the way of Sydney as Goulden wants to switch. Risky kick. Looking for Wicks. Needs to work hard against Dale. Dale in a one-on-one. Tries to clear the space. Wicks dives onto it. Good battle. Wow. Won the contest. Hand pass to Rampy. Works it back to Lloyd. At right half back to Rampy for the Swans.
Rampy a little bereft initially. Couldn't decide to kick or handball. Eventually kicks. Sends it long up to the wing. Jones through his hands. McInerney at the fall of the ball for Sydney. Handball back towards the centre square. Keith knocks it out. Lots of dogs around it. Richards gets rid of it to Jones, who pokes a kick to Harms. In the middle of the ground. He'll kick laterally. Jure has West on it half forward. Gets the kick out there now. West waits for it to arrive. Takes the mark. Has Bontempelli deep. Sends it in that direction. The Swans converge. And they kill it through for a minor score. Good covering late. Back to a point. The Western Bulldogs lead. Sorry, make that 3 points. 5-6-36 plays, 5-3-33. Quarter hour mark of this second term.
Blakey into Campbell for the Swans. Out to Grundy. Coming in late. DeRay makes the spoil. Sees it out of play for a throw-in. The encouragement from Riley West to throw in at right half forward for the Dogs. Taylor DeRay played his 200th game last week. 2 premierships for the Hawks. He told us that was the highlight of his career, getting past the 200-game mark. Throw in. Below our commentary position, Grundy works his way to the front. English sharks it forward. West's onto it, trying to break away from Rampy. Hand pass inboard to McRae. Hand pass on the bounce for Dale. He bursts clear. It opens up in front of him. Just the finish, and he misses to the left-hand side. The Dogs by 4. They had them cold there.
Well, they're absolutely peppering them at the moment. Probably one of their best ball users too. Just perfectly placed for him to run inside 50. He'd normally eat them up 9.5 times out of 10.
So Blakey to take the kick in. Just cribs out of the goal square. Now he'll kick long. High ball out to the City wing. Underneath it, Heaney. Sanders there with him. And Sanders slaps it out. Throw in between wing and half forward here for the Dogs.
It's a really good patch for the Dogs at the moment. Locking the ball inside their forward 50. Repeat entries. Little half chances. Yeah, they've got to take a couple more of those chances, but signs still remain good. Got to hold strong here, though.
Grundy the tab, straight to Sanders. Dispossessed of the footy, going in Caleb Daniel, trying to get it moving forward. He's held up by Jake Lloyd. Another ball up. Bulldogs by 4 points, 17 minutes into the second.
Ben Cameron and Matt Clinch calling the action. Tim Hodges down the boundary. Cameron Lang and Mark Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport. Grundy trying to do the heavy lifting. He can't extract the footy with the support. Taylor, Adams and Campbell, and the umpire will ball it up. Darcy over the top. Thrown up. Grundy sharks it forward. Warner bursts onto it. He runs away from Bontempelli and a couple of others. Hand pass to the back of McDonald. He knocks it on back to Warner. The fend off for the tackle. He's hard against the boundary though. Works it back to Lloyd. He drives a high kick towards the 50. Charging out McLean. Can't hang on to the mark. Papley breaks the tackle. Hand pass looking for Heaney. Gathers 45 metres out. Hand pass to Adams. Works it over towards Rampy. Has to try and break Richards. Gets the hand pass away to Goulden, who swings onto his left, and a touch of class from Errol. Oh, that's impressive. Just needed that touch of class to finish the work, and Errol Goulden provides that. Sydney back in front by 2 points, and this lead continues to swing on every goal. The Swans 6-3-39 to the Bulldogs 5-7-37. 18 minutes gone, second quarter.
Sometimes you just can't beat brilliance, man. Nah. That's just a superb finish. The pressure was high from the Bulldogs. I love you made mention of this maybe about 10 minutes ago. The fact that at times Sydney's ball movement looks like a training drill, but you're not having a shot at the Bulldogs. Often when we say that, it's because the opposition aren't there. The Bulldogs' pressure is enormous. It's really good. The Swans are just so sharp and efficient when they do get out. They've only had the 18 inside 50s, the Swans, but they've scored 9 times, 50% of their time. So super efficient, yeah.
And you look at the players too who are involved. Warner, Heaney, Adams, and then obviously Goulden to finish off.
Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling restart in the middle. Both rucks with hands on it. Tried to slap it out, Grundy. Richards onto it. Harms buffeted off the footy. McInerney arriving late. Tries to pick it up. Can't initially, and it won't come out. A ball up. Tim Hodges.
Just an update, Ben. Harry Cunningham back from the rooms for the Swans, back on the field in the back line. No strapping or anything, so I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it was the groin that you spoke of, but he is back on the field for the Swans.
Grundy lays it down, but McInerney can't escape. We'll try again. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Lead swinging on every goal, as Clinchy said. Slapping it out, Grundy tries to follow up as well. Shovels out a handball to Heaney. He gets a handball out to Papley, who likes the look of it from 50 and goes whack into the goalpost. Very nearly the little Tommy Papley. Not to be.
No, it must have been a little structure breakdown there. You can't just have Papley sitting out there with width, and obviously it was a winger or a half-back flanker who got sucked into the play, caught ball watching. You can't afford to do that against someone who's got that much talent. Fortunately enough for the Bulldogs, he missed.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Sydney by 3 points. Bramble's long kick in. Looking for Riley West. It clears him and Florent. Onto it, Vandermeer. Stripped in a tackle by Goulden. Slick hand pass came out. Links up with Florent. It came from Cunningham. The kick up towards the top of the 50. Diving in Keith. Trying to wrestle it clear as the umpire circles and will ball it up. And Sam Wicks had a piece of it.
Yep.
48 metres out from Sydney's goal.
The other thing that happened before too, Heaney got a really good clear run at the stoppage. Again then, he was through that stoppage.
Darcy won it down, but Warner squeezed the kick forward to McInerney. Hand pass to Lloyd, edge of the centre square. Kicks laterally out to Papley. Mark still 70 metres out from home. The Swans with 2-3 to the Dogs 1-4 in this second quarter. After the Bulldogs led at quarter time, short to McInerney. Still you'd say beyond him, 55 metres out from goal. Looks long to the top of the goal square. In fact, spots something shorter. And through good patience and persistence, is able to find an avenue to goal, and it's Taylor Adams who takes the mark. Is this within his range? 45 metres out to the right.
Yeah, you'd be ripping your hair out there. They had probably 3 or 4 Bulldogs players, zoning and trying to do the right thing. But when a player comes through your area, you need to hit body. Unfortunately, they all got caught ball watching then and just let Taylor Adams pop up into some space.
2 goals, 3 for the season in his new life as a Swan. The former Magpie and Giant comes in. It's across the face of goal. Clears Grundy. McLean dropped the mark. It's a chance for Liam Jones against the boundary. Little fumble. Was he taken high by Wicks? Play on's the call. Fraser's locked up by Wicks with support from Papley. And a ball up in the right forward pocket for the Swans. Sydney by 3 points. 22 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Umpire puts it up. Grundy hooking it boundary side and just out of the reach of Heaney.
I think we'll get a good look here, Lingy. Some routes that'll be run here by a few Sydney players. There's a few lining up. Warner, Heaney, Papley,
they get
Adams.
Good blocks too, don't they?
Yep.
Who can get on the move? Forward 50 stoppage here for the Swans. Grundy trying to take it out of the ruck. Bontempelli comes through, gathers, loses it, and caught holding the ball. Bontempelli
does not happen
hold by Will Hayward. 40 metres out, slight angle to the left.
He's one of the great fenders, Marcus Bontempelli, but it's always dangerous when you're doing that in your D50.
He had the momentum too, so he would have thought with the bigger body, and as you said, great at doing that, and he had the body momentum. He thought, I can get through this, but just a good tackle. Stripped him.
Out of contract at the end of the season. Will he be in red and white next year to give them back-to-back goals? That is a perfect drop punt. And the Swans find their groove and get out to a 9-point lead. 7-4-46 plays 5-7-37. 23 minutes into the second term. Cameron Ling, Mark Murphy.
And Murph, you alluded to this at that stoppage there. The movement by the Swans players and blocking for each other. I think it was Isaac Heaney blocked to try and get Papley free.
Yep.
They're not thinking, I'm the superstar. Isaac Heaney's the Brownlow medal favourite. He's thinking, how can I release a teammate? And they're all moving. And yes, they didn't get it, but Hayward's movement through the stoppage still meant he had momentum to be able to come across and then lay the tackle and get the holding the ball on Marcus Bontempelli. They all understand what they have to do so well as a team.
Yeah, it's proactive movement too, and it opens up little pockets of space for one of them to move into. But because they're all doing it, you're right, they're all on the move, they're all hunting.
So Sydney with back-to-back goals for the first time in quite a while. As Heaney goes to work, gets the clearance, bursts away from Harms, kicks up towards McDonald at half forward. A whistle and a hold going the Bulldogs' way. It's going to come back to Alex Keith. He'll take the free kick. The ball slowly returned to him. Sydney leading by 9 points. He chips it out to Bontempelli. He takes the mark at left half-back. Looks long up the wing, wants to try and get it to McRae. Francis in from the side, couldn't get there in time. And McRae takes the mark. He looks up inside 50. Ugelhagen with a bit of space. Blakey comes charging in late and makes the spoil. Covers the ground so well, and with a left hand sees it out of play for a throw-in in the left forward pocket for the Western Bulldogs. Sydney leading by 9 points, 24 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Umpire to spin it back in. A chance for the Dogs. English and McLean. English works his way to the front, palms it down, follows up himself, shovels a handball away. Garcia slips a couple, snaps and goes. Smooth work from Garcia. And the Dogs answer back. They stay in this contest and bring it back to 3 points. 6-7-43 the Dogs. Sydney 7-4-46. 25 minutes into the second. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I love a few of the tricks Garcia showed us tonight. Then he could have got the ball and then just given it off out wide, but he thought, no, I'm going to put on the brakes here and just back in my own strength. And two Sydney players just fell to the side of him, weren't expecting him to do that. But just playing something a little bit different, that he's taken a step here, left and right a couple of times tonight, and just has shown the other guys are getting off balance by the way in which he's just backing in his own raw strength and power that he's got.
That was straight out of Top Gun, that one. The one where Maverick just puts the brakes on and sends the plane flying by. It was beautifully done.
Perfect analogy.
He's got some speed though, doesn't he? He's certainly a good addition into this Bulldogs lineup. The Dogs answer back. Sydney by 3 points. McLean having a run in the ruck up against English. English wins down the tap. Sanders tackled, got it to Treloar. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Drives the Dogs inside 50. Charging out Ugelhagen. Blakey got there first. Couldn't take the mark. Ugelhagen's back onto it. Underground hand pass to Vandermeer. Tackle by Warner. Holding the ball. No. High. Chad Warner's tackle over the shoulder in the eyes of the umpire. And Lathan Vandermeer will have the shot on goal.
Wow. Oh, no. We've just seen them. That's holding the footy. How is that high contact?
Chad Warner certainly thought that was the case, and now 50 is going to be given for dissent as Warner lets the umpire know what he thought of it. And Vandermeer to put the Dogs back in front from point-blank range. The Bulldogs with 2 goals in 2 minutes after Sydney opened up a 9-point advantage, and the Dogs lead once more. 7-7-49 to the Swans 7-4-46. The Western Bulldogs by 3 points. ABC Sport coming to you from Docklands with round 11 of the AFL. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy.
Well, I'm not condoning the dissent part, of course, but you've got to understand the frustration of a player when such a bad decision has taken place, like a clear mistake. That's unacceptable at the highest level from the umpires as well, but they do make mistakes. There has to be a bit of an understanding. Now, I don't know what was said. I don't know how aggressive, so I don't want to say too much. But that's just an appalling decision.
Yeah. He fell for the high because Vandermeer's basically put his head almost into it, trying to draw the high, and he got him in the shoulder anyway.
8th lead change of this match. Dogs draw back in front as Bontempelli gets a quick clearance towards half forward onto it, Jordan. And he can't quite shovel it out. Ball up centre half forward here for the Dogs. Whenever they've led at half-time this year, the Dogs have won. Whenever they've trailed, they've lost. As Bontempelli shovels out a handball again towards half-forward. McRae out after it. Onto it, Daniel after the handball from McRae. Gets rid of it to Bramble. Can't slip Heaney. Eventually does. Handball to Daniel. Just hooks a kick inside 50. Ugelhagen launching. Rampy punching it away. Bouncing ball. Treloar twisting and turning. Gets rid of it. Jordan's there for the Swans. Handball away towards Rowbottom, who's tackled quickly. And a ball up to come. Half-forward flank for the Dogs, who are having their turn with the momentum.
Been a good response in the last 2 or 3 minutes from the Dogs when they were 9 points down. They got another one against them. It was almost, it looked like a tough night, but really wrestled back the momentum.
On the throw-in, Rowbottom got it to Grundy, now to Warner, giving up ground back inside the defensive 50. Francis under pressure, kick straight towards the boundary. It's close to the line, it stays in off the hands off English. It's gathered by Bontempelli. Out past to Bramble, comes in to Fraser. He takes the mark, centre wing on the outer side. Bulldogs by 3 points. 8 lead changes so far in this half. Long towards Ugelhagen. He's outnumbered 2-on-1. Francis takes the mark with good support from Rampy. Just 10 metres out from Sydney's goal. He's kicked for Warner. Spoiled by West. He gathers, cuts away from Grundy, swings onto his left, long to the goal square. Ugelhagen trying to shepherd, but Blakey spoils. And through for a minor score. The Dogs by 4 points. Almost half an hour gone second quarter.
Short kick in from Blakey to Lloyd in the back pocket. He'll stab it short and Goulden. The left half back for Sydney.
50 moving on the mark.
Bailey Dale sliding across on the mark, gives away the 50. Merrill Goulden marches downfield. It's a good 52. Mark set just 5 metres inside the centre square. Goulden veers out to his left. Low left foot kick, a turnover. Bailey Williams getting back. Gets into the hole, takes the defensive mark for the Dogs. They lead it by 4 points, closing in on half time.
As Williams is called to play on. So he sends it as long as he can up to the wing. Darcy has just come on from the bench. He might take the mark. Cannon into Rampy. Couldn't take the mark. Row bottom. Hand pass forward to Sydney. To Warner. Works it back to Goulden on his left. He centres the ball looking for McLean. Just making the lunging spoil was Fraser. Spills down the way of Keith. Hand pass to Caleb Daniel. Goes all the way back to the goal square. Defensively for the Dogs with a hand pass back to Liam Jones. He surveys the options. Kicks out towards DeRay. On the bounce he gathers. Ran into Rampy. Hand pass forward to Garcia. Good sidestep away from Warner. Chips it out to West, who can mark centre wing, but he dropped it.
He's good enough to recover though. Gathers on the logo. Just gets a handball away. Fraser slaps it on to Garcia. Dogs it half forward. Darcy. Handball to Sanders. Takes it. Gets around his man Florent. Centering ball. Looking for Vandermeer. Bouncing ball. Sydney have the numbers. And Blakey attacks it. Spins out of trouble. And stabs it short to McLean.
Now pass to Weeks as they go through the middle. Kicks out long to the wing. Outnumbered McDonald. 3-on-1. And getting back the mark is taken by Liam Jones. Good support from Keith, and the Dogs' back line has looked a lot better over the last couple of weeks as he chips it over the top to Caleb Daniel, and the siren rings out for half-time. The Bulldogs by 4 points. 8 lead changes in that first half. The Dogs with their noses in front, 7-8-50 to the Swans, 7-4-46 after the Bulldogs led by 2 points at quarter time. For the Dogs, 6 individual goal kickers, 7 individual goal kickers so far, with goals coming to Ugelhagen, Darcy, West, Vandermeer, Norton, Garcia and English. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, 2 goals to Joel Amarty, individuals to Warner, McLean, Haywood, Papley and Goulden. Half-time at Docklands, round 11, the second week of Sir Doug Nicholls round. It's the Bulldogs by 4 points. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Well, quite a battle, Merv. It's exactly what we were hoping it was going to be. We were worried that maybe the Swans would be able to open up the Bulldogs too many times and it would get a little one-sided. It is not the case. The Dogs' pressure has been really good. Some of their ball use, excellent. A couple of little chances. I just noticed late then, was it perhaps Riley Sanders who could have just hit up Jamari Ugelhagen on a little lead, maybe a simple 15, 20 metre kick.
There was West and there was Sanders as well that could have hit him up, but they went a little bit longer. So a few of those little decisions they're not quite getting right, but their intent's been really strong.
It certainly has, and across the middle of the ground against the star-studded Sydney midfield, they've been really strong. Strong in a contest. They'd be feeling good about themselves. The Sydney Swans have got a couple of things they need to fix up. The one thing the Swans have had is when they have gone forward, they've been super efficient with their ball use.
Yeah, well, they've had 21 inside 50s and scored 7 goals for, so they've been really strong through there. With the Bulldogs, 26 in the advantage of contested possession. So they've been really strong around the contest. I think they were 15 up at quarter time, so carried on their really strong performance around the ball in that second quarter. But the one thing that I was really impressed by was when the Sydney Swans were about 9 points up, they had momentum their way, and the Bulldogs just fought hard really again to get the ball back into a contest, got some scoreboard pressure and find themselves 4 points up here at half-time. So really important response there by the Bulldogs late in that second quarter.
Yeah, Ed Richards was one we focused on before the game, needing to help out Marcus Montempelli through the middle of the ground. He was outstanding in the first quarter. And then the Swans made the bit of adjustment and sent James Jordan to him. Still ended up with 7 touches and a couple of important touches. So his big challenge is now a big second half. He hasn't been a full-time midfielder for a long part of his career, so that ability to finish off the game and just wear his opponent down, work James Jordan over to get back to the sort of form of that first quarter.
And he can really almost take him wherever he wants to, because he's going to trail him like a trailer, isn't he? So you may as well get hard through the contest and open up some space, and that's where Marcus Bontempelli can really come into his own when you're operating as a 2v2 around the stoppage with Ed Richards running through the contest or taking out wide or getting really in tight, trying to create 2-for-1s. It's probably something that Ed Richards probably isn't really used to, getting this hard tag. So it's going to be a really important role if that's going to continue in this second half. But he keeps on fighting his way through. I thought he did some really nice things in that second quarter. It wasn't obviously as productive as what he was in that first, but you're never going to have that much space, obviously, when you've got a hard tag like they do, the Sydney Swans.
And in their forward line, the Western Bulldogs now know Aaron Norton. Tim Hodges told us that Norton, a suspected knee injury, looked like a really nasty one. He was brought from the field. So no Aaron Norton down there now. To not let the Swans defenders just become comfortable and be able to set up and intercept mark and help each other out. Aaron Francis isn't having a great game, it's fair to say, up to half-time, but hopefully he can just settle himself down. But Nick Blakey and Rampy and these types of players are going to try and kickstart what the Swans want to get going with their ball movement. The Dogs, be prepared to hit up that little lead, make those defenders defend and not get comfortable with the long, high ball that you can't utilise quite as well anymore now that Norton's not there.
Yeah, you're spot on. And I think whoever Blakey will go to, they've got to make him be accountable. You can't just sit off in space and think you're doing the right thing, because he's just going to come across and intercept. And he's either going to win the ball in the air by the mark, or he's going to get going on the ground. He's so electric when he does get the ball. So you've got to make sure that he's accountable, getting body, make sure he can't come across, intercept third man up, and then get that running game going for the Swans.
Terrific first half footy.
Yeah, very good to watch.
Tick from the Dogs. They've taken it up to Sydney, and Sydney have only trailed at halftime once so far this season. That was against the West Coast Eagles in a bizarre game in Gather Round in Adelaide. The Dogs by 4 points at halftime, 7-8-50 to Sydney, 7-4-46. We'll take you through the rest of the team's news and some of your thoughts on the SMS 0437 774 774 after we get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Australia is being urged to face up to the challenges posed by an inevitable green energy transition. The National Energy Regulators released its benchmark prices for the next financial year, forecasting lower costs in New South Wales and South Australia, but slightly higher in parts of Queensland. Adequate supply is being flagged as a concern. Tony Wood from the Grattan Institute says we must work through the issues of the transition.
Now's not the time for turning back. This is the transition that is going to have to happen. The coal-fired power stations are going to close. Climate change is upon us now. That means we've got to double down on this stuff, but we've got to do it sensibly with our eyes open. Having a report that tells you, look, here are the concerns we've got, let's make sure we fix them, that's actually quite a valuable thing to have.
The French president says he won't accept going back on recent referendums in New Caledonia, which saw the territory vote to stay part of France. Emmanuel Macron is visiting New Caledonia for the first time since violent rioting broke out in response to controversial voting reform that will allow French residents who've lived in the territory for 10 years to vote in local elections. Roch Wamitan is a pro-independence leader in New Caledonia and says protesters want France to revise the law.
En tout cas, franchement, nous n'attendons rien. In any case, frankly, we don't expect anything. Because, in fact, what we've been doing with these demonstrations, these mobilisations, thousands of young people have risen to defend their land, to defend the independence of their country.
A man's been arrested following a hit-and-run collision in Melbourne's east, which left a police officer seriously injured. Here's Kieran Byatt.
The 27-year-old police officer was allegedly struck by a stolen car in a hotel car park at Nunawading shortly after 2:30 this morning. Police say the senior constable was attempting to stop the vehicle from leaving the car park and was hit as he was setting up a tyre deflation device. The officer was taken to hospital with serious upper body injuries. Late this afternoon, police arrested the alleged driver, a 20-year-old Ringwood East man who is currently in custody. Police have also arrested a 32-year-old Preston man who has been charged with theft of a motor vehicle and theft of petrol.
Agriculture Victoria says bird flu has been detected at a second poultry farm. The property is located in the Terang region in Victoria's southwest. Authorities say it's linked to an egg farm near Meredith, where the H7N3 strain of avian influenza has resulted in numerous poultry deaths. Control orders are in place restricting the movement of poultry products, equipment and vehicles around the two infected properties. Agriculture Victoria says eggs and poultry products from supermarkets are safe to consume. A class action lawsuit's been filed against Rio Tinto over alleged damage caused by a mine in Bougainville. Here's Papua New Guinea correspondent Marion Farr.
Landowners are seeking compensation for alleged environmental and social harm caused by the Panguna mine in Bougainville. The mine, which was operated by Bougainville Copper Limited and majority owned by Rio Tinto, was at the centre of a civil war that claimed thousands of lives in 1988 to 1999. Class action proceedings against the companies have been filed in PNG's National Court today. Bougainville Copper Limited says it will vigorously defend its position.
Military planes have been seen taking off and landing from an airbase in Taiwan after China started joint military drills in areas around the territory. China's People's Liberation Army says the drills are in punishment for the inauguration of Taiwan's new president, Lai Ching-te, who Beijing considers to be a dangerous separatist. Taiwan's Defence Ministry spokesperson, Sun Lifang, has condemned the Chinese military drills, calling them irrational provocation.
PRC's dispatch of aircraft and vessels harassing its neighbors has threatened global peace and stability. Their military exercise is not helping with the situation around Taiwan Strait and also highlighting its hegemony mindset.
And the AFL world is remembering Essendon and North Melbourne great Barry Davis, who's passed away at the age of 80. The Hall of Fame inductee won 2 flags with Essendon before moving to North Melbourne and captaining the Kangaroos to their first premiership in 1975. The 5-time best and fairest winner played 289 games across his career. Meanwhile, Port Adelaide has rested big man Charlie Dixon and dropped Dante Vincentini and Josh Sin for Saturday's trip to Hobart to play against North Melbourne. And you've been listening to the latest from ABC News.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. This season on the home of 100% pure footy, the ABC Listen app.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
You can only take your cues on the amount of pain the player is in, and Aaron Norton is in an enormous amount of pain. He's been carried off by the doctor and the physio. It's a right leg injury.
Oh, yeah, we just saw the replay. Under the tackle of Malikan, was brought down and twisted, and that leg got caught under there.
Jake Lloyd at right half forward. English sets himself, and Marty makes the spoil. McDonald, it spills down to Papley, who finishes from the goal line.
Unfortunately, they fear it's a knee. Aaron Norton will not return for the rest of the game. We'll have scans, but they fear the worst.
Spills to Vandermeer, hand pass to Trelaw, spinning through traffic. Gallagher kicks to the goal mouth. Not dealt with by Rampy. West is onto it. Jansen on his boot, gets it through. It's the Bulldogs back in front by 3 points. Hand pass to Adams, works it over towards Rampy. Has to try and break Richards. Gets the hand pass away to Goulden, who swings onto his left. And a touch of class from Errol. Oh, that's impressive. Sydney back in front by 2 points.
Sometimes you just can't beat brilliance, man. That's just a superb finish.
Ugelhagen's back onto it. Underground hand pass to Vandermeer. Tackle by Warner, holding the ball. No, high. Chad Warner's tackle over the shoulder in the eyes of the umpire. And Latham Vandermeer will have the shot on goal.
How was that high contact?
Chad Warner certainly thought that was the case. And now 50 is going to be given for dissent. And Vandermeer to put the Dogs back in front from point-blank range.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The highlights of the second quarter is heard on ABC Sport. As you can hear, it's an arm wrestle in that second term We've had 8 lead changes throughout the match, and it's the Bulldogs who lead by 4 points at the main break. 7-8-50 to the Swans, 7-4-46. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron call the action. Tim Hodges down on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling are your experts on ABC Sport. Plenty of other sporting action taking place around the country and around the world. In the NRL today, the start of round 12, it's St George Illawarra who lead the Canterbury Bulldogs 12 points to 6 after 40 minutes. Of course, coverage is also available on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the ABC Sport button. The teams are in for the rest of round 11. So Murph and Lee, feel free to jump in and give me your thoughts here. Wally up the Dockers, taking on Collingwood tomorrow night. 5 changes for the Magpies. We knew about the debutants, Will Parker, Ed Allen coming in. So the cricketer and the son of a gun, Charlie Dean, Bo McCurry and Brodie Myercheck come in for Finn McRae, who's been dropped. Hoskin Elliott, DeGoey out with a abdominal injury, McGuinness with concussion, and Markov out. Sean Darcy has been named. Alongside Wagner comes in for Frederick and Voss.
Wonder what Finn McRae just isn't quite doing. That's one I can't quite get a grasp on. He looks good at times, and then obviously DeGoey out's a big one for the Pies, but
they're really testing their depth, aren't they?
Yeah.
The Pies at the moment. It's certainly a really gettable game for the Dockers. I think they should probably go and win that with the Pies going over there to play them in the West. I think with the depleted side they've got at the moment, the Pies, I think they'll do a good job if they can win that.
Well, I crunched the numbers today. I think it's 9 of the best 23 out for Collingwood at the moment. So makes it pretty tough, doesn't it?
They keep winning though.
I know.
They just...
A 5th debutant to make his debut for the Pies. They've got 2 tomorrow night, but inaccuracy in front of goal has been one of Fremantle's big issues. North Melbourne take on Yatapulti. So Port Adelaide got the win in the dying seconds against the Hawks. Sweet, Rosie and Lockie Jones comes in. Dixon's been managed. Vicentini is out and Sin. Jackson Archer comes in. Bergman also out for the Kangas. The Blues and the Gold Coast Suns becomes a big game on Saturday. Murph, the Suns trying to get a win away from home. Carlton trying to get back to their winning ways. Sard, Cowan and Fogarty come in for Durden, Pitnet and Marchbank. The Suns, just more talent comes in with Walter, Witts, Holman, Rogers come in at the expense of Fiorini, Moyle, Davies and Day. Sam Day's a bit unlucky, isn't he? Comes in, played his role in Darwin and he gets dropped.
Yeah, it's a real danger game for Carlton. I think, I know we don't really like to look towards the odds, but the odds are stacked in Carlton's favour for whatever reason. I think Gold Coast are going pretty well, and Carlton's depth's really getting tested at the moment.
I don't know how 4 players get dropped from that performance against Geelong.
Lucky,
they were unbelievable.
Yeah. Which then you could almost look at it as a really good sign. There's great depth. They're pushing up and they're doing a lot of things really well with the Gold Coast, but they can really announce themselves, can't they, if they come here and beat Carlton at Marvel Stadium.
Well, that's been the challenge. I mean, they've been homebodies, so they've generally won at home on the Gold Coast or up in Darwin and then lost on the road. So can they come to Melbourne and take down the Blues? If the Blues lose, all of a sudden...
It's a tough ask, isn't it? It's not a tough ask, but they certainly fall well and truly down where they should be, shouldn't they, with the side that they've got. But as we spoke about Collingwood being tested with their depth, Carlton have got a lot of injuries at the moment, so it's a real danger game for them on Saturday.
It's a long season, but it's not where Carlton thought they would be, and it's obviously not where they want to finish. The Cats and GWS in the twilight, Lingy. Tom Hawkins returns, Mitch Duncan, Sam DeKoning and Jeremy Cameron, so the bumper inclusions with Parfitt, Rowan, Guthrie and O'Connor out. For GWS, they also get some cattle back with Lecalier coming in, McMullen, Angwin and Peatling. Buckley's out with a calf injury, Ware, Stone and Jones are out. So for the first time in Chris Scott's career, looking down at the possibility of losing 4 on the trot.
Yeah, genuine must-wins for both teams, though. The Giants have had the 3 losses in a row. Tom Hawkins comes in to break the game's record of 356 games, held by his old mate. Joel had 355. 4 big ins. Hawkins, Duncan, DeKoning and Cameron's really important, but the Giants need the win as well, and they've won the last 3 times. I think it is.
Surprised when I saw that this
Park. Toby Green usually saves his very best for that ground as well. So that'll be a great contest.
And Dreamtime at the G. We know it's the centrepiece of Sir Doug Nichols' round. Baker, Campbell and Ryan come in. We know the challenges for Adam Uze. He's had on the injury front with Mansell, Coulthard and Young out. And for the Bombers, Ridley makes his return. Cox, and we get to see Nate Caddy for the first time this season with Sardis Shield omitted and Harry Jones suspended.
Gee, Ridley's a good end, given how well they're going.
Sort of haven't really talked about him too much, have we, being out of that side? But they're going so well at the moment, the Bombers, and yeah, unfortunately Richmond are in a really tough period at the moment. I don't think they'll get within probably 10 goals of Essendon, to be honest with you, on Saturday night.
And, of course, squads for the Sunday games. James Sicily back for the Hawks. On the SMS, 0437 774 774. Paul in Perth said, loved the commentary of the 20 seconds leading up to Errol Goulden. No doubt you might get to hear that across the weekend. Phil from Victoria wants to know, Swans are not my team, but what is Dean Cox's role? He seems to always get an earful from John Longmire in the box.
Punching bag, I think.
Yeah.
I think midfield coach, I'd imagine.
I think Jared McVeigh looks like he's a midfield coach.
Now.
But
Okay.
he's obviously, assume he's partly ruck coach.
Yeah, but he's certainly one of the senior assistant
he's
coaches.
moved up to
Senior assistant.
head of strategy, sort of one of those overarching positions.
Surely he could request a move from right alongside John Longmire.
Maybe he likes it there next to the big horse.
Well, he likes a perforated eardrum, does he?
Sandra from Altona Meadows says if the Swans are going to maul the Dogs are going to have a good peck at the Swans' eyes right now. Go Dogs. And Mark from Upway was thinking that maybe Riley West needed to be moved back, giving his challenges in front of goal. Well, he was on the board in that second quarter, so I'm sure Dogs fans would be happy. He was one of their 7 goal scorers in the match so far.
His set-shot goal kicking is probably what Mark's alluding to there, and yes, that hasn't been quite where he's nailed it. But I've been so impressed with, I said earlier on the call, his forward craft, his ground ball ability, but also his smarts to just end up on a nice little lead at the right time when it's his turn to get into some space. So he's learned that well. That's what I love when young players come to a club and they've been a certain position their entire junior career, is the ability to embrace that might not be where I end up as an AFL player, and wherever I'm put, make that position a winner, and then eventually Riley West still might end up a midfielder by the end of his career, but for now, be the best forward you can be.
We haven't mentioned the Indigenous jumpers, which is one of the highlights of the 2 weeks, but I think the City Swans men take the points of mine. Designed by Richard Campbell, the jersey depicts the black swan whose feathers transform into an elder, meaning wise old man. And the Sydney Opera House and the Harbour Bridge are both represented. The Harbour Bridge is on the black swan, which is outstanding. And for the Western Bulldogs, the design was designed by Tani Jarvis. The traditional hoops have been replaced with the riverways representing the connection between the different countries of the West, and the arches at the bottom symbolise the mountain ranges. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Now, this is news, Matt. So the Dogs doctors have just spent a bit of time down in the rooms with Aaron Norton. They have just the message from the Dogs media team. They are optimistic. It's not an ACL, but they will have the scans in the morning to confirm. So that is a developing story and hopefully good news for the Dogs. So you really do cross your fingers.
Wow, that is great news for the Bulldogs and certainly their fans as they go inside 50 here. But Goulden able to come away with the footy. 2 players are down. Ed Richards and also Ollie Florent, both getting to their feet, a little staggered as they get up. Inside attacking 50 goes the ball for Sydney. Onto it, Warner. Plenty of time. Loops a handball. Snapping on goal, Hayward. And coast to coast go the Swans. And they regain the lead to start the second half. 8:4:52 play, 7:8:50, 1 minute into this second half. Both players coming to the bench. Tim Hodges.
Yeah, so that was a nasty head knockers again. The Bulldogs medical team has been so busy tonight. Ollie Florent and Ed Richards both coming to the bench. I imagine both in the next minute or so will undertake an HIA after that really heavy head contact.
And this is the process that should happen, as the AFL have insisted, and we thought perhaps should happen with Harry Cunningham in the first quarter. Come to the bench here. We've just sort of seen a replay, Hodgie, and clear head clash between Richards and Florent. So bring them to the bench, assess them on the bench when you've got time and they're not trying to run around out there.
Hodgie on the bench.
Yeah, so just Aaron Norton. We still haven't seen Anthony Scott, who was knocked out in those opening minutes of the match, but Aaron Norton has just emerged. He's had the shower, he's got the trackies on, and he's got the big contraption holding that right leg together. So that will be fascinating scans tomorrow. I mean, the whole Bulldog season riding on them.
Warner inside 50 for Sydney and finds the option in Logan McDonald. He marks out to the right. He'll shoot on a 45-degree angle from 45 metres out. So the Bulldogs have led at quarter time, at half time. Sydney take the lead with the first goal of the third quarter, a chance to extend that lead just inside 2.5 minutes.
Well, there was great pressure then from the Sydney Swans. It was Adam Treloar who picked up the ball out of the centre square bounce and just need to have better ball security, trying to absorb the tackle. Don't let the ball drop to the Sydney numbers.
Held goalless last week, the Western Australian, as McDonald comes in and hits it flush. The Swans with a quick couple to start the third quarter to make it an 8-point advantage. 9-4-58 to the Bulldogs, 7-8-50. Logan McDonald with his first of the night.
And while everything's going on at the moment, obviously with in particular the Western Bulldogs bench, the Swans have just come out sharp, haven't they? Their focus is on just playing at the moment, and centre clearance there, really important. You said the pressure. Taylor Adams lays the tackle on Adam Treloar, spills out instead of locking it in. They get the ball forward to McDonald. With the head clash that happened just before, straight away the Swans turned into attack mode, flying down the ground, and they start this quarter with 2 goals. Tim Hodges on the boundary, another update for us?
Lingy, this is grim for the Bulldogs. They're now down to 2 men on the bench. Ed Richards has been taken to the rooms. It will be a full concussion test, so the fear is he'll be out as well. So, yeah, just 2 fit players on the bench for this second half against the best team in the competition. That's going to be a tough task.
Missed a game earlier this year through concussion, sustained it against the Gold Coast Suns in Ballarat, Ed Richards, so might be a second to start the season for him. Treloar sends the Dogs inside 50. Darcy hands to it. Ugle-Hagan roves, kick smothered, spills to the pocket onto it. Daniel shovels out a handball to Ugle-Hagan. His handball back beyond the attacking 50. But Craig gathers, chisels the ball to Daniel, who marks 45 out, worse than a 45-degree angle to the left-hand side.
It was good ball use in the end, but it was a missed handball from Ugle-Hagan that made the ball having to come back outside 50. McRae ended up hitting the kick, but they probably could have had a set shot a little bit closer to goal, but see if he can make the distance from here.
One of the best kicks in the AFL. How does he go shooting on goal? He's bringing it back and sliding it through.
They're going to have to check it because the goal umpire was
all fours.
Yeah, he was in the contest. He got bundled over. And we'll head upstairs to check it.
That's when you get caught in the marks up pack in a bad spot. You just get taken out. Ooh, wow.
Review underway.
Close, I reckon.
It is very close.
Okay, touched, I reckon.
Is that a finger still on it, Move?
I reckon it looks
Is
like
the
a finger.
finger touching it? There's a shot where...
That's touching it there.
And I think they're matching up that with the side-on view that has the ball.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, the ball is touched before crossing the back of the goal line. Decision on scoreboard.
Well, it's very close, and at least we didn't take an inordinate amount of time. So he got there quickly, behind. Oh, they put up no score on the scoreboard. It was a behind, definitely.
Just ignore the scoreboard, everyone.
Yeah. Hopefully didn't hit the wrong button as Blakey kicks into the middle of the ground. Heaney can't take the mark, lays the tackle on Bontempelli, who turns to the umpire and supports him and says, he got me high, and he blows his whistle and says, yep, he did. Bontempelli with a free kick, driving kick inside 50, looking for Darcy or Ugle-Hagan in from the side. Jamara pinches it with his right mitt and marks directly in front, 15 out from goal.
It was a genuine pluck, wasn't it? It looked like it was going to Sam Darcy, and just from the side, just his vertical leap must be extraordinary, this bloke, because he's just jumped off just a leg there and just plucked his hand across the contest.
He was wrestling with Milliken off the play and then timed his run superbly to pluck an exceptional mark. Jamara Ugle-Hagan for his second, and the Dogs bite back once more. Back to a 1-point lead Sydney's way here at Docklands. 9-4-58 to the Western Bulldogs, 8-9-57. The Swans with a quick couple of goals to start the third quarter. The Bulldogs answer straight back.
And we had a shot of John Longmire in the box being not so happy in his message he was sending down the phone. The reason for that was, so Lewis Malikan did what a defender you just can't do, unfortunately. He guessed and hoped
going out the back.
It was going to come out the back. So he split to go to the back while Ugle-Hagan went to the ball. And you can't do that. You can't just hope for the best and think, oh, that might come over the back and I'll end up with it. And on our replay there, Malikan knew it straight away. He
smashed his hands together, didn't he?
Yep, I've done the wrong thing.
So back to just a point. Bounce in the middle. No decisive tap, and the Swans come away with it. Adams gets it out towards Heaney. He kicks to the wing. What a clean pickup. And a little bit of burst to get away from them. He'll kick laterally across the square. Lloyd's able to mark. A little unsure where to go initially. Kicks laterally out to Campbell. High half forward here for the Swans. Campbell veers out to his left. Driving ball towards full forward. McDonald launching at it. Can't take the mark. Out the back, Treloar on the last line for the Dogs.
Got it away to Dale, who works up to Bontempelli with a kick that clears Campbell, and the Bulldogs captain has it at left half-back. One of the all-time greats. He looks short and finds McRae. He marks on his chest, thought about the hand pass back. Bontempelli says no thank you. McRae centres it to Dale. At the back edge of the centre square, short to English. He's still at centre half-back. Back to Dale, trying to create some run. Looks up and sends a long kick towards Fraser. He's in a wrestle with Florent, but takes the mark. He's ventured forward, swings on his left, a little ding kick to Sanders, is at 15, not paid, tries to give the hand pass back, decides now to swing on his right and kicks to the lead of Ugelhagen, can't take the mark. Melican was able to compete there. Francis overran the footy and then eventually just steps it out of play under the pressure of Vandermeer. Throwing in the right forward pocket for the Bulldogs. Sydney still hanging on to a 1-point lead.
Well, he doesn't mind the one Mitchamara, but he's just let one go straight through the double hands there. Unfortunately, did everything right then, the Bulldogs, just not that last play.
Throw in right forward pocket here for the Dogs. Darcy and Grundy. Grundy laying it down, looking to follow up. Warner bursting through, picks it up and runs away from them. Takes a bounce, gives it off to McInerney. He'll kick beyond the defensive arc, up to the logo. Couple of Dogs there. Bailey Williams punches it down towards the boundary line. Adams tracks it, fumbles it. Now he's under pressure. Turns it over with the handball. Williams comes up with it. Handball to Bramble. He's tackled out. And a throw-in to come between wing and half forward here for the Dogs. Sydney lead it by a point. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 9 minutes into the third.
The burst of Chad Warner's exciting to watch, isn't it? Whether or not from a half forward flank or around the stoppage, just that first 5 or so yards just with extreme power.
Here's Bontempelli, who tries to gather from the stoppage, kicks into the pocket, it bounces just in the field of play. Might be a bad result for the Dogs to throw in 45 metres out from their attacking goal. Sydney leading by a point. It's been a disaster day for the Dogs on the injury front. Anthony Scott, unfortunately, a head clash with Cunningham in the first quarter. Norton in the second quarter with a knee injury, and Ed Richards in the third, off with concussion. Thrown back in. Darcy tries to follow up his ruck work. He's over the footy, trying to knock it away from Grundy. Heaney lays the bump. It's on Garcia. Francis's hand pass out, almost sharked by Bontempelli. He now becomes the tackler on Grundy as Darcy slides in. Locks it up inside the attacking half for the Dogs. Sydney by a point.
Hit the opening 2 goals of their second half, Sydney. Dogs responded with one of their own. Harms trying to bustle his way through. Dispossessed of it. Heaney picks it up. Releases Jordan with the handball. Off the half-back flank. He'll kick around the wing. McDonald will be able to take it. Doesn't go immediately. Tries to kick infield. Kick partially smothered. And a turnover. Dogs back in possession in the middle of the ground. Williams short to Vandermeer. So Vandermeer, defensive side of the bullseye, will kick out to the wing, and English can mark. Go for a little run. Kicks to half forward, dock side of the ground. Bontempelli marks. Looks towards a central position. Bouncing ball now. Unable to gather it. Darcy gets it off to Harms. Quick snap. Is floating well wide of the target. And they'll get it in the left back pocket. The Sydney Swans, they lead by a point. 11 minutes played. Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport. We're in the third term.
As Melican runs his full journey, kicks up towards Heaney at half-back. Little shove from Keith. It clears to the back. A chance for Williams for the Dogs. Works it back to Liam Jones. Tries to work a kick up towards Sanders. Back with the flight was Goulden. Did well not to give away the free kick. Florent, hand pass inboard to Heaney. Dodges around the tackle of Caleb Daniel. Kicks out wide for Amati, who gathers on the wing. Hand pass back to Goulden. Centre wing drives a kick up towards half forward. Papley out, couldn't complete the mark. Wicks is onto it, taps it to his own advantage. Gathers up against the boundary line at half forward. Back to Amati. Works it back to the wing. Goulden looks to come inboard. Spots up Lloyd. Marks centre wing on the outer side.
Lloyd just stabs it short. Heaney takes it. Heaney wants to flare it out to right half forward. Campbell looks inside 50. Short kick. Papley on the burst. Can't take the mark. Plays for the free kick. Umpire lets them go. Bontempelli picks it up. Dogs quickly back the other way. Daniel to McRae. Off to Sanders. A little herky-jerky, and then he'll kick out to the wing. A good kick. And Fraser can mark. Forward of the logo, he spots up Ugle-Hagan.
He now looks up and has Darcy as the deepest forward against Francis as Florence got back to help. Just a little hesitant as he decides to try just a hiking inside 50. Have a go at that, and Darcy does. Can't take the mark. Fraser knocks it down to Garcia in the right forward pocket. End over end, into goal, and misses to the right-hand side. Scores locked at 58 apiece. 13 minutes gone, third quarter on ABC Sport.
I don't think they should hesitate. You got Darcy v Francis, one-on-one. They just should go there.
Yep. Even going back out from the corridor, going wide, they could have just gone. They were in the corridor. Keep going out the back.
Sydney chipping it around inside their defensive 50. McInerney moves it up towards the wing. Campbell, he'll kick for Grundy. Grundy takes it and wants to go. Nearly closed down by Keith. Handball out in front of Warner. He can't pick it up. Bontempelli worries him out of it. Sanders gathers. Dogs in possession. 1-2 with Keith, and then a kick out on the full. Trying to go on the left foot. Couldn't quite execute it. Sanders. Sydney back in possession. Rowbottom with it. Scores level, 13 into the third.
I'm not sure if it's a hair or not from Sanders. It looks a very similar type to Wayne Horne-Francis sort of moves and has that sort of burst, doesn't he?
Sort of has the hair lingy. And he has the socks sort of...
Socks up, which is very weird. Sort of half up, aren't they?
Yeah, he sort of goes to 3/4. Almost the old Chris Tarrant.
Cunningham marks at half-back. He looks up towards half-forward. Tries to put in the direction of Logan McDonald, who just got rid of Bramble with a shove. Hand pass away to Jordan, who looks into the pocket. Happily the target is over his head. Liam Jones dropped the mark. Charging in Taylor Adams. Jones is under enormous pressure. Can't take it over the boundary line. Getting back to offer support is Keith. He knocks it straight over the line. And the umpire's right onto this. The Sydney players are pointing in front of the Swans cheer squad. And it will be insufficient intent.
Alex Keith was trying to say, I was trying to tap it through for a point.
And missed. Wick steps out, opens up the angle, and beautifully bends it through for a goal. Capitalises on the Western Bulldogs error on the last line, and Sam Wicks is able to put through his first goal of the night. And Sydney lead by 6 points once more. 10-4-64 to the Bulldogs, 8-10-58. 14 minutes gone, third quarter on ABC Sport.
Does that qualify as insufficient attempt if you're trying to hit it through the points?
Well, that's what Alex Keith's trying to argue, isn't he? But he's obviously intended to get the ball out of play, and unfortunately for him, if you miss the behinds, it's deliberate.
It's deliberate. And the fact the Swans were able to keep the ball alive forced him to make that panic decision to knock it out. I think it was Taylor Adams who was just like a little wrecking ball getting after it. Amati was involved, just kept the ball alive, kept it dangerous. And Keith makes the mistake, and nice finish by Wicks.
It's disappointing for the Bulldogs too, because they've had a really good 5 or 6 minutes, had the ball up their end of the ground more often than not. Unfortunately, Sydney have gone down and scored straight away.
Thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy slapping it forward. English onto it. Warner coughs up possession, though bursting onto it. McInerney tackled by Sanders, and a ball up to come between the bullseye and attacking edge of the square for the Dogs. English and McLean. English slaps it away onto it. Florent works his way through a few, dumps it on the boot, kicks to half forward for Sydney. Bouncing ball. Jones is there, coughs it up with his handball. Trying to come through Duray, can't gather it. Spills out inside 50. Goulden kick smothered. Bailey Williams, the defensive effort. Falls to Harms. Dogs back in possession.
Tries to send it up to Fraser. The mark wasn't taken by Jones. Option to kick up towards half forward. It's over the head of Vandermeer. He leads the foot race though, trying to fend off Flooring in the left forward pocket. Centre and kick to the teeth of goal. Ugle-Hagan's outnumbered. It's spoiled through. And a minor score for the Dogs. Sydney by 5 points. 16 minutes gone. Third quarter on ABC Sport.
Well done, Bailey Williams down the other end of the ground. That was a certain goal to the Swans. They had players streaming into the goal square from the Goulden kick, but great smother.
Blakey kicks up the middle and Goulden takes it. Runs around Riley Sanders onto that left. Kicks up to half forward. Warner marks. Centre half forward for Sydney. Chips for Amati. Jones breaks it up. Slaps it down to English. Handballs it back to Jones. He'll kick laterally and really well to Harvey Gallagher on the back flank. Chips the Dogs up to the defensive point of the square. They trail by 5 points. 16 played in the third term.
It's a tiring pace at the moment, isn't it? That every player there looks pretty
pretty spent. There haven't been too many stoppages, Lingy. It's been very much up and back for the majority of this third quarter.
And the Bulldogs with just 2 players on the bench. Tim Hodges, Dane Rampy about to come back in.
He is, just an update from the Dogs. Ed Richards still in the rooms with that concussion test, so he wouldn't be back for some time yet, but it doesn't look good for him to be coming back. So, just 2 on the bench for the Bulldogs.
Elias kick was spoiled by McLean. It put Bramble under enormous pressure, and he's pinned holding the ball. McInerney takes the advantage of Sydney. Into the middle of the ground for Goulden. They're on at half forward. The kick out to McDonald. He marks at the top of the 50, trying to find the right option. He's played on. He drives a long kick looking for Warner, who finds space in the right forward pocket. He's a hard player to miss. And he's only about 5 metres out on a 45, maybe slightly tighter angle.
I love the Swans' intent. Great defensive pressure, terrific tackle, created turnover, but then didn't hesitate. McInerney, I think it was, just went. Created something, made the decision while moving rather than going back and safe behind the mark.
Chad Warner looking for his second. He comes in and puts it through. The Swans extend their lead. They've kicked 4 of the last 5 goals in the match, trying to wrestle away the momentum from the Bulldogs and open up a gap. 11-4-70 to the Bulldogs, 8-11-59. The Swans by 11 points. Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, well, it was great pressure to start off with, but Ling, you called it spot on. And then it was just a wave of players who were just all running forward hard, and they all ran with great space too, so it was easier for McInerney to initially see that free because they don't get in each other's way. They know where they're expected to run. They create great space and they open up little pockets of grass for one another to work into. And then Logan McDonald just had the composure, not just to fire at anyone going. He thought, no, I'm going to wait for this to eventuate, let the guys work their patterns, work their movement, and then that pocket of space opened up the back there for Chad Warner.
Biggest lead of the night Sydney have had. Dogs did lead by 12 points after they kicked the first 2 goals of the game, but as I said, as big as Sydney have led by. And the restart, English just slapping it down to Sanders. Secondary ball up. Both English and McLean get a hand on it. Treloar dragged to ground. Ball doesn't spit out yet. And we'll do it again. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Start of round 11. Umpire puts it aloft. McLean trying to get a run and jump. English double palms it down. Florent tackled by Sanders. Loses it. Coming through Garcia. Nowhere to go. You have a go, Clinchy. See if you can get it into the open. 19 minutes into this third term. Sydney by 11.
Get in there and get a clearance, Clinchy.
I'll put my head over the footy. Heaney stripped of it. A chance for the Dogs. Unable to take it. Gallagher just hacked forward in the end. It might work as Goulden gets it to half forward. Marty was able to get clear of Jones. He has it at right half forward. His kick inside 50. Just couldn't quite get enough height and purchase on it. And Keith takes the intercepting mark. He runs away from Haywood. Around the wing to Vandermeer. He takes the mark despite the late challenge from Florent. In front of the 2 benches, Sydney by 11 points. 20 minutes gone, third quarter. Turns and returns back to the defensive 50. And the mark is taken by Dale. Out to Williams. He looks out to the far wing. DeRay has space. He can take the mark in front of Campbell. Fraser runs into open space, centre wing. So they built this well, the Dogs. Centre wing. Hand pass over the top to Williams, who kept running. He looks to drive a long kick up towards Darcy's outnumbered 2-on-1. And Milliken takes the mark. To be fair, Nick Blakey wasn't all that intended in flying. He just ran to the back of the pack, but a good mark from Lewis Milliken at left half-back, Sydney by 11.
I reckon Dramara needed to work higher up the ground then and provide an option. It was too deep and just couldn't get to that contest.
Milliken, long kick up to the wing, trying to claim it. Logan McDonald and paid the mark.
And 50 maybe?
Yeah.
50 has been paid. They're going to have to stop the play.
So I reckon McLean had hands on it, knocked it down, and then McDonald just nicked it. The umpire fell for it. Geray's trying to explain that, but he's given away 50, and it's a good 50 as well. Where's the mark being set here? 45 out.
They're getting very central 50s, aren't they, these days? There was one earlier that was paid right down here near the boundary, ended up in the centre square. This one's been on the far side of the wing, and he's almost directly in front.
That's a good point, mate.
Yeah. I noticed that one earlier as well, Murph. It was a little bizarre, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Logan McDonald on the runway to really drive home Sydney's advantage. He tugs it left. Go out by 2 goals neat. The Sydney Swans on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Between the benches, Tim Hodges.
Ben, I can't remember a night like this for a footy club. So the Bulldogs have unfortunately just ruled Ed Richards out with concussion. He'll miss the rest of this game and next week, like Anthony Scott, who's out of this game with concussion, who is also out of next week. And then there's a real cross your fingers on Aaron Norton, who'll have those scans tomorrow. So, yeah, the Dogs just 2 fit men for the rest of this match.
Dale into DeRay, turns it over. Goulden takes the mark. They're lining up, kicks it forward. The mark was dropped by McDonald. Swings onto his right-hand side. It's across the face of goal. And out of bounds on the full. So the Bulldogs to take the free kick up against the left behind post. Sydney leading by 12 points. Bramble to take the free kick. Western Bulldogs GM of footy, Matthew Egan, said at half-time, obviously disappointing around Aaron Norton, a freakish tackle. He got his feet caught underneath him and twisted. We're pretty optimistic that it's not an ACL. That scans will take place tomorrow. Back in the middle of the ground, Garcia trying to win it for the Dogs. McDonald Tampas chopped off. Trelaw tries to slide in. Rowbottom, a tackling machine, locks him up. The umpire's on the blind side. Ball up in the middle of Docklands.
Just on Richards, it'll be really interesting too. I mean, he's changed the dynamic of this Bulldogs midfield, but second concussion in 9 weeks. So whether they're especially cautious with Ed Richards, West trying to emerge with the footy, throws it out to English, dumps it on the boot, bouncing ball, half forward for the Dogs, mopped up there by Rampy, gets it on the right boot, clear and kick, forward of the wing for Sydney. McDonald gathers it, handball to Wicks, no room to work in, somehow finds some. Handball out to McInerney, handball to Jordan, handball away towards Hayward. His handball chopped off by Bontempelli, Dogs back with it. Gallagher away to Harms, off to Garcia, slips over on the logo. Rowbottom dives on top of him. No prior opportunity, says umpire Williamson. Ball up on the logo.
To answer your question, Benny, I think that they have to be. When you have 2 concussions that close together, just really super cautious, do the right thing. He's still a young player, long career ahead of him, hopefully.
Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport. Bontempelli kicks up towards half forward. Garcia gathers, can't get a lot of purchase on his kick. Blakey takes the intercepting mark in front of Darcy, and he bounds away from half-back. A second bounce to the Blizzard, a third into the middle of the ground. It opens up for Hayward. He just has to gather at half forward. He knocks it on, got it to Jordan, breaks the tackle, hand pass to Wicks. Sydney at their best. No! Bramble says no. A rundown tackle, a goal-saving tackle, and Jones takes the advantage. Out to McRae at half-back.
So McRae on the half-back flank. Puts his laces through it on his left leg. Kicks to half forward. Rampy gathers the loose footy for Sydney. Kicks to centre half back. A good kick for Goulden. Goulden just pokes a short kick for Papley. Backward of the bullseye. Sydney by 12 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Kicks to the logo. City side of the ground, and Lloyd accepts it. Lloyd stabs it short again. Cunningham runs onto it. Spent some time off the ground in the first half. Cunningham shorts it in, turn to Florent. Wide out, City side of the ground.
This is clever. Just a little bit of kick mark. I think there's some exhausted Sydney players out there. Take some pace off.
Kicks into the pocket. Water!
Wow.
This man can do it always. Goes upstairs to get the ride. And we'll go back with a set shot directly in front, 25 out.
Oh, I watched him come on from the interchange here, and he just drifted down, and he just looks like an unbelievable athlete, the way in which he was just strutting down there. And then he obviously had the fresh legs, but just the power to jump over that contest. That's a great ride. As clean as you're going to see.
We watched him come on and then watched him soar.
Yep.
By air or by land, he can do it all. And he finishes as well. A third for the Chad. 12-5-77. The Bulldogs 8-11-59. And it's the biggest break in the game. 18 points, 26 minutes into the third. Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport.
It's quite remarkable. 71 games he's played, 23 years of age, and he is dominating the midfield, but he's then going forward and kicking goals, and he's taking marks like that.
Yeah, well,
crazy.
He's matched up against Bontempelli there, and I watched them both amble into the inside 50, and it's probably fair enough for Marcus to look at him and go, this bloke's not going to fly for this, surely. What is he, 182 probably? And
he's 185 and Bontempelli's 195.
So he should have gone with him in the contest, but you're just not expecting someone of that height to leap like he did then. Unbelievable tricks. We've seen it all at ground level, but in the air he's obviously pretty capable as well.
So Isaac Heaney is the favourite for the Brownlow. Chad Warner has 3 goals, and Errol Goulden is racking them up on the wing. It's not a bad Sydney trio in the middle of the ground. Dogs trying to find a way to respond. Gallagher kicks up towards half forward. In the end, Vandermeer can't gather. It becomes a tackler on Goulden, and the umpire circles and will ball it up on the far wing.
And throw in 5 clearances for Brodie Grundy as your ruckman, who's...
They won't get any votes, the ruckman, though, will they?
That's true. 31 hit-outs, 5 clearances.
Grundy, robot on the tackling machine, and there's still a guy called Callum Mills who'll come back in at some stage. As it's worked forward, the hand pass. Here's Warner again at left half forward. He chips this time to Amati, who takes the mark in the left forward pocket. The Swans are starting to break open this game now.
It was always the worry, wasn't it, that running power would just get going a little bit. You remove Ed Richards from that midfield who's having a really good game, and now just almost a feeling of inevitability that those Swans midfielders are just going to run them off their feet.
It's incredible to think that a forward line without Lance Franklin, featuring McDonald, Hayward, Amati, has got better this season. Joel Amati for his third, out to the left. And goal number 50 still waits in his career, a minor score to the left-hand side, and Sydney lead by 19 points at the 28-minute mark of the third quarter. Here's Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
We haven't really spoken about Anthony Scott's long issue with concussions as well, so he's had some real troubles throughout his career. Bailey Dale works onto his left, and a good kick. Gallagher coming up, takes it overhead. City wing. Sydney leading by 19 points. Moves it on to Bailey Williams. Looping handball, sets up Harms, and Blakey comes in to knock it out for a throw-in.
It's a tough one about our game now, isn't it, with the concussions and the multiple concussions now that players are getting. You're seeing guys having to retire early, and there's no doubt that that's coming into the thought process of a lot of players these days who are getting those multiple hits.
English punching it down to the front. Handball coming from Adams, straight to the Dogs. McRae, handball away to Harms, gives it off to Gallagher. He's under pressure, taken down in a Lloyd tackle. Pinged holding the ball. Lloyd wins it back for the Swans. Backward of halfway on the City side of the ground. Sydney by 19 points, closing in on three-quarter time.
That's what they've done well tonight, the Swans. 55 tackles to 39. So they've hunted the Bulldogs, even when the Bulldogs have had some momentum, kept at them, and trying to use their skill on the outside as well.
It's been a fair quarter for Chad Warner. Murph, 10 disposals, 2 goals, 2 goal assists, 3 inside 50s, 4 score involvements.
It's huge.
And the Swans 5 goal to 1 third quarter. As they work it up towards McDonald, can't take the mark. Amati stripped of it. Williams with a hand pass forward to Treloar. Bramble, good dash. He kicks up towards Ugelhagen, outnumbered once more. Blakey in from the side against Melican. The reinforcers come charging in. Vandermeer for the Dogs, trying to knock it out, but Francis is onto it. Arches the back, gets away from the tackler. Hand pass to Rampy, kicks out to the wing. Bouncing ball as the siren sounds at three-quarter time. Which didn't appreciate the attention from Alice Keith, but they head in separate directions. And at three-quarter time, the Swans have opened up a gap. They lead by 19 points in what has been an enthralling tussle. But the Bulldogs have had their injury concerns, which has surely impacted them in the second half. 12-6-78 the Swans, so the Bulldogs 8-11-59. Sydney with 5 goals, 2 in that third quarter, to the Bulldogs 1 goal, 3. Chad Warner kicked 2 of his 3 goals in that third quarter. 2 goals to Hayward and to Amati, individuals to McLean, McDonald, Papley, Wicks and Goulden. While for the Western Bulldogs, 2 goals to Jamara Ugelhagen, individuals to Darcy, West, Vandermeer, Norton, Garcia and English. The Swans leaders by 19 points at three-quarter time. Sir Doug Nicholls, round 11 of the AFL. Great to have your company on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Time to steady and pull it.
Oh, mornings.
Will Anderson, you've been targeted.
It's too early for advertising. Skip.
The adverts are in your home.
Spam on my fridge now? No. Unsubscribe.
You're being influenced.
I don't want any of this. Are you listening to me?
When the whole world's gone ad.
Oh, we're listening.
Thank goodness there's Gruen. Wednesday nights on ABC TV. And always free, always entertaining on ABC iView.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
Now, this is news, Matt. So the Dogs doctors have just spent a bit of time down in the rooms with Aaron Norton. They are just the message from the Dogs media team. They are optimistic. It's not an ACL, but they will have the scans in the morning to confirm.
Inside attacking 50 goes the ball for Sydney. Onto it, Warner. Plenty of time. Loops a handball. Snapping on goal, Hayward. And coast to coast go the Swans. And they regain the lead to start the second half.
Held goalless last week, the Western Australian, as McDonald comes in and hits it flush. The Swans with a quick couple to start the third quarter.
The Swans have just come out sharp, haven't they? Their focus is on just playing at the moment.
This is grim for the Bulldogs. They're now down to 2 men on the bench. Ed Richards has been taken to the rooms. It will be a full concussion test, so the fear is he'll be out as well. So, yeah, just 2 fit players on the bench for this second half.
The kick out to McDonald. He marks at the top of the 50, trying to find the right option. He's played on. He drives a long kick looking for Warner, who finds space in the right forward pocket. Chad Warner looking for his second. He comes in and puts it through. The Swans extend their lead.
Tiring pace at the moment, isn't it? Every player out there looks pretty spent. There haven't been too many stoppages, Lingy. It's been very much up and back.
Kicks into the pocket. Warner! This man can do it always. Goes upstairs to get the right. And we'll go back with a set shot by air or by land. He can do it all. And he finishes as well. A third for the Chat.
The 2024 Sir Doug Nicholls round.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sydney by 19 points at three-quarter time. A third quarter in which Chad Warner took over the show. A Mark of the Year contender and a couple of goals for his 3 of the match. Sydney 12-6-78 to the Bulldogs, 8-11-59. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron, Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling are your experts.
Well, Murphy, just felt like what we worried about before the game, where the Bulldogs, I would say probably for the first 10 minutes of that quarter, were really good.
Yep.
But it was all-out effort. They were having a crack. They were trying to win the footy. They were putting on a heap of pressure. Couple of little chances created. But then as the quarter wore on, that Sydney midfield running power, and in particular Chad Warner, but right across Goulden, all of those players, just took over the game a little bit.
Yeah, well, the game certainly opened up, and unfortunately the Bulldogs, whether that's the case of the rotations not being where they need them to be with only 2 fit men on the bench, they're always going to find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Maybe it's come a little bit earlier than what we thought, but they're polished, the Swans. We've talked about it on numerous occasions tonight. Just that level up from probably where the Bulldogs are. They've got obviously their star in Marcus Bontempelli. Ed Richards being subbed out through concussions really hurt their run and their polish as well. So we saw how good the Swans were in that back for half of that quarter. Then they just went to another level, and geez, we saw some pretty exciting football.
Yeah, we did, and multiple times we saw Sydney players, once they won the ball, or in the case down here in front of us, got a free kick, McInerney, they just went. And Nick Blakey, I reckon at times, he's already made up his mind to take off. I'm pretty sure no one in the entire ground knows exactly what he's going to do next except him.
Oh, I don't think he knows.
It looks like he doesn't know either.
No, just keep bouncing, keep running. Something will open up. But it creates things, and we saw a few times they were able to make the most of that.
It's one of the great sights in football at the moment, watching Nick Blakey run off the half-back flank, because you almost feel that everyone in the crowd really just enjoys watching it, whether or not they're a Bulldog supporter as well. There was almost a bit of a roar a couple of times when he gets the ball, because they just know he's going to be shot out of a cannon.
Yeah.
And he's just going to take off.
And I wonder with him, so he's quick and he's a good kick of the footy, but he's 196 centimetres, so he's probably thinking, if I've got a full head of steam, no one's really going to tackle me. And even if they happen to grab my jumper, I'll still be able to handball or kick the ball.
He's a rare athlete, and it's exciting to watch him at full flight. And we also saw a pretty handy athlete in Chad Warner fly for a mark and obviously kick his 2 goals and have a pretty handy third quarter. But they've just got polish across the ground at the moment, the Swans. And if they can get their key targets firing, I know Logan McDonald's starting to look like a real man, isn't he? He looks like he's really accomplished now at the level. Amadi's showing a few signs as well. So if that's probably their one area of the game, I reckon, that they can probably go to another level. Yeah. Having said that, they're sitting here 9-1.
Yeah, exactly. That's the gear, though, isn't it? If they get that forward line. Chad Warner's kicked 18 goals already this season.
Ridiculous.
From the midfield.
His numbers in that third quarter, 10 disposals, 1 clearance, 3 inside 50s, 5 score involvements and 2 goals of his own.
Solid.
Good term,
Very
isn't it?
solid.
Final term underway. Sydney leading by 19 points. Grundy and English. It's Grundy who gets the clearance. As the ball trickled behind the 2 rucks, he kicks up towards Hayward at half forward. Worked off it by Williams. Back onto it. Williams tries to knock it to Bramble's advantage. Hayward lays a good tackle. He locks it up 55 metres out from Sydney's goal. The Swans 12-6-78 to the Bulldogs 8-11-59. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport. Sanders tried to break away from it for the Dogs. He's tackled, dispossessed. It spills out to Goulden, who got it from Hayward. Long kick towards McLean, who tried to fly on Jones. Bit of a tug at the back of the shirt. No free kick. Williams' hand passes to Gallagher. His kick is smothered. Dogs under enormous pressure. And gathering it is Warner for goal number 4. He is everywhere at the moment. Can't keep a good man out of it. And Chad Warner just swoops onto it to put through his 4th. And Sydney with the first goal of the final term inside a minute, which is no good for the contest, but it does stamp their authority. 13-6-84 to the Dogs, 8-11-59.
He's having a fair night, isn't he? We've obviously talked about what he did in that third quarter, but sometimes it just falls your way. So off the smother, straight into his arms. He's standing there and just space inside forward 50. Very rarely do you get an opportunity like that. And it was a great smother. Couldn't see who it was, but just in the right time and the right place. But the one thing I find weird is seeing Marcus Bontempelli playing deep forward.
Yeah.
I would have thought having him in the guts to start this last quarter, just get your skipper in, who's your premier. He's the best midfielder in the comp, I think.
Especially
get him around the ball.
Especially with this midfield starting to get on top. I remember a young Chris Judd kicking. What do you have, 30 and kicked 5 in a game?
Yeah, gets the lines up there at the Gabba.
All in the first half, I think.
Yeah, okay. So Chad's got a bit of work to do there.
Pretty good going from Juddy on that day. Kick inside 50 for the Dogs from the restart. There to clean it up though, Rampy gives it off to Cunningham and off to Goulden. Right foot kick for Warner, can't take this one. Dogs onto it, half forward, Treloar to Daniel, short kick for Harms. Bursting up, he marks on the lead, 40 out, slight angle.
Yeah, good vision, good composure there from Caleb Daniel. That's his one. That's something that he should really try and aim for in this back part of his career, has been that little link player who can deliver the ball inside 50. We've seen how good he is in the back line. He's obviously, I don't know, not on the nose down there, but they want him to play a different role, and he's so smart with his ball use, can be really efficient if he can play that role really well for the Bulldogs.
In the coaches' votes last week was Harms with his 2 goals, and he's got one here to just keep the door ajar. A faint chance for the Dogs. They're down to 2 on the bench on a 5-day break. But they're down by 19 points. 3 minutes into the 4th term. 13-6-84. Plays 9-11-65. Tim Hodges before Cameron Ling and Mark Murphy.
Ben, just a quick one. Nice to see Anthony Scott back on the bench for the Bulldogs during the 3-quarter time break. He was really distraught when he went down to the rooms 5 minutes in to this match when he got the concussion. He's had a lot of injuries, a lot of concussion issues. His first game of the year tonight, and for it to end just within minutes, it's nice to see him back on the bench. So let's hope for a speedy recovery for him.
Thanks for that, Hodgie. Again, the midfield, Murph, as you pointed out, Riley Sanders in there, Garcia's in there, Adam Treloar's been very good all night as well. So just trying to search for those other midfield options that doesn't everything fall onto Marcus Bontempelli.
Back in the middle of the ground, Grundy wins down the tap for Sydney, but Treloar another disposal, kicks out towards Fraser, can't gather, swooping onto it, Goulden for the Sydney Swans, cut back into the corridor, decides to hand pass to right half back, where Florent looks for options long down the line, sends it in the direction of McLean, he flies against Liam Jones, Dale's onto it for the Bulldogs, chips it back to Williams, he marks across half back, despite the lunging effort of Hayward. Switches it out to Keith, who has to block the lights out of his eyes as he marks in front of McDonald. And plays on across half-back. Looks out to Gallagher in front of the 2 benches. Sydney by 19 points. It's Gallagher with no real clear options. Pushes right back behind his mark and then decides to turn and come inboard to Dale. It's over his head. Bad turnover. McLean's onto it. Sydney are on the break. Hand pass to Heaney off the outside of the boot to Goulden. To Warner, who might play on. He's chipping it over the top because Hayward's on his own. It's not 15. Has to fend off Bramble. Gets it back to Chad Warner. He's tackled by Caleb Daniel. Can he bring him down? He can! Chad Warner holding the ball. And despite having 4 goals in the game, even the littlest player can have their win on their night.
Gives us all hope, doesn't it, Benny?
We play taller, Murph. Caleb Daniel goes to fullback. Mark taken by Bailey Dale. He'll kick to Bailey Williams. Bailey's combining.
I love that you've grouped yourself in with Murph, Benny.
Former AFLPA MVP. Long kick up to the wing and Darcy reaching in. Sorry, you were the CA
coaches.
MVP. Yeah, Coaches Award.
They know better anyway, don't they, Benny?
Coaches. No one knows the game better than them, Merv. Particularly back in 2012, wasn't it?
11 almost.
2011. Just a smidgen off.
Oh, candy from the big man.
Darcy gets around his man on the mark and kicks around the wing.
He's kicking up towards Bontempelli, who's outnumbered, but does spoil it down. Treloar onto it with speed. Deep in the right forward pocket. He can't do the miraculous. And it ends up amongst the Sydney cheer squad out of bounds on the full. Swans leading by 19 points, but Adam Treloar's had a pretty good night. 27 disposals, 6 clearances, 6 score involvements.
Yeah, he's tried hard. You just need to kick a drop punt around the corner there. You're not going to kick that snap from 45 out running towards the boundary unless you probably Nick Dacos in the dying middle of the game against Carlton.
Just lives in the memory. As Rampy brings it back in, and James Jordan has it at left half back. Kicks up towards McLean in a tangle with Keith. It's brought down to the front. Grundy's the rover. Kicks up inside 50. Jones is in front of Papley. Papley made the spoil. The collision of Dogs defenders.
Let Warner kick it.
He hand passes it to Taylor Adams into the open goal and puts through his first. And even the goal umpire is scrambling for cover. The Sydney Swans with their 14th goal to move to 14,690 to the Bulldogs 9,11,65. Chad Warner, we're all hoping he bursts in. He's kicked a career best 4 goals. I get the feeling there might be another one on offer tonight. But Sydney with 2 goals to 1 in the final term, lead by 25 points. 7 minutes gone.
Very unselfish, Chad Warner. Well done. Did the right thing there. Just having a little bit of fun. Would have liked to have seen him kick his 5th.
Yeah.
But what about the contest? Tom Papley, Liam Jones plus another Bulldogs player, outnumbered, and he just kept his eyes on the footy. Taylor Duray was the other player who, coming back with the flight, Papley got his fist on the ball, brought it to ground, and from there, it was just a certain Sydney goal. Great play, Papley.
And you could see Harry Cunningham ran from the halfback flank to go get around Papley to pat him on the back for that effort.
Back in the middle, English takes it out of the ruck, dumps it on the boot, tumbles it inside 50. Blakey's there, he's surrounded by Dogs. Coming through Treloar, knocks it out. Goulden gathers, gets the handball away to Jordan. Halfback flank, he'll kick up to the City wing and out of bounds on the full. So the Dogs will get it back.
Just got to hang tough here, the Bulldogs. They've had a really good night. They're up against it here against obviously a really good side and 2 men down, but just got to try and hang in for grim death here.
Long kick inside 50. No one's able to take the mark. Losing it. Florence spills out. Ugle-Hagan gets it on the left. Bends it on goal and misses. Just across the face. So back to 24 points Sydney's advantage. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 8 minutes into the 4th.
McInerney brings Sydney back into play. Chips a kick to Florent. He marks still in the corridor. 40 metres out from his defensive goal. Felt like tonight was so big for the Dogs, just as to whether they could match it against Sydney, but they've got big clashes to come in the next few weeks. Collingwood, the Brisbane Lions and Fremantle ahead of their bye. McInerney receives it back. He chips it looking for Jordan in the middle of Docklands. He can get the hand pass away as Goulden's cruising past. Swings on his left, back to his right, kicks up towards Adams. He marks just short of centre half forward. Taylor Adams looks inside 50, plenty of arms up. He decides to kick laterally out to right half forward where Harry Cunningham takes the mark. Involved in that Anthony Scott collision earlier. Kicks up towards Heaney. Can't take the mark with the Marty flying as well. Williams a chance to clear for the Dogs. Hand pass to DeRay. To Dale, who does a full 360. And Marty's got him. Just got it away at the last moment. A hand pass in the eyes of the umpire. And Treloar kicks up to Darcy. That's a good mark at halfback.
Gives it off to Daniel. The tall and the short of it. Off to the run of Harms. Nowhere to go. Back feeds a handball away to Daniel, who chips it short. Mark taken by Garcia. Just forward of the logo, City side of the ground. Dinks it over the top, looking for McRae. Can't take the mark under pressure. Swans come up with it. Handball from Adams, chopped off. It ricochets back to the Dogs. Handball then goes to Florent. He's able to get it away and then get it back from Jordan. He'll kick around the wing, looking for a Marty off hands, close to the boundary line.
It stays in for a few moments as Sydney through McDonald gets it to Amati and just Taylor Derain, who had to lay the tackle to bring the momentum to an end.
That is a brilliant tackle. Yep. Massive size difference with Amati having momentum. Handball over the top probably results in a certain goal. It's been paid as, out of bounds.
Yep.
I don't think it was holding the ball, but must have just got him over the line just early enough to save Joel Amati there. Brilliant tackle though, Duray.
Throw in 45 metres out from Sydney's goal. Grundy down to Heaney, hard against the boundary. He wants to get involved as well. Isaac Heaney with one from the top shelf in the right forward pocket. The Brownlow medal favourite wants to get in on the action. And Sydney have booted 3-1 in the final term to lead by 30 points. 15-6-96 to the Bulldogs 9-12-66. I'm not sure we'll get the 3 votes tonight, but it does make for a bit of a challenge in terms of ranking the Sydney midfielders.
It's going to be an interesting one on Brownlow night, isn't it? When I suppose it helps when you're winning every week that you're going to take quite a few votes off one another. We talk about Goulden and Heaney and Warner. So it will be interesting how it'll all play out throughout the season if they keep on being as hot as what they are at the moment.
There's every chance they'll be drinking water while they're watching the count the way they're going as well.
Yes.
At the moment, the Sydney Swans.
Yep. They'll be sitting in Sydney. They still do that? Or do they have to fly down from Sydney? I'm not sure. But the fact that it's Warner and Heaney, so Warner's kicked 19 this season, Heaney's kicked 17 from the midfield. That just sets them above everyone else in the midfield across the competition right now.
English goes up, hooks it down to West on the burst. From the restart, kicks long inside 50. Bontempelli leading out. Vice-like grip. Great mark by the Bont.
Maybe that's why he's playing forward there, Lingy, but what grab.
Did you see Lewis Melican, who was going up in that contest? He started running back towards goal after the marking contest because he just assumed there's no way that's been marked. He starts trying to scramble for what must have been a loose ball and was shock on his face.
The All-Australian, he comes in, his left foot shot is out to the left. Even he can have a bad moment.
It's the only probably knock on his game, isn't he? Set shot, goal kicking at times, Marcus Bontempelli, but Jesus, unbelievable grab.
Sydney by 29 points, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's the one piece that's missing from his resume, isn't it? A Brownlow medal should make him one of the greatest Bulldogs, if he isn't already. The kick up towards Melican, who tries to spoil it down. Bontempelli's involved once more. How pass looking for Gallagher, couldn't take it cleanly, and Melican is locked up.
I think he probably is already. Well, he is in my eyes, but I know I work with Mick on a Friday night. He'll say Dougie Hawkins.
Yes.
Some of the, obviously, other great Bulldogs, but I think he is.
EJ, of course, Chris Grant, Charlie Sutton from a coaching point of view. They're all part of the Hall of Fame at Whitten Oval. It spills out. Here's a chance of Bontempelli once more. Desperately trying to get his Dogs into it in the dying stages here as he knocks it out to Vandermeer. He's locked up by Hayward and the umpire will pull it up. Left forward pocket for the Dogs. Sydney by 29 points, 13 minutes gone, final term.
Umpire puts it aloft. Hugo Hagan and McLean doing the ruck work. Straight down by McLean to Heaney. Ricochets away after being smothered. West bursting through. Bundles over Rowbottom. Handball to Sanders. Daniel slaps it out the back. Onto it, Garcia. Right foot snap. Classy finish. He showed a bit tonight as Garcia, his second. And it's back to just 23 points. 10-13-73 the Dogs. Sydney 15-6-96. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Again, some clever plays in that Bulldogs forward line. Just kept the ball alive and in changing the direction of the ball. Was it Caleb Daniel just tapped it over the top?
It was Rolly West who put the pressure on. It was like a bull at a gate, wasn't it? Just ran over the top of a Sydney player.
Robot.
And they need that from their small forwards. And you're right. There's a little bit of candy, a little bit of tricks there that they're playing with down there at the Bulldogs on the ground level. And Caleb Daniel, can't underestimate just tapping the ball onto advantage of a teammate down there.
And Garcia's shown plenty, hasn't he?
He has.
Clever with not just his ball use, but also where he runs, where he ends up. And that's a nice finish from Garcia.
Seems to have good awareness of opponents around him and how to evade. It's exactly what you need as a small forward.
Pick 62 in 2019. The fourth-year dog, Riley Garcia, is out of contract at season's end, so I'm sure the Dogs would be keen to try and lock him in, and a few others, Tim English as well. Thrown up in the middle of the ground. Second time, Grundy tries to get it down. Warner somehow hacks a kick up towards half forward. Foot races on between Wicks and Bramble. Wicks tries to tap it to his own advantage and gathers. On the wing, he hand passes back to McInerney. Tries to find a way around Bramble. Feints a hand pass to Wicks. Tries to fend off the Dale tackle. Gets it to Campbell. Back to McInerney at half forward. Back to the left-footed Campbell. Hard against the boundary. Breaks the Treloar tackle. Kicks towards McLean. Big crunches. Jones going the other direction. DeRay gets it out to Gallagher. Links up with Harms. Hand pass away to Sanders. Out to Treloar at right half-back.
Tries to kick around the boundary line. Looking for Ugle-Hagan. Milligan beats him to it and carries it out. Right in front of Tim Hodges between the benches. 23 points Sydney's advantage. Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Cameron Ling, Mark Murphy and Tim Hodges downstairs. Quarter hour mark of the final term. Throw in on the logo. Grundy slapping it to the front. Treloar can't gather it. Coming through Sanders. West 2. He's tackled by Heaney immediately. And another ball up coming between the logo and the boundary line. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us.
Tossed up. Darcy wins down the tap. Heaney races after it. Can't take it cleanly just inside the field of play. To keep it alive. Riley West makes his case. Hand pass to Lloyd. Kicks up towards a Marty. Jones makes the spoil for the Dogs. Hayward charges in. Gathers. Hand pass to McInerney. To Heaney. Kicks off the outside of the boot. Up towards McLean. He's outnumbered. And Liam Jones floating in front of Keith takes the mark. Switches out to Caleb Daniel. Vandermeer's running hard out onto the far wing. Ignores that. Looks out towards DeRay. Kick has to have enough on it to clear Francis. It does. And Taylor DeRay takes the mark. Turns and comes inboard. Vandermeer can chip it over the top after taking the mark. Spots up Keith. Centre wing on the outer side.
Keith a little unsure where to go initially. Looks infield. He'll go all the way back to centre half back. Spots up Jones. He'll bring it towards the edge of the square. Dale marks. Has a man on. Dock side of the ground. Bailey Williams. He takes it. Looks forward now. Short kick for Fraser. He's got it. He kicks the ball along the ground. Bouncing ball for Gallagher. Right at the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. Cuts back infield. Short kick. Knocked down by Rowbottom. Spills to Sanders. Back to Gallagher. Puts the afterburners on. Time to steady. Look at goal and finish. The Dogs aren't done yet. Back within 3 goals, just 17 points. 17 minutes into the fourth. 11-13-79 the Dogs. Sydney 15-6-96. Mark Murphy, Cameron Ling.
Yeah, they've found their way back into it, haven't they? Only 3 straight kicks away here, but I've enjoyed just some of their taking him on and having a crack. They're not dying wondering at the moment, the Bulldogs. They're really digging in. Some of the work rate across the other side of the ground, and then to open up space for a teammate was really impressive, and then to come back the other side and find an opportunity inside of 50. There was just a really good bit of play there for the Bulldogs, shifting the whole defensive unit of Sydney, who are really well set up on one side of the ground, and to be able to expose that on the other was very impressive.
You're right, there are lots and lots of positives here for the Bulldogs. Even if they fall short, there's lots to be got out of tonight.
Down to Tim Hodges on the boundary in just a moment. Taylor Adams gets the clearance. It's volleyed forward, though, by Riley West, as Adams is down and slow to rise. It's picked up by Harms, kicks up towards half forward. Darcy surely had enough for the mark as Blakey trying to spoil it late. And the umpire moving Nick Blakey back a couple of metres, and Darcy goes, you know what, I'll just put it towards Bontempelli. He and English are forward. Bont comes charging out. It's spoiled out of play in the right forward pocket for the Bulldogs. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Matt Roberts has been put into this game, the Sydney sub. Aaron Francis has been subbed out. So a real sense of urgency after that Bulldogs goal on the Sydney bench. I reckon they weren't going to put him in this game, but they've made the switch for some fresh legs.
Dogs just 2 fit players on the bench, but continuing to fight on from the throw-in. It spills down to Heaney. Hand pass to Rampy. High kick towards half-back. Yeah, Bramble and Keith were both there. They spoil out of play against a Marty and a boundary throw-in. And Sydney by 17, Lee.
They probably want to remove the liability that Aaron Francis has been tonight and just don't risk getting another goal kicked against him, because he has not had a good night. He is not the answer back there at all. They desperately need Tom McCartan to come back.
Only 2 on the bench, as Clinchy said, and a 5-day break. They win it from the restart. Kick towards full forward. Off hands it goes to the goal line and rush through. Back to 16 points. Sydney's advantage, 19 minutes into the fourth. Can the Dogs keep coming here?
Marcus Montepelli's gone to full forward, and it just feels like he wants to have an influence on this game. After Chad Warner's kicked 4 goals tonight, 3 of which after half-time. It's Blakey set to bring Sydney back into play. Dawdles into the left back pocket and drives a long kick up towards Grundy and Amati. Amati had hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. Jones sends it inside 50. Blakey sets himself in front of Bontempelli. Bontempelli spoils it down. Vandermeer tries to give it back to the Bond. Hand pass too slick for Garcia. Trickles out in front of Sanders, who left it for Harms. He's brought down by Florent, who dives the ball back underneath him. And the umpire will ball it up 52 metres out from the Bulldogs' goal.
16-point Sydney's lead. Late on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. English slaps it down, half forward for the Dogs. Rowbottom gets there. West tackles him. And another ball upcoming.
Really impressive stuff here, Bulldogs. Just getting repeat stoppages. Give yourself a chance to set up. Catch a breath.
Inside 50 now. English and Grundy. Grundy lays it down. Garcia bursts onto it. Half forward for the Dogs. Floats a kick to full forward. Ugle-Hagan launches out the back. Goulden's getting back. Paddling under pressure. Sees it out. Trying to come. Right forward pocket for the Dogs. They are pressing. Looked like they were dead in the water here.
Yeah, they did.
Down to 2 on the bench off a 5-day break. They've kicked the last 2 goals. It's just 16 points.
And the Swans are just trying to park the bus at the moment. They're not trying to run it out, link it out at all.
13-7, the inside 50s. Grundy down. Jamari Ugle-Hagan couldn't gather. Sanders can. His hand pass to Daniel. His kick is smothered. It ricochets out to Cunningham. Rampy has a bit of a fumble as he trickles it through. 4 behind. It's a 15-point Sydney lead. Just with every forward 50 opportunity, pressure is starting to mount.
We saw last week a team try and park the bus for an entire quarter, and
it didn't work out for them. Nice professional fumble there from Dane Rampy.
So clean and
had about 4 goes at it, trying to pick it up and through the behinds.
So professionally clumsy when they need to be, as Lloyd kicks up towards the wing, gets it out of there. The Dogs win it though. Dale gets a handball away towards Williams, breaks a couple of tackles, forward handball. Here's Daniel running towards 50, kicks to the pocket, and Ugle-Hagan marks just in the field of play. 25 metres out.
Always seeing right now Sydney just long to a contest slow, and then they're not getting numbers there. Dogs are winning the contest, coming back in.
To really bring them back into it. It's a shocker. Floats it towards full forward. Harms goes up, has a lot of it. Doesn't complete it. Full forward here for the Dogs. Onto the footy, Darcy. Ball upcoming. 15 out from the Dogs attacking goal. Sydney, white knuckling it. They're holding on by 15 points.
Thrown up in the air, Darcy and Grundy. It spills down to Melican. Hacks a kick out of defence. Daniel with a lunging mark. And he's got it in the right forward pocket. He is about 40 metres out from goal, which might be about 10 metres too far, but we will find out.
Well, I think he's got the distance from here, doesn't he?
You think?
Oh,
he's going to need every bit of it.
But what do we got? Just over 6 minutes to go. It's a long time to just rely on huge numbers back and trying to hold on.
The helmeted Bulldog, who's had to fight his way back into the senior side. Out to the right, looking for a statement here. Caleb Daniel, it slides across the face and misses to the left. 3 goals, 5 in this final term. To Sydney's 3 straight. It's Sydney by 14 points. 23 minutes gone, final term on ABC Sport.
Lakey with the kick in. Ambles to the pocket, drives it up to the wing. Keith trying to juggle it down, getting involved. Wicks fires back a handball for Sydney. Kick from McLean smothered. Ricochets to the wing. Bramble there. Handball away to Garcia. Dogs going forward at all costs. Handball to Treloar. He goes backwards. Off to Bramble. Dumps it on the boot. Spiral to half forward. Looking for Ugle-Hagan. Can't take the mark. McInerney gets back. Cleans up for the Swans. Kick smothered. Ricochets away. Let him mop up Lloyd. Handball to Blakey. Little left foot kick. Good for Roberts. And just holding on here, Sydney. 14 points to the good, 24 minutes.
Oh, it's out in the full.
And Jordan was the wrong side of the boundary line, so the free kick will go the Dogs' way. And Liam Jones has it at right half forward.
It's amazing how much they've tightened up here.
Yeah.
Swans.
Drives it long. Bontempelli trying to get a run at it. He got hands to it, couldn't hang on to the mark. It spills down. Vandermeer and Sanders lay the tackle. And Rowbottom has it stuck underneath him. Tim Hodges.
This is a big story. Taylor Adams has just limped off and he's gone straight down the race. We know, and I'll send back to you.
Grundy down to Ugle-Hagan. Fence off one, swings it around the corner. He's got it! Ugle-Hagan with his third, and the Dogs are coming home with the charge. Sydney by 8 points, but the Dogs with a bullet. 15-6-96 to the Bulldogs, 12-16-88. All of a sudden, the Dogs have kicked the last 3 goals of the match, and they are coming.
Wow, they are coming. And the Swans are playing right into how the Dogs want to play it. Numbers back, slow from their defensive half, and the Dogs have got it locked in there, repeat entries. But even with all of that, Merv, that was something special from Ugle-Hagan. That's a big snap.
He's a superstar in the making. There's not many players who can do that at any height, let alone the height that he is. We've seen his leap and jump in the air and taking the ball at the highest point, how good he is in doing that. But off ground level, to shrug off 1 or 2 and then to kick it around the corner from 45, something special.
Chad will want to fend off on Brodie Grundy too.
It got out to 30 points 10 minutes into the fourth when Heaney goaled. They've kicked the next 3 and right back in it. Out of the middle, Warner getting a handball to Gallagher on the wing. Dogs back in possession. Does a U-turn, sends it inside 50. Arriving from the side, Darcy can't take the mark. Bouncing ball inside 50. Fraser fortuitously in his lap. Gets it on the boot, it won't go through. Getting back, good defensive mark. In the back pocket by Roberts. He'll go short to Blakey. Sydney in their back pocket. They lead it by 8. 26 minutes into the fourth.
Are they going to be prepared to start taking the ball off the line a little bit, move, just trying to get some sort of flow going? Or they're just going to go safe.
Been too quick to put the ball back in dispute and just go long and bail out.
Back to Roberts, who thought about switching play, instead kicks long up the wing. Hayward takes the mark.
That's very important. He could go a little bit. He's got numbers forward of the footy.
Just lost the urgency to move it with any speed as he comes inboard to Roberts. So a third touch in the sequence of play. He goes short into the middle of the ground to Grundy. Thought about giving it back to Matt Roberts. He's come on for Aaron Francis. The Bulldogs with just 2 fit players on the bench.
4 minutes is too long to just purely keep possession. I think if you're going to go into kick mark, that's fine, but keep moving it down the ground.
Roberts went
That's a better kick.
To Rampy, you could hear the Bronx cheers. And now to Heaney up on the wing, who takes the mark. Sydney by 8 points, 27 minutes gone, final turn.
A little bit of sand slipping through the hourglass. Heaney heaves a high kick to half forward. McLean can't take the mark. Tries to burrow in at ground level. They wrap it up. Campbell gets involved and a ball up to come. Half forward for Sydney. Another goal would do it for them. Can the Dogs get it down the other end? Grundy down to Heaney. Dumps it on the boot. Turnover. Keith takes the mark. The Dogs at fullback with the handball to Jones.
He switches it to Harms, who marks in the left back pocket in front of Goulden. And he needs to find an avenue here. Chips it to Vandermeer. He takes the mark. Trying to put some run on the game. He swings onto his right-hand side, long up towards English and Bontempelli. Bontempelli with a shove on Rampy. It spills out. Hand pass from Lloyd in the middle of the ground. McInerney looks up towards half forward. Kicks for McLean. He takes the mark. It was knocked out of his hands by Vandermeer in the process. And it's going to be 50.
Oh, no. I thought that was almost simultaneous.
And Luke Beveridge, like everyone in Docklands, throws his head back on the monitor and can't believe it. And that might be game, set and match. As Hayden McLean is taken to the goal line.
Oh, no. That's just a slightly late spoil, isn't it?
Just got a better awareness, don't you, as an umpire, just to understand the situation.
He was a fraction late on the spoil.
The Dogs have kicked the last 3 goals of the match. Hayden McLean for his second, and he calls good night. With 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go, it would take a Bulldogs miracle from here. It seems the footy gods against them on that occasion. 16-6-102 to the Dogs, 12-16-88. And the Swans with their 4th goal of the final term, with the Bulldogs having kicked 4-5.
It certainly stings, doesn't it, if you're a Bulldog supporter and a neutral watcher, just seeing that the sting's just out of the game now because of a slight error that I think the umpire could have just called back.
For a moment, I thought the spoil was actually going to stand up as a spoil. It was that.
It was that close.
Yeah. So I thought there's a chance the umpire calls play on here as a spoil. It is definitely not 50. Oh, bad mistake.
Back in the middle, Grundy swings his arm at it, knocks it down. Bontempelli knocks it on for the Dogs towards half forward. Warner tracking it back, leaves it behind, goes and picks it up and holds it in. The ball up to come. Swans by 14 points, 29 minutes into the fourth. Beginning of round 11 here on ABC Sport. Grundy takes it out of the ruck. Kick just ricochets off bodies inside 50, coming through Fraser. Leaves it behind, and the Swans pretty content to jump on top of it and just see this game out. They lead by 14 points, 30 minutes played in the fourth.
Geez, we've got some talking points out of Thursday night footy. It's surprising we're not going to have more of it. Heaney tries to get a hand pass clear. Bramble dragged down by Hayward, holding the ball as the ball spills out. And Will Hayward will take it at left half back, and he gestures just to control it for a few moments.
Yeah, you can go into any sort of mode you like. If you kick it backwards. Yep.
Under 2 minutes to go. He works it all the way back where Logan McDonald has gone into defence. He takes the mark in front of Darcy.
And 50 was paid.
And 50. So they chipped it out to Blakey in the back pocket, but it means McDonald will be taken from the defensive 50 in the middle of the ground. The Dogs will get everyone back, but it's about manning up at this stage now. Sydney by 14 points, 16-6, 102 to the Dogs, 12-16, 88. As McDonald kicks out to the wing. The mark is taken by Lloyd, and he can go back to Blakey. Right half back, Sydney happy to just control the terms.
Blakey just stabs it short. Number to find leading up James Jordan. Had the run with responsibilities of late, did a bit of it tonight, comes infield to McInerney. Swans are going to improve to 10-1. Already their best start to a season. They're just going to roll on. Happy to still just chip it around. Lloyd now accepts it. 31 minutes played in the fourth. Lloyd will kick around the City wing. Sets it up towards a big contest. Grundy flying off hands. Bontempelli roves the pack, gives it off to Gallagher. High ball on the wing. Punched away, back into congestion. English grabs it. He's wrapped up quickly. And a ball up coming. City side of the ground. As I said, Sydney, their 10th win of the season coming. The Dogs to fall to 5-6.
Tossed up. Grundy just tries to shark it forward. Gains territory and trickles out of play in front of Caleb Daniel, and a boundary throw in. The Swans have the bye next week. It's a chance for them to rest up, having made their mark on the first half of the season. Toss back in. English and Grundy. The two tangle it. Clears both rucks. Spills down the way of Heaney. He tries to knock it forward. Treloar tries to slide in. Warner can't gather. Little fumble from Dale. He's locked up by Hayward. Umpire circles and will ball it up. Right half forward for the Sydney Swans. 32 minutes gone in the final term. As Grundy and English do it once more. Spills down to Daniel. Kicks up towards the wing. Bounces end over end. And it's by insufficient intent. So the free kick will go the Sydney Swans' way. I can't believe the Bulldogs fans, a little bit of salt into the wound as Lloyd will take the free kick on the wing. With the time just about out, as the Bulldogs were brave, but Sydney was sensational. And they're 10-1. Their best start to a season since 1936, their 7th consecutive win.
Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
The Bulldogs led by 2 points at quarter time, by 4 points at half time. Sydney took control in the third quarter with 5 goals to 1. They led by 19 points at three-quarter time, and when they got out by 30 points at the 11-minute mark of the final term, we thought Sydney were home. The Bulldogs with the next 3 goals of the match to close within 8 points, and then we were denied the thrilling end, with McLean getting a 50-metre penalty after Vandermeer knocked the ball out of his hands. Sydney 16-6, 102 to the Dogs, 12-16, 88.
Hear the red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from marching onwards to victory.
The Swans get the points, but the Bulldogs lose no admirers, and if they can play like that, they may be still in the fight for September action. Sydney winners by 14 points. They're 10-1, and the team everyone is chasing. 16-6-102 to the Bulldogs, 12-16-88. Chad Warner with a night to remember, finished with 4. 2 goals to McLean, to Haywood and Amati. Individuals to Adams, Heaney, McDonald, Papley, Wicks and Goulden. While for the Western Bulldogs, 3 goals to Jamara Ugelhagen, 2 goals to Riley Garcia. Individuals to Darcy, Gallagher, West, Harms, Vandermeer, Norton and English. The Bulldogs had a terrible night on the injury front as well. Injuries in the first quarter to Anthony Scott, who was subbed out with concussion. Aaron Norton suffered a knee injury in the second quarter. And then Ed Richards with concussion in the third quarter. The Bulldogs would finish with just 2 fit players on the bench, but they gave their all. Sydney winners by 14 points. Cameron Lang and Mark Murphy.
We said this was a great test for the Bulldogs. Congratulations to the Swans. They did what they had to do. But the test for the Bulldogs, in a strange way, despite the fact they go down by 14 points, they passed a lot of those tests tonight.
I agree.
Mentioned the 3 players, Anthony Scott, Aaron Norton and Ed Richards missing. So they ran out of legs a little bit. Yes, they needed to kick better for goal. I'll certainly say that when you've kicked 12 goals, 16. But they've generated 28 shots at goal to 22 against the best team in the competition. They've kept coming at them all night, Merv. Their midfield was good, despite the fact they lost one of their best midfielders in Ed Richards throughout the game. And they stood up. That type of football, if they can be healthier and, yes, maybe a little finish, it feels like it can stand up against the very best.
Just a quick one, sorry to jump in. A little bit unusual what we're seeing at the moment. They're just breaking up now, but they've been in a tight huddle, the Bulldogs out on the ground and been addressed by their captain, Marcus Bontempelli. You've both been captains. What do you think the Bomp would have been saying there, and why would he have been addressing the team out on the ground now?
I've got no doubt that he would say, boys, this is the performance we know we're capable of. We've been down 2 men for the majority of the night. We've had things go against us, but the way in which we fought it out can be really proud about the way in which you've gone about it, but that's got to be the expectation going forward, and this can't just be a one-off where it's, they did well against a really good side. I think it's a performance that they could really build upon. I think they have got enough ability within that team to really trouble a lot of sides this year, and their best is certainly more than good enough.
And it took it up to the very best in the competition. So you're absolutely right. I agree. I think it would have been one of, hey, use this, but positivity in this is what we can deliver, but we have to deliver it every single week. Now, we can't have the ups and downs. It said in the pre-match, why do they still have those down games and lose to a team that they should beat? Well, that's probably what Marcus Bontempelli's saying. This is the expectation for us. The Swans, again, they've just set themselves up. They weren't at their very best tonight because I think what the Bulldogs brought to them and put some pressure on was very good and at times really made them work. But then occasionally, Murph, we got to see their ball movement. And I think you described this really well throughout the call. At times when a team goes coast to coast and brilliant ball use, it's not just necessarily the beautiful skills. It's the running patterns of the players who are receiving the ball that makes it an easier kick or a more open kick or a more dangerous kick. So their understanding of where they have to all run, hard work sometimes, and then sometimes just really smart running patterns means that ball use flows so well.
Yeah, you're spot on, and it looked automatic, the way in which they run across the ground. They open up pockets of space for one another really well. Their work rate is second to none. But I just looked through their list, and they've just got speed everywhere. So that's something that really stood out to me tonight is, you can look really quick when you move the ball quick, but their speed across the ground, they open up options ahead of the football just purely on the fact of just pure leg speed that they generate off the half-back flank. And their midfield is so dynamic. It's so exciting to watch because they get hard forward, they get hard back, but they just run the line so well. And the options are easier to see when there's so much movement ahead of you.
And you got the wing. Ollie Florent does a power of work on the wing. We know Goulden's a superstar on the other wing. Nick Blakey, we mentioned throughout the call how much we love watching him when he just takes off and runs and creates things for them. James Jordan plays a role. He went to Ed Richards for a little bit, then rolled over to Treloar. Now, it wasn't where he completely took them out of the game, but just was able to blunt their impact a little bit, take off that weapon for the opposition, which allows the Sydney weapons to go to work and have a huge influence on it. Taylor Adams is playing as that wrecking ball forward who's just relentless pressure, ground ball gets, hunt after the footy, hunt after the opposition, and occasionally create a few things. The tall forwards, I think, are slowly improving.
Work in progress,
yeah, but a really exciting work in progress. Defensively, they were undersized a little bit, and probably come September, really going to be or need Tom McCartan
you
coming back.
McCartan coming back is a really important player.
Yeah.
It really straightens them up.
And he can play the bigger lockdown role, which allows the others to read the play. So they're set up superbly. They, right now, as we sit, they're the benchmark of the competition. And on the ladder, in form, in weapons that they've got, the lot, they're the one to beat right now. But there's a few handy teams who are trying to chase them. So it's not done and dusted yet. I think a couple of years ago we said Melbourne was certainties after about 10 rounds. Didn't turn out to be the case, so it'll be interesting to watch the back half of the year and the way the Swans go about things.
Sydney winners by 14 points to start round 11 of the AFL. Got to go back to 1936, the last time they've started a season so well. 10 wins and 1 loss. They lost that year in the grand final to Collingwood. They did the same the previous year in 1935. They started the season 10-1. They lost in the grand final to Collingwood. So maybe we might see a little history repeating potentially if Sydney get to the grand final. Let's join the Swans with Tim Hodges down in their rooms.
Well, Clinchy, I can't believe how many people are in these Swans rooms. It is jam-packed, so it must be all families, friends and partners and corporates. It's absolutely chockers. Probably what sitting on top of the ladder does. And the Swans are in now for the 10th time this year. They'll get to sing the song.
From the sky, whether the odds be great or be small,
Pretty Rush song in the end. I think they're sick of singing it. We'll have Brodie Grundy to join us very shortly on ABC Grandstand, guys.
Thank you, Hodgie. Sydney winners by 14 points, 16-6, 102 to the Bulldogs, 12-16, 88 if you want to add your thoughts to ours on the SMS, 0437 774 774.
Isn't it a strange season? I love the different ebbs and flows, and Swans are the best in it. The only team that's beaten Sydney is Richmond.
Yep.
Well, the way they're going right now, it's hard to
a long time ago, wasn't it?
No, they are a very good football team. The Sydney Swans, gee, their weapons are good. Their efficiency. Chad Warner just continues to blow me away.
I dare say all the midfielders playing out there would have just absolutely loved when Brodie Grundy signed up to play the Sydney Swans.
Yep.
I mean, you talk about him. We're going to talk to him in a minute or so, but he had the 46 hit-outs tonight. That's pretty handy. And
46.
I think a lot of those midfielders would have been licking their lips when they knew that he was signing up.
7 clearances as well from Grundy, so that's the follow-up as well.
You're going to fit him into your votes?
I thought you were doing the I'll do the three votes.
Let's see if he can press his case in this chat.
In the end, it's been a masterstroke to recruit Brodie Grundy, hasn't it? I mean, we talk about Luke Parker, who's not on this side, and Callum Mills, a depth in the midfield are plenty, but Chad Warner, Isaac Heaney, Errol Goulden, they're all benefiting from having, think back to the last time Sydney had a premium ruck. You're probably going back, with all due respect, to Shane Mumford and Mike Pike and probably Darren Jolie before he made his way to Collingwood. Like, it's been a long time since they've had an A-grade ruckman who can do what Brodie Grundy does.
They've done well, the Swans, with I won't say second chance ruckman, but ruckman from other clubs. And that sounds like I'm selling them short, but they've just been able to bring in more mature ruckmen. They haven't necessarily used an early draft pick on a ruckman.
I think Paul Roos had the theory, didn't he, Lingy, that if you draft a ruckman, it takes them a few years in the system before they're ready to go. By that point, they're getting frustrated and generally are ready to move on, and then he can pick them up. I mean, Brodie Grundy's a bad case of that, who we're about to speak to, and there's been others, but largely that can happen, can't it?
It can happen, absolutely. So smart around your list management with when you draft a certain type of player versus maybe trading, maybe free agency. But just their smarts in saying, okay, there's something there. The move of Grundy to Melbourne hasn't quite been perfect. Perhaps we can start generating some conversations because we know there's a bit of a need for us there. They draft so well and develop young players, but then they fill certain needs really well using free agency and trading just to always remain in a position where they're either highly competitive or like they are right now and were 2 years ago, making a grand final right at the pointy end of things.
But they're very similar to Geelong. Like the allure of going to Geelong and enjoying your football down there and playing in a really successful side, I think it's very similar to what Sydney is, that the allure of going up north, being out of the bubble, so to speak, and playing up there in New South Wales would be really exciting for a lot of players.
Well, I heard Tom Harley, he was on AFL Saturday last week, and he spoke about every club has to know their unique selling proposition. And so Sydney, I'm sure they say, come to the nice weather.
Yep.
A team that perennially challenges and hang out in the pretty cool eastern suburbs of Sydney where sort of you can hang out on Bondi Beach and Tamarama and enjoy...
Not get hassled.
Yeah, and not get hassled, not get recognised out of the bubble. How good's that?
And that facility they've built there at the, I don't even know what the pavilion's called.
Yeah,
Horden Pavilion, yeah. It is absolutely first class, state-of-the-art, indoor training facility, plus the gym, everything. I was fortunate enough to have a look through. I mean, you're talking top world-class facilities, so much on offer. It's a good point you make. The clubs know what their selling point is. Convince the player, provided that player fits a need within what they want to do with their list, with their playing style, and also their salary cap.
Yeah.
And it works.
I've spoken to a few people around the league, and they speak about players now will often... they're very good these days at knowing where the money is, but also where they can get the money in a team that they think is going to challenge for the next little period. So team maybe around the 8 who are likely to play finals, maybe have a chance of playing and make sure they get paid too. Now, that's not me criticising them. Earn your money. I'm all
that's
for it.
That's the best world, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's somewhere
absolutely.
where you get more money and you know you're going to play in a good side.
I just didn't want people to think that I was being critical. I wasn't for a second.
Sydney winners by 14 points over the Western Bulldogs. Their smallest winning margin since opening round against the Demons. Of course, they lost that match in round 3 to the Tigers. Sydney have just headed into a team meeting, but Tim Hodges is standing by. Hodgie, happy scenes to be in down in the rooms?
No, not at all. As it turns out, John Longmire, I thought, was looking for somebody, but I think he was just in a rage. So I think that's why they sang the song so subdued, because they knew the coach was filthy. They started doing media. Errol Goulden was on Channel 7 and he got yanked from that really quickly, which was a bit embarrassing for the media manager to have to take him off air while he was on air. And all of the players have been called into a meeting. So everyone was down here. As I said before, the joint is packed down here to celebrate, but the players right now have been dragged into a room with John Longmire, so he was not happy. So I guess, Lingy and Mark, you'll be better to talk about this, that they got the win and the lesson, rather than normally it's a loss and a lesson, but they got the 4 points. But I reckon it's getting rammed home that last quarter just was not acceptable.
I always thought that Bomber Thompson was at his most dangerous after we'd won a game.
Yep.
And it was not a great win, and maybe we'd left the door open or been scrappy with certain things, not attention to detail. They were always the most nerve-wracking meetings to go into.
It's funny you say that, Lingy. Brad Sewell said something very similar a few weeks ago, that Clarko was always most on edge when we'd won a little easy and maybe got a little sloppy and just gone away from some of the team rules. That was when Clarko was at his feistiest.
Yeah, no, you could... if we'd lost, I'd often sit front and centre like, OK, I'm just going to cop. I'm going to steel myself. This isn't going to be great. And he would often be constructive. But you quickly learnt a win that wasn't quite what it needed to be. You'd get yourself up somewhere near the back, third row, behind one of the other staff or something like that.
So, like we spoke with Paul Roos, who does the ABC AFL Daily, who said the beauty after you have a win is there's no external pressure. So you can come in and really ride the standards to make sure that everyone is across, that we don't view this the way you viewed it, or the way that the external, the backslapping, might view it. Is that your guess as to why he thinks, well, we're 10-1, everyone's going to be talking about how great we are? But from his coaching spot, there were some things that I didn't like, and I'm going to get it off my chest right now.
Yeah, I would imagine he just does not want any of the players confusing that's the way they want to play. especially in the last quarter, the way we spoke about the fact they just tried to defend from way too early, parked the bus, weren't adventurous, gave up goals. That, even though we won, don't think that is the standard we're going to hold ourselves to. We need to be at a different standard to that. So that's the opportunity. That's what he'd be talking
and no
about.
doubt. And I think a lot of coaches are all about habits, and when you go away from doing those, then I think that's when the coaches will really come down on you. So obviously in a bit better situation than me, Lingy, I was pretty happy winning games, but we didn't win a lot towards the back end of the career, but I would have taken those hard wins anyway.
The other one, just quickly.
Let them in. Let them all win.
The other one on that, did you say they've got a bye next week, the Swans?
Yes, they do.
So after a win like that, and if he could just let them know that decisions made from here on out are very important, from how you look after yourself and recover, and the message you take away for probably 3 or 4 or 5 days off, maybe.
You dare say they've probably got their time off straight away after games. So probably a lot of players who are from Victoria would go off with their families and enjoy their time away. So he wants one little note to let them know that last 20 minutes wasn't good enough.
They had 11 Victorians tonight, Murph, so there would be a few of them you would think maybe hanging around and spending some time with family. The 50-metre penalty right at the end.
Oh, no.
Leith Vandermeer on Hayden McLean, was it there?
No.
How bad was it?
I thought it was really poor.
Yeah.
Really poor. I hesitate to be an umpire basher, but I just think at the very, very top level, when results are on the line, when jobs are on the line, when position on the ladder's on the line, like important things, you can't have mistakes like that. That was, as I said, I was almost expecting a play on. He just got there with the spoil.
So you're thinking, are they paying the mark or is it play on? And instead they've said
I thought the same thing.
Yeah. 50 metres because you knocked it out of his hands.
And we saw 2 at the start of the game, which the player was not in the contest.
No, clear.
So it was clear, whereas that one was certainly not clear. I thought it was a 50-50 whether or not he was actually going to call play on.
What did you think it was 50?
I thought it was bang bang, and it was going. I had the same thought pattern as you guys, so I was calling it in the moment and thought, like, is that play on or is it a mark? And
I was going to say, surely it's a mark, but anyway, it was you need the umpires to get it right at that point in time, because it just took the entire sting out of the game.
I wonder what Brodie Grundy thought. Let's head down to Tim Hodges.
Brodie Grundy has been good enough to come straight over to us. Brodie, could we pry? What was the tone of John's demeanour in there?
I was it was pretty cool, calm and collected, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, we want to be a humble side. Obviously, the ladder is really pleasing where we're sitting at the moment, but we just want to go about our business on the bye and come back and tools down and then get to work when we come back.
Was he a bit disappointed in that last 30 minutes?
No, I wouldn't say disappointed. We're not always going to be able to play the way we want, and full credit to the Dogs. They brought a really solid contested pressure game, and it was really, I suppose, pleasing that we're able to hang in there and ultimately get the win.
Yeah, did you get a sense it was a ripping game of footy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and even as a player out there, I could sense the momentum swing there towards the end of the fourth, but like I said, full credit to the Dogs, but we were pretty lucky to hang on there in the end.
10-1 and flying. I'll send you upstairs, Mark Murphy and Cameron Ling. Brodie's got the cans on.
Brodie, well done on the win. Fantastic effort, and well done on the start to the season. It's been terrific. That last quarter, if you can take us into... it's always intriguing for us how teams who do have a reasonably comfortable lead then try and maintain that lead. Did you go almost too defensive, parking the bus too early? Do you think that played into them a little bit?
I wouldn't say that we went in with that mindset to play too defensive. Like I said, I thought the Bulldogs really brought it in the start of the fourth, and they were playing a really aggressive style, and that's just a credit to them. And obviously towards the end, we really tried to slow it down and chip it around, but I think that was just more a sign of how good the Dogs were to come back and fight.
How were you able to set up the game so well? What broke the game open for you, in particular that third quarter? I mean, apart from Chad Warner and his amazingness, what else was happening?
I'll just say Chad Warner with a full stop. Just leave it there, lads. Look, he's a special special player, and if it's not Chad, it's it's Haynes, it's Errol, it's Rowie, just what he's doing on the inside to enable these guys to flourish. And I think we just needed to get back to the contest. Really embracing that arm wrestle and just trying to get down and dirty.
Brody, Mark Murphy here. Congratulations on your performance so far this year. And again, tonight I thought you were fantastic. Hopefully Lee can try and squeeze you into the votes. I know there's a few handy players out there tonight. But being at obviously one of the bigger clubs prior to your time at Melbourne, being in Collingwood and being inside the bubble down here, what's it actually like being up there in Sydney and playing for the Sydney Swans?
It's so far so good, mate.
It's pretty handy when you're 10-1, I suppose.
It's hard to articulate. It's obviously it's really special at the moment, and these moments are fleeting. Nothing's for granted, so you've got to really enjoy these times in footy in the game, but also with an element of staying humble as well, not getting too ahead of ourselves. So we're trying to find that balance as a team, and to do it up in Sydney where you can go about your business. I'm really enjoying it.
And I suppose being away from home and being up there in Sydney, I suppose everyone is from all parts of the country and all get to obviously train together and play together. But the off-field side of things, have you enjoyed that? Has something been different than what your time was at Melbourne and Collingwood?
Oh, these young lads here, mate, I can't get away from them.
They're making you young,
they're
are they?
making me young. No, it's been good. I've obviously been doing a bit of work in my PD off the footy field. Just finished my MBA in April, so I'm looking to just pick up maybe some work experience in the back end of this season, and just keep staying busy, mate. That's something that I try and do away from footy.
Congratulations on that, Brody. As good a place as any, I guess, to hawk potential work experience opportunities with us. You are a very deep thinker and a little bit of a different thinker as well. I mean, we saw 3 potential players with concussion tonight. As a current player, how conscious are you of it? Because even as a broadcaster, I find it frightening the rate in which we're seeing it at the moment.
Yeah, it's concerning, isn't it? Whether it's in AFL or broader sport, I think as a society we're really understanding the gravity of these sorts of impacts. And I think as a game, when we see players go back with a flight and we label that as, courageous, me personally, I think there's an element of you just need to be smart. I just think we've just come a long way, and we can just see the devastating effects that concussion can have when it's prolonged. And I just think, just the way we narrate the games as well with those sorts of contests, I'd like to see it less celebrated as courageous. But do you know what I mean? Like with those silly sort of back with the flight stuff. I don't know. As a spectator, even when I'm watching, I cringe a bit. It's hard to watch, isn't it?
Do you think the ownership on the player who's competing for certain contests needs to be better?
Well, as a player, if a player pulls out of something like that, I just think, mate, fair enough. In all seriousness, we can just see the effects that it has. So whether it's coaching, doing those sort of J-shaped sort of marks, supporting our, whether it's with the defenders and holding someone down. But I think gone are the days, I would like to think that, it's just this reckless bullet a gate type actions. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's on us not to call that player out as well, which I think you're alluding to. Hey, Brody, really strange one, last one from me just quickly. Went to the shops to grab my dinner last night, was rolling out with my goods and bumped into Brodie Grundy just going in to get some snacks the night before the game. What do you pick up on the eve of a game?
Oh, so you didn't say good day? That's fine.
You don't want to be bothered at that point.
Well, it's good because in the checkout, I make sure to just tuck it into the jumper because you don't want to know what sort of treats I pack, boys. I'm really big on those lightsaber sherbet sticks at the moment, and Cadbury Black Forest. So that's what I'm after.
Very nice.
We won't hold you too much longer, Brody, but 10 wins and 1 loss. You now get your second bye and a chance to really set up the season after opening round. Does it feel like as good as environment as you've been a part of, as good a team as you've been a part of?
Yeah, I mean, it is, but honestly, I just feel like we're bringing a workman-like attitude to what we're doing. So, it's turn up, it's do our job, and when it's time to put the tools down, I think with the young fellas that we've got, we certainly do that well. And when it's time to work, we also apply ourselves to a really high level. So it's hard to really say. I just think we're a team that's living in the moment and enjoying it for what it is.
Did you have a view of the late spoil by Leif Vandermeer on Hayden McLean? I mean, it gave you a 50-metre penalty, but it took a bit of the drama away from a close finish. Is that how we want the game to be adjudicated in your eyes?
I don't think I saw the contest, to be honest. I'm too busy running around with my tongue out of my mouth just trying to gasp for air. So, I didn't see that contest.
Chad Warner, what will you hear more about, the 4 goals or the mark he took where he was able to soar above the crowd?
Oh, my God, because I was under that, Pat. I thought, far out. I've done what I could, and, he's used me as a stepladder. So, mate, he's a freak, and, he brings such joy to the way he plays the game. He does it with such a childlike attitude, if you know what I mean. And I say that with all due respect. He loves his footy, he enjoys it, and I think that's the sort of team and sort of environment we want to create for players to be able to come in and play to their strengths, and we celebrate when guys do that. And even towards the end, just the unselfishness. He hands off that goal to Taylor Adams, and we don't just get around Tay for finishing. We want to reward and celebrate those sorts of actions from Chad.
They're a pretty good double act underneath you. Who's more vocal, he or Isaac Heaney?
No, they're both good. They're both good. They've been really good and making my job easy. I'm really enjoying their work.
Well done tonight, Brody. You're 10-1.
Can I just ask, is that right eyeball giving you grief, or?
No, I can see. It's just the looks of it.
How long's that been like that?
It's 3 weeks now. Yeah, it's a bit how you're going, isn't it?
Do you scare yourself when you look at yourself in the mirror? Because it's I can't take my eyes off it during this interview.
Well,
Podgy. No, it's full of, what is it?
Yeah, like it's not ideal, is it?
It's full red.
It's got a bit of blood that's come through from a bruise. So hopefully that
brutal.
That goes away. But lads, great game. Let's get back to the footy, eh?
Well done, Brody.
Great job. Good on you guys. Cheers.
Brody Grundy wrapping up the interview and some of Tim Hodges' work down on the boundary and in the change rooms, given the Sydney Swans 14-point winners, 16-6, 102 to the Bulldogs 12-16, 88. And he's such an articulate player. It's always great to get his insights, but they're the team everyone's chasing.
It's an interesting point he brings up. So the idea of if a player pulls out of a contest in order to protect themselves from potentially getting knocked out. So they've got their own well-being and their own health and their brain, which is obviously the most important, but also the fact that if they're not knocked out or concussed, they still can remain in the game and use their strengths to help their team win the game or win the game next week because they don't have to do the 12-day concussion protocols. However, we as a game, as watchers, as media, as everyone is, that's soft, they got to go. I think, and I don't know if you do, Murph, I watch a lot of American sport. I love the NFL. Quarterbacks in the NFL are encouraged to just throw the ball away. Don't take the hit. And if they do try and bravely get an extra half a yard by taking a tackler on, they're almost lambasted by the commentary saying, why would they do that? It's stupid, too high a risk of injury. Just throw the ball away. Don't take the hit there, because the quarterback needs to stay in the game because he's the most important weapon on a team. So the idea of a player avoiding a potentially serious head injury park the health thing for a second, they're actually more value to the team staying on the field than that one moment, perhaps.
It's a good point. It'll take time for us to get there because of where the games come from and where we're at the moment. Like even the one who used to go back with a flight every week was Jonathan Brown, who stands out, and it was like, well, he's one of the most courageous players who've probably ever played the game, and because he's threw his body and his head at contests that not many others would. So it'll probably take time for us to probably get out of that thinking, won't it?
I actually fundamentally agree with Brodie too, and it's a part of us. Sorry, Lingy, I sort of jumped in there, but
no, you're right.
Like, I think I'm starting to look at the way that to use Brodie's words, we narrate the game, and like previously, as few as 6 years ago, you'd be critical of a player who jumps out of the way. Now you sort of understand that, maybe they have to be a little more cognizant of where they're putting their head.
I think, though, we're not even close to it being accepted by the general footy fan.
Yeah, right.
We're not. So general footy fan, I think, is concerned about the head knocks and the concussion, certainly. But if their player, in a crucial moment in a big game, pulled out of a contest, they're not going to...
take that well.
Their narrative, when they're debriefing after the game with their mates, isn't going to be, that was a fair enough decision. It would have been... such and such pulled out, cost us the game, and so we're still a long way off any chance of that being okay. But
you admire the modern day player who asks the media to change the landscape, to change the narrative around it, and that plays a big part in educating the community and the risks associated in the game they play. I guess the talking point will be around the fact that Harry Cunningham didn't come off the ground to get assessed after his collision with Anthony Scott, in which Scott was subbed out of the match. There was another one with Dane Rampy involved as well. This is going to be a repeat conversation as to whether players should be leaving the field for the HIA assessment, because it feels like there's a little bit of confusion there as to whether they're taking place on the field and whether players are being given the green light by the doctor that there's no signs there, so they're happy to continue on. And it doesn't feel like the broader conversation outside of those involved in the game is probably taking place because we can't see it.
Yeah, I'd like to know, in order to do just that initial head injury assessment, is it a 2-minute conversation? Is that enough to get that initial indication of whether it needs to be followed to the next level? So I'm not even talking about entering the concussion 15 or 20-minute thing. It's what length and with what focus does that player need to have on you, the doctor, in order to make that initial assessment? Now, if that's 2 minutes, one-on-one chat, well, that can't be done on the field because he's looking up the field. Do I need to run here? Do I need to cover here? It's no more than about 10 or 15 seconds you get there. So if they need more than that, and I believe they do, then that player needs to come to the bench to have that conversation.
And I think you and Mick have been quite big on whether there's, I was going to say fourth umpire, but a fifth umpire or an independent doctor or someone who goes out and says, Mark, you're coming with me, or Lingy, you've got to come off and have a quick assessment.
And all the umpires are mic'd up, so it doesn't need to, if there's the flow of players continuing, don't stop the game yet, but at the next stoppage, a fifth umpire or whatever, the emergency umpire, blows his whistle, enters the field of play and says, that player needs to come off. And a change is made. Doesn't have to count as one of the rotations, anything like that. Protect all that, and just get them off for the 1, 2, 3 minute conversation that needs to take place. No, we're completely fine. We've watched the vision. We've had the conversation. He's fine. He doesn't need to enter the next phase of the concussion protocol.
And we will have to be prepared that if late in the game, if it's a Jeremy Cameron scenario where the game's on the line, that we're willing to put the well-being and the safety of the players first, and that might result in a team losing a game because one of their best players is being assessed, but it feels like it's the next step. Just to tidy up that last 50-metre penalty against Latham Vandermeer, I think we're all agreeing we don't want that to be 50 metres. We want some leniency in the crucial moments where everything's on the line.
I don't think that's 50 in the second minute, but particularly late in the game, like there could be more feel, which I think you mentioned, Murph.
It was almost in the air still and in the contest. And we all thought that it was a 50-50 whether or not the umpire was going to call it back for a mark. And it was certainly a mark. But
I think 50-50 is the phrase to use, Murph.
It was touch and go as to whether or not it was going to be play on or a mark.
Yeah,
I think
totally
social
agree.
media have made their presence known well, that they think it's one of the worst umpiring decisions of the year, but we'll let that speak for itself. I want to get your thoughts on the Dogs in a moment and the 3-2-1 for the ABC Footballer of the Year. But Luke Beveridge has just sat down. Let's hear what the Bulldogs coach has to say.
Yeah, just what do you make of that one? Because it was a seesawing contest and you had real injury issues. Aaron Norton and Ed Richards, probably two of your most informed players of the last few weeks. How do you felt you responded to that?
Well, in the long run, and Scotty obviously went down early, in the long run, I just thought our players showed enormous character. Our back line stayed on for the whole last half, and Tim English did as well. And we had to ask the boys to do different things and play right out of their comfort zone. And in the end, the blend through that midfield group that won the centre bounce and gave us a bit of a chance. In the three Rileys, it was a Triple R radio station in there. We had Riley West, Riley Garcia, Riley Sanders, and the experienced one in Adam Trelaw holding his end up. And I thought they did an enormous job. We had to send Marcus forward. Our forward line became pretty dysfunctional due to probably Aaron's loss and how he had to move some players around. And as much as Marcus got on the end of a lot in the last quarter, I felt like he made him a little bit wary of him and on edge. So it just, all in all, showed there was great integrity in what the boys did, and obviously against the top side. So it's just a shame we had a bit of bad luck, but you never lose and feel like a winner. But in my books, our players are winners tonight. I thought they were outstanding.
There was that decision at the end of the game against Latham Vandermeer where it was 8 points and it basically took the heat out of the game. What do you make of that call?
What can you say? I'll always make sure that I don't comment on the umpiring. So I suppose whether it's there or not, I don't really know. I haven't looked at it, but ultimately the decision was made and we've got to live with it.
Luke Beveridge with his assessment that the Dogs didn't get the points, but he thought they were winners tonight.
Yeah, fair call. Enough said with the question around the 50. Do you reckon, Clinchy?
I think so.
He just was...
I think we know where he sits.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me say something without saying anything. Tim Hodges is in the Bulldogs rooms. What's the mood down there like, Hodgie?
No, very subdued. So, they're leaving it to Luke Beveridge to be the club spokesperson tonight. So just to wrap on the injuries, and they are so significant. So the initial fear when Aaron Norton walked off was that he'd done the full knee. And it wasn't until half-time when both doctors spent 10 minutes with him where they've actually, they're quite buoyed that they think it's not a full ACL. So that is great news, and they're clinging to that hope that it's not an ACL for Aaron Norton. So he will have scans tomorrow, and they'll be, season-defining scans for what is ahead for the Western Bulldogs. And then the other two are just horrible concussions, and they're probably the two of the worst players on the Bulldogs list to have concussions with their history, with Ed Richards in the third term and Anthony Scott back in the team for the first time this year with a concussion in the opening, the 5th minute of the match. So they'll both miss, obviously, next week. You would think Norton will miss a period of time, whether it's an ACL or not. So, they were so brave, but they just really ran out of soldiers and ran out of luck in the very end of the contest, the Bulldogs. But a pretty impressive performance by them tonight. But, the injuries, did they take a toll?
They certainly did. Thanks for all your work, Hodgie, tonight. Great to have you as a part of Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. And that's going to be the question around Aaron Norton, is that we want to see the whistle blown as quickly as possible. Caught in a tackle, knee stuck underneath him. The Bulldogs season rests so much on their key forwards, and he plays a big part of that.
Yeah, he does. And I think you're right. I think that ability, just if a ball is trapped or a tackle's, it's completed. It doesn't need to be fought through anymore. Just blow it straight away. Just straight away, and it's going to stop that temptation also to dump tackle.
Yeah.
Because there's been goals, I reckon, conceded by players who have tried to do the right thing, kept standing up, and the opposition players eventually got a handball or kicked the ball, and it's led to a goal. Well, if this is my worry, if players who are tackling can't dump, and they shouldn't, the next thing is to almost do the drop.
Yeah, which is what happened here. So,
hip drop tackle or whatever they call it.
Leg injury.
Yeah, which high risk again of that injury. So just blow the whistle straight away.
Yeah. Well, that one was relatively quick, but my initial, I was going to try and lead you into that, Lingy, where it's interesting where I feel like Melikins tried not to dump him, so he's sort of done the drop. And rather than hitting his head, he's ended up with a lower leg injury. So,
and we're seeing in the NRL, and I know in the NFL, the push to outlaw certain types of tackles where it is you are dropping down like that because of the lower limb risk to injury. So we don't want that coming in as a reaction to the fact that players are no longer dumping
it's the instruction, obviously, from above to the umpires to we don't want stoppages, so let it drag on.
It might get out. The ball might get out, but
it's a tough one because there's going to be players that will feel the brunt of it and get lower leg injuries as a result because they're not slinging with their head now. They're going to drop to their net. They're going to drop their weight, and it's going to pull the player down. Their ankles and knees all come into it.
It's what we wanted to see from the Bulldogs, but it sets up now a big Friday night against the Magpies.
Huge.
So Collingwood with their injury concerns, the Bulldogs might have a few of their own, but all of a sudden that shapes as a massive 8-point clash depending on what happens with the Pies and the Dockers in the West.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Big challenge again, great test for them. I would have loved to have seen them, though, with Aaron Norton and Ed Richards, who's playing some great footy. So that's the challenge. They've got to find other players and a different structure to try and stand up against the Pies next week.
So the Bulldogs 5-6. They got the win against GWS. They lose tonight. They've got Brisbane and Fremantle ahead of the bye. So it felt like they could sort of be 3-2, find a way to get ahead of the ledger, and then they'll have to try and turn their fate in the second half of the season. But if they can play like they did tonight, they'll be thereabouts.
They get Libba back next.
Unknown. He's been cleared to return, but it's sort of unknown. So he and Tom McCartan are the two with concussion, such a pivotal talking point. Neither of them to feature for their sides.
The one thing in their favour, there's probably 10 teams who are in the same sort of boat, aren't they? They're all in that logjam. So there's going to be a lot of those 8-point games that you spoke about next week. It's going to be a constant 8-point game. Probably 2 or 3 of them every week. The way in which it's stacked through the middle of the ladder at the moment.
The votes for the ABC Football of the Year. Who's got the job today?
I look like I've got the honour of doing that. Thank you, Merv. It was tough because it was such a good game of footy and trying to fit a few in. A couple of honourable mentions really quickly. Riley Garcia, I just wanted to give him a mention for what I thought was a terrific game. 2 goals, 18 touches. Jamara kicked 3. Adam Treloar had 30. Couldn't quite squeeze him in. Couldn't even squeeze in Errol Goulden, who was brilliant. 25 touches, 7 tackles, kicked a goal. We're going to give 1 vote to Marcus Bontempelli. I think just his impact, influence, 26 touches, 5 clearances, 7 inside 50s, was a threat up forward. Yes, I'm sure he would have loved to have kicked a goal or 2, but I just thought throughout the game he was pretty influential. 2 votes. You convinced me to do it, Murph. I got it in there. We had a chat to him. He was huge. Brodie Grundy, he had the 15 touches, 7 tackles and 7 clearances, so great follow-up work, 46 hit-outs, and just really got that midfield going. And the 3 votes was the nice, easy part of the night. Chad Warner, 25 touches and a magnificent 4 goals. And when the game just had to be ripped apart, the Chad was the man to do it. Brilliant game.
3 to Warner, 2 to Grundy, 1 to Marcus Bontempelli in the ABC Footballer of the Year. There was just the one journalist who was at the Luke Beveridge press conference.
Really?
Wasn't all that thrilled about
apparently, I've just seen on Twitter John Ralph saying that they were held up because the Swans went into their meeting, so they were still doing their one-on-one, so a lot of journos hadn't made it around, but that's apparently why, or John Ralph's defence on behalf of all journalists, apparently.
Righto.
Don't look after yourselves, you blokes.
We'll put a cork in it there for Thursday night footy. The Sydney Swans winners by 14 points. Good to see you, Murph.
Good to see you,
Good luck to the Blues across the weekend. Lee, I'll chat to you on AFL Sunday.
Yes, we will. 12 o'clock Sunday. Looking forward to that, Clinchy.
Thank you, Benny, for all your work. Thanks to Tim Hodges down in the rooms. Rival hands of Hollywood Baker at the back with Lee also supporting, and Jonesy, the ever-reliable, back in the studio. Can anyone stop the Sydney Swans? That's the challenge. They moved to 10-1, their best start to a season since 1936. On behalf of the ABC Sport team, thanks for your company. Good night from Docklands.
Swans are marching onwards to victory.
On to steady and pull the trigger.
Tackle your week with the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Join myself, Catherine Murphy, AFL legend Paul Roos and